Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful souls. Welcome to today's reading in reference to what you've been carrying slash feeling that isn't actually yours to carry at all. As you can see in front of me, I have the three cards that were shown in the thumbnail that could have aided you in clicking into this video in the first place. I am honestly extremely curious to see where each of the piles are going to lead us today in reference to this reading topic, because we're going to be diving into a lot of different questions or sections when it comes to this question as a whole. And not only that, but I really do feel like when it comes to each of the individual energies of the significator cards in front of me, they each tell their very own specific thing, or they have their very own specific energy. When you guys come across this reading, I did feel very called to share the collective back of the deck energy, which we all got, or which you all got, is happiness. Underneath happiness, we have faith. So there's this energy here of perhaps when you've come across this reading, you're going to feel like you are in some state of trust, in a state of bliss, but in a way, I honestly don't know why I have a weird feeling about these cards. Like, look, we got happiness, faith, flow, ghost. Like, it kind of feels like there's some form of spiritual bypassing that's going on. That's why it kind of felt weird. Like, when I looked at the back of the deck energy, like, this is the happiness card in my Prism Oracle deck. But at the same time, regardless of the pile that you end up going towards, my love, like, I feel like there might be something that's going to come up within your reading today that is going to maybe either throw you off guard completely, like you really had no clue that this was something that was really affecting you this much, or it wasn't actually yours. Or there's this idea here of like trusting in the process. Like, this reading found you for a reason, so you might be in this state of energy where you really want to trust what comes through, but at the same time, it does still feel like there's some sort of front being put on display, presenting itself here. So just make sure, I really just want to give you guys a little bit of a trigger warning. Like, this reading might bring up some things that could be hard to listen to. I am an extremely straightforward reader. I'm a very blunt reader. And, we're going to be looking at things that could be forms of deception that you've dealt with, and you didn't even realize it was a form of deception. So that's why this reading topic can get pretty intense. So I just wanted you guys to keep that in mind. Make sure that you guys do have something to take notes with, because my readings do tend to go on and be pretty lengthy for each of the piles. I do my very, very best to make sure that I channel every single thing that Source wants to channel through me. Which is why I am such a straightforward reader. I don't allow, while I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing, I choose not to allow that filter to come through in my readings, because I learned through experience that when you try to hold space and be as trauma-informed as possible, you're still filtering the messages, so they're not going to come out in the way that they're meant to. I just want you guys to be aware of that, my loves. And also, before I kind of let you guys go into a little mini grounding, centering practice to select your pile if you haven't already done so, which I do highly recommend you take a moment and be patient enough to get there. Okay, guys, we're almost done. I just wanted to give you guys the game plan of how we're going to be diving into your reading topic today. We're going to be diving into this reading by exploring a lot of different avenues within this topic, where first section, we're going to be looking at two questions, which is what you've been carrying that isn't yours, whether it's feelings, whether it's an action or a certain belief, a narrative, whatever that might be, and then where it's coming from. Okay, so that could be a person, a place, a thing, a past experience. It could be a core wound. We're going to be looking at that. In the second section, we're going to be then exploring, again, the next two questions, which is why you took this on. So why did you carry this? Why did you make this yours? What was the reasoning behind that? And then secondly, how it has affected you so far. What has it taken away from you? What has it changed within your life? How has it shifted things for you? And then in the third section, we're going to be looking at the last two questions before we go into your final messages from Source, as well as your higher self, which is what's actually yours to carry. So we're going to be taking a look to separate and make sure that you can walk away from this reading knowing exactly what is yours to keep carrying forward and versus what isn't. And then second question is what supports you right now? What supports you in this process of releasing the things that aren't yours to carry anymore? And what supports you in the process of being able to move forward more confidently, embody more self-trust, be in a more aligned state, a more aligned frequency towards a version of you that you've been trying to attain for a while, Then obviously final messages from Source as well as your higher self. Okay, my loves? So now that I got all the technicals out of the way, I lovingly invite you, before you end up choosing your pile or going into the part of your reading and the timestamps down below, I invite you to find your center today. And there's really no right or wrong answer for where your center might be. Maybe there's two places within, but to do so, I just invite you to find yourself in a comfortable place, whether it is seated, while listening to this, whether it's lying down, standing. Just take a moment to sort of find your body. Find your senses in this moment, wherever they might be. What's coming back in contact with your body? Maybe it's the floor beneath your feet, Mother Earth beneath your sit bones, a bed up against your back. Wherever you might be, or maybe it's even just the atmosphere surrounding your body. Taking a moment to just notice those little sensations. Inviting a little bit more breath into this space. And if you feel safe to do so, I do lovingly invite you to close your eyes if you haven't done so already. So you could take a nice inhalation in through the nose, inflating that belly, the diaphragm, the pelvis with air, holding it at the top for 3, 2, 1, and then doing an HA exhalation sound out the mouth, deflating the belly, letting the air come out just as much as it came in, allowing that breath to wash over the body, and then continue to breathe at your own pace, allowing that HA sound of exhalation to come back out in your own pace, in your own timing. Do that maybe 2 more times before you go back into your normal breathing rhythm without needing to exhale out the mouth. And while you do that, if your eyes are closed, if not, maybe they're softly open a couple of feet in front of you, and that's fine as well. Try to see, as you continue with your breathing, are there any pings, little sensations in a certain area of your body today? Maybe a little slight vibration of energy, or a tingling, a tightness. If you could just send your awareness there in those areas, in those spaces, in those spots. See how it feels to send your breath and awareness there. Maybe honoring a breath cycle for each area of the body that you're noticing. Notice how that feels. And there's no right or wrong answer here in how it's supposed to feel. You're just connecting to your inner world. And as you continue to send that breath, see where your center might be today. Maybe it's your belly, your heart space, your throat, your third eye, your sacrum, your tailbone, wherever that center might be. Welcome it, love it, thank it for being here. As you send more breath, more awareness, more gratitude into that center, the question can come through now regarding this topic. What is it that I have been feeling that isn't actually mine? What is it that I have been carrying that isn't actually mine? And you can ask those 2 variations of that same question in your center, sending more breath, questioning, questioning, questioning. And once you've got that right focal point, that specific question, out of those 2 varieties that resonate with you the most in this moment, whenever you are ready, my love, I do lovingly invite you to softly open the eyes. Take a moment to look in front of you at these 3 cards, to see maybe the image or the color of the card. What is calling out to you? It could be one of the words. See where your soul is pointing you towards in this moment. And there could be 1 or 2, that's absolutely fine. Maybe it's all of them, and that's okay too. But see where that one specific pile is, the now pile, because maybe you have multiple and they'll be the later piles, but what is the now pile? And once you've found that, I welcome you. I look forward to doing your reading. And if not, if you need some more time, you can pause this video for as long as you need to, my loves. But regardless, wherever you might be, I will meet you at your part of the reading. And don't forget, I do the pile preparations right before we dive into your readings too. So if you're curious to see how that process unfolds, completely raw, completely organic, completely unedited, feel free to check that out too, okay? Regardless of where you are though, my love, I will meet you there, okay? See you soon. Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number ones. Welcome to the pile preparation portion of your reading today. We're going to be diving in and just getting all the cards nice and prepared for each of the areas of this topic that we're going to be exploring today. Ignore the creases. I know I'm not perfect. I'm still working on it, but I do. Me and my fiance are in the process of trying to move right now, sell our home. So, you know, it's been pretty hectic on my end. So I'm sorry if things aren't as perfect. Like, I want to be able to clean up this. You know, I have some little ashy stains and stuff. That was on me though. I like try to wipe it off, but I was like, oh yeah, it's a cloth. It's gonna stain. But you know, life happens. So, okay, loves. Regarding all of this, there's a lot of decks that we're gonna be shuffling through today, as usual. But there's also going to be some things that we're not going to need to shuffle in advance that I'm going to be doing in the reading itself, okay? For example, I have a tarot deck that we're going to have left to the side throughout the reading to get like clarifiers if needed. So we have that. Sorry, I was doing a little yawn. And then we also have my astro dice that we're going to be rolling in the reading itself as well that we're not going to be doing here. All right, so we're only going to get the cards that need to be prepped in advance to save us time. All right, guys. So for the first section, we're going to be looking at the two questions, what you've been carrying that isn't yours and where it is coming from. So first up, let's get the decks for the first section. All right. What is it that pile number one has been carrying that isn't actually theirs? What is it that pile number one's been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? Regardless of when they come across this reading, as this reading will find them whenever it is meant to. What is it the pile number one's been carrying that isn't actually theirs? Okay, so we got the card coming out. Back of the deck energy wants to come through. We have distrust, and it says faith in oneself can rebuild trust in others. But then we have suspicion, doubt, and mistrust. Distrust, sorry. I think I said mistrust twice. Let's keep going. What is it that pile number one has been carrying that isn't actually theirs? What is it that pile number one has been carrying that isn't actually theirs? Any more cards, please? Okay, back of the deck also wants to come through. We have snake with the number 7. Okay, we have coffin, 7 and 8. What is it that pile number one has been carrying that isn't actually theirs? What is it that pile number one's been carrying that isn't actually theirs? One more shuffle. What is it that pile number one has been carrying that isn't actually theirs? Okay, back of the deck again, we have lust, greed, by any means necessary, inconsiderate. Okay. And we got a couple what's the vibe cards coming through. All right. Heavy energy. Okay, this I feel like wants to be associated with the significator card. So we'll explore that when we dive into the actual reading portion for your video. Okay. All right. Now, next up for the second question in this first section, we're looking at where it's coming from. So where has this thing that you've been carrying actually coming from? Is it a person, a place, a thing? Okay. Where has this thing that pile number one has been carrying coming from? Where is this thing that pile number one's been carrying coming from? Where has it been coming from, regardless of whenever pile number one came across this reading, or whenever this reading found them? Where has it been coming from? Back of the deck, we have trickery ruled by the heart chakra. Okay. Where has this thing that pile number one's been carrying coming from? Regardless of when they come across this reading, where has this thing that pile number one's been carrying coming from? Where did it come from? One more shuffle. Okay. These two. No back of the deck energy wants to come through. And then the last deck. Let me just make sure. Okay. Where has this thing that pile number one's been carrying that isn't theirs actually coming from? Where is it coming from? Where did it come from? For pile number one. Where is this thing that pile number one's been carrying coming from? Where is this thing that pile number one's been carrying that isn't theirs actually coming from? Okay. Back of the deck here is anchor with trigger statement. I am not ready for what comes next. Steadying is the essential oil. True statement. I take it one step at a time. Although things are shifting so quickly, be present and know this is part of a greater plan. Okay. 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 Trying to keep my thoughts to myself. All right, so we got these cards all set up for the second question. Second section, the other two questions. So we have why you took this on in the first place. We're going to go there. So let's get the decks for that. This would be the paper. We're going to write down the placement we get with the astro dice in the reading itself. I have my past lives deck out and then my archetypes deck. All right, so why did pile number one take this on to carry as if it was their own? Why did pile number one take this on to carry as if it was their own, even though it never was? Why did pile number one take this on, regardless of when they come across this reading, as it finds them whenever it is meant to find them? Why did pile number one take this on to carry, even though it wasn't actually theirs to carry? All right. Next up. Why did pile number one take this on to carry, even though it was never actually theirs to carry? Regardless of when they come across this reading, because it will find them whenever it is meant to find them. Why did pile number one take this on to carry as if it was actually theirs, even though it never was? One more shuffle. Okay, back of the deck wants to come through. We have repeating cycles, unconscious loops, familiar pain, pattern, addiction. Okay, now, in case you guys are new or you're here, the way I use this deck, we shuffle, okay? The way it lands, there's words all around. Whatever word lands upright facing me, that's the words we're gonna look at, okay? So, why did pile number one take this on? Why did pile number 1 take this on, regardless of when they come across this reading? Why did pile number 1 take this on? One more shuffle. Why did pile number 1 take this on? Okay, back of the deck here is Helpless Maiden and Saboteur. Helpless Maiden and Saboteur. Huh. Okay. Power, hypothermia, conscripted, deserter. World War Age, becoming more natural. Promiscuous. Other relative, profit-led. Okay. We're going to place that there so we don't get them mixed. It drops a couple. So we have some book burning, Mexico, imprisonment, non-contagious illness, persecution, and monotheistic love unrequited. Young female, but then we also got imprisonment again. And we also got Mexico. Okay. Okay. Next up, we got this section made. Let's go into, not the section, we have the second question to the third. What supports, no, how it affects you. Why you took this on, how it affected you. We have my tarot deck here. And then my Wheel of Emotions deck. How has this thing that pile number 1's been carrying affected them? How has this thing that they've been carrying that isn't actually theirs affected them? How has it affected pile number 1? All right. So these two things want to go together. How has this thing that pile, no, my God, my words messed up, sorry. How has this thing that pile number 1's been carrying affected them, even though it's not theirs? How has it affected pile number 1? Regardless of when they come across this reading, how has it affected pile number 1, even though it was never actually theirs to carry? How has it affected pile number 1? One more shuffle. Okay. Back of the deck energy here is the Four of Pentacles. Underneath it is the Ten of Cups. Six of Swords. Interesting. Empress sideways. I feel like I want it to be, it wants to be a significator card. Okay. This is going to be a really interesting reading. Like, I am super curious to see, like, what it's going to show us, because it really feels different in comparison to the most readings I've done in the past, like, in reference to how we're going to be getting to the bottom of it all. All right. for the third section now, the last two questions before we go into your final messages from source as well as higher self. What's actually yours to carry? Okay. So what is actually pile number ones to carry, regardless of when they come across this reading? What is actually pile number ones to carry? One more shuffle. What is actually pile number ones to carry? Okay, back of the deck. The mask of happiness. Are you hiding sadness behind for smiles? My words. Authenticity heals deeper than avoidance. What is it? Okay, let me reset. What is actually pile number ones to carry? What is actually pile number ones to carry? What is actually pile number ones to carry? Okay, back of the deck here is failure. I understand that a mistake is only an opportunity to learn. These are my soul lessons cards. So you have a couple soul lessons. All right. Now for the final section before you get into your final messages, what supports you right now in this process, in this point of your life? So what supports pile number one right now? Whenever they come across this timeless reading, what supports pile number one right now? What supports pile number one right now? Back of the deck here is protection. Call back your power, cut the cords, soul retrieval. Okay. We're going to take reversals for this one. And we'll read out of the booklet in the reading itself. What supports pile number one right now whenever they come across this reading? Their right now, their version of right now. What supports pile number one right now? One more shuffle. What supports pile number one whenever they come across this reading? Okay, back the deck here is the priest, perseverance, and faith. And then the last deck in this section, my new chakra deck. Okay, I dropped a card. Oof. What supports pile number one in their version of right now, as this is a timeless reading? What supports pile number one whenever they come across this reading? Okay. Back of the deck here is awareness with the third eye chakra. I live each moment with awareness and open my mind to the present. Taking the veil off. See what's right in front of you, perhaps. Now for your final messages from source, as well as your higher self, we're going to prepare this in advance just because I don't know why I felt called to do it this way, but I felt called to do your final messages in a more lengthy way when it involves more tarot. All right. So let me just shuffle this oracle. What are the final messages for pile number one, source? What are your final messages for pile number one, there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 1? Okay, nothing wants to come through, so that means the back of the deck energy wants to come through. And we have 11, 11. Okay, so we're going to be reading that as part of your back of the deck. So these cards are going to clarify these cards. So all I'm going to do actually is shuffle this, get the cards out, and then we'll get whatever clarifiers using this deck. What is the final message meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? What is the final message meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? What is the final message meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? Okay, one more shuffle. Okay, back the deck here is the Prince of Pentacles with the Ten of Pentacles underneath. Mutable Earth and Earth. I love this. Okay, so we got that set up. Okay. The Four of Swords is upright. We'll see. All right, beautiful. Okay, my loves. So we have everything nice and prepared to dive into your reading. So with that being said, my loves, I will meet you at your reading portion of this video, which is right after this. So if you're still here, we will head there now, okay? See you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 1s. Welcome to your reading. And this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the Peace card from my Prism Oracle deck. Then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to what you're feeling or what you've been feeling that actually isn't yours. Okay, so with this reading, there's going to be a lot of different things we're going to be exploring, all the way from what you've been carrying that isn't yours specifically, whether it's coming from a place, a person, a thing, a trauma, a core wound. And then we're also going to be exploring what's actually yours to carry, what supports you right now too. So there's a lot of different things we're going to be looking at. And when it comes to your significator card that aided you in selecting this pile, I did feel called to read the booklet with this card. And what's interesting, right? We are exploring what you've been feeling that isn't actually yours, right? The fact that we have the Peace card gives me this idea that there's like a sense of avoidance, a false sense of security, a false sense of comfort being fed here. It could be a little bit of a loop that you're doing to make yourself feel safe in something that actually doesn't feel safe. That's just energetically what I'm picking up on this card. Like when I look at the word peace, right? Normally we're supposed to feel peace, but when I look here, I feel uneasy or like something's missing, something's up. It feels sus, you know what I mean? So we're gonna take a look and explore that together now. Just trying to see if I can find it here. Okay, so when shining light through a prism, all the colors are revealed in a rainbow. White light is the combination of every color within the visible spectrum working harmoniously together. When this card is drawn, it is an invitation to bring a sense of peace into your life. This may come to you after a period of turmoil as a sign of healing, or you may find it when the mind is quieted during a simple meditation or when you are taking a moment to just stop and reflect. Open up your heart and let peace come to you. Accept this gentle offering of healing and stillness. But I feel like there's an avoidance for that right now, you know? Not to mention, during the pile preparation portion, of the video, pile number 1, we did get this card landing like this on top of this indicator card, which led me to believing that this card has an association with your significator card. And it is isolation, rejected, left alone, self-inflicted. So I feel like there might be like this idea of isolating yourself, protecting yourself from harm of some kind. Like you're extra cautious, and it's making itself disguised as peace when in reality it's just avoidance, an aversion to something. But that's just what I'm picking up on, you know? I'm gonna keep the card like this, just so we know that it's influencing it. All right, my loves, and we're gonna just dive right in. I am quite curious to see where this is gonna take us, but let us just get into it, right? So for the first section, my loves, diving into the first question in this first section, before we look at the cards that you did receive in reference to what you've been carrying that isn't yours, my beautiful pile number 1s, let's take a look at the back of the deck energies that wanted to come through. So first up for a back of the deck energy here, you've got lust with greed, by any means necessary and inconsiderate. What's underneath this? Envy. Lust and envy, they're kind of similar. Competitive, resentful, discontent. Greedy, yeah, greedy has to do with like envy too, because you want it all. Interesting that that's underneath the lust card. Inconsiderate. Competitive, yeah, well, that by any means necessary, that's still competitive too. There's like a weird energy going on here. I feel called to keep this here. Okay. For the next back of the deck energy from my Malefique deck, we have Snake with the number 7. We're going to be exploring the meaning of that together. I keep forgetting the meaning of it. I have to check the booklet. All right. And I'm sorry if there's a bunch of creases on my altar cloth. I'm honestly have been in the weirdest headspace recently, where to the point where it's been hard for me to just focus on keeping it nice and straight. If you guys don't know what I'm referring to, I do share it in the pile preparation portion. I'm just too tired to talk about it now. Plus, this is all about you. So I just wanted to apologize in case it is not as aesthetically pleasing as you would like. Okay, so next up, last back of the deck energy before we look at the cards, we've got distrust coming through. With faith in oneself can rebuild trust in others, with the key words being, or the subtext at the bottom, I don't know if you can see it from there, is suspicion, doubt, and mistrust. So there's suspicious energy, right? And then Snake, let me double check this, is danger, desire, seduction, danger, desire, seduction, desire and seduction, betrayal, conspiracy, wisdom. Well, it's definitely teaching you something, but what is it that you've been carrying that isn't yours, pile number 1? Let's see. First up, we've got paranoid. Cautious, insecure, guarded. Next up, we have desire. See the synchronicities here? Harness its power to manifest dreams, not delusions, with the subtext longing, yearning, and craving. Then we have coffin with the number 8. Hopeless, loss. I can't say these 2 words, but they're there. And then lastly, we've got toxic, drama, arguments, incompatible. Wow. Okay, this is some intense cards. I might want to get the tarot involved here because there is a lot of things that we can tackle from all different angles. Let me see with the 8. So coffin is about the point of no return, ending and new beginning, emptiness, loss, sadness. Okay, let me just sit with this energy for a little bit because there is a lot of heaviness here, right? And considering the fact that we have the peace card as your significator card, and then the back of the deck collective energy was happiness with faith and flow. So there's something here about like faking it. You're faking something. What you've been carrying that isn't yours. Pile number 1. Let's see. There's this idea of like feeling
this deep drive to take care of things, take care of something that necessarily isn't your problem to take care of, but it still becomes your problem for some reason. It still feels like it's your problem because you, in some way, shape, or form, are still a part of it, but you're trying not to be. And there's this idea here of kind of like staying in the darkness of it. Like, you let it affect you still by feeling like you need to protect yourself, protect your peace. When in reality, in a way, this is actually a form of like avoidance, because this thing that you're trying to avoid, it could be like family related. It's something that's coming through, or people related. You're avoiding it because you would rather try to protect the type of peace or some kind of peace that you have, by not dealing with it. When in reality, though, this is still kind of eating at you. By avoiding it, the very thing you do is feed it in some way. Can you give me more context about what pile number 1 has been carrying that isn't theirs? Can you give me more context about what pile number 1 has been carrying that isn't theirs? Can you give me more context about what pile number 1 has been carrying that isn't theirs? Thank you. Okay, so the back of the deck energy is the Ace of Swords. So there's been something that recently may have happened. Yeah. That led to a massive, I guess, desire to pull back your energy in some way. This could have been some form of communication that happened with somebody, but it felt like the communication that was said by the other party was kind of said from an arrogant standpoint, and it was kind of impulsive, reckless, like they didn't really think before they spoke, and it led to some form of I don't know how to explain it. Like, it led to a form of anxiety, confusion. It really threw you off guard. It made you feel like you had to pull your energy away from something to protect what little sense of peace that you have, but it still haunts you. It still affects you, because this is something that's really hard to feel like it can't have power over you because of how close to home it is. And it really did kind of feel like the rug was swept up off from under you. Let me see if I can clarify the Seven of Cups. Can you clarify the Seven of Cups for me, please, for pile number 1? Okay. For the longest time, like, you have been so focused on trying to protect your growth, protect your energy from the very things that drain it. Yeah, very, very protective. You're very, very protective of your energy. And you have been doing this by following your heart, doing things consistently, steadily, at a grounded pace, a pace that works for your heart. And in a way, it did require leaps of faith, right? Because you saw this as a great opportunity of some kind. Growth opportunity, this could be a financial opportunity, but there was something here where you've been trying to really like step away from the crowd. Because when I see the Hangman with the Empress, not to mention we had the Peace and the Isolation card as Personificator, and the Seven of Cups, it gives me this idea of somebody who was really focused on an out of the box idea. And they've been fighting for this idea for so long. Like, they've been rooting for it, persevering towards it. But with the Knight of Wands, is this a person? Yes or no? Does this have to do with a person? Yes or no? Yeah. But with the Knight of Wands, there is this energy here of, because you've been so protective of this dream or whatever this is, this goal that still feels like a vision, it's nothing that's like tangible just yet, you were trying to keep it kind of close to your chest. Something may have happened recently though where it got like the cards got exposed, like all your cards got thrown on the table, and it's led you to feeling like triggered enough to start not trusting your skill or trusting where you're going, not trusting your journey, and made you stick with this narrative that's being imposed onto you by somebody else. Does that make sense? Can you clarify envy and lust for me, please, for pile number 1? You just want peace. You really just want to move forward to calmer waters and feel like there's something worth celebrating. You know, you really want to make everyone happy at the end of the day, but at the same time, there is a lot of unknowns to this situation because it all depends on how hard you work to get there, which I do see you doing, but still this old identity that used to be put on you. It's like somebody used to put you in a box, or people used to put you in some form of box and label you in a certain way or view you in a certain light. And because of that box, pile number 1, you have been carrying so much self-doubt and disbelief in yourself when everything that you've been going through in life has been showing to you time and time again that you have been winning. Like you've been getting the upper hand, like you have been accomplishing the things and putting the pieces together slowly but surely, but you're still having trouble recognizing it because of this big weight on your shoulders that you put on yourself that has to do with expectations or people. There's like a really bad fear of failing, but you don't need to be afraid because there's been so much growth already. But it's also understanding, you know, because you're in a weird situation. You're in a really complex position. I don't know how to explain that any more than I have. This could be a family situation. This could be like a marriage situation, living with somebody situation, but it's sort of like the decisions you make impact other people too. And because those decisions you make impact other people too, it makes it hard for you to be able to like fully trust yourself in the leaps of faith / decisions that you're trying to take. Because you know that through taking these decisions, there is always going to be like a form of unknown to them. But at the same time, you see so much growth and so much change that can happen, and it can actually bring so much balance and healing into your life. But the very thing that can bring that also brings this strife, this conflict with the other people that are involved. So it's always led you to be on like a really bad seesaw effect of like, do I fully trust myself? Or do I not fully trust myself and believe that I am incapable and then do something else because other people are saying that I'm incapable and that I should do something else? Does that make sense? So it like kind of makes you retreat back to a need for security. But at the same time, you feel like you don't really have a place here because they are linked to it in some way. Clarify this hopeless card, source, for me, please. Clarify the hopeless card for pile number 1. Clarify the hopeless card for me, source, please, for pile number 1. Okay, so we've got the Page of Wands. Yeah, like, it feels like you're so called to go do something a certain way and take this risk and, like, trust in yourself. Yeah, take this risk, trust in yourself. But no matter what you do, it just... you really, like, this is divinely led for you, pile number 1. I want to make that clear. But you just keep carrying so much paranoia and, like, anxiety around whether or not this risk is worth taking because of the paranoia surrounding you, like, that others have. And this paranoia has, like, leached onto you so hard that it's made you kind of confused and choosing different options. Does that make sense? A lot of different options for yourself that feel scary. But in a way, I do see like you, once you get out of that funk, like you're gonna be able to succeed more than you realize. I don't know why that's coming through. Okay. I hope that made sense, my loves. So let us keep going. We're going to move into the second question in this first section, where we're going to combine what you've been carrying that isn't yours with where it's coming from. So where is this thing coming from? I did think it was a person. I did say that. But let's get more context here. Okay. Like, you're just trying to follow your heart, and other people follow sometimes where money is, or where like bigger and better things are right away. But you're like trying to be like steady, and then like this other energy of people feels more like quick and like impatient and dissatisfied easily. But you're like, I don't know, you're very different from this energy. But it's hard for you to break away from it in reference to what you've been carrying that isn't yours, because of how deeply embedded it is into this and the situation that you're going through, into a lot of different things. So, okay, there's two back of the deck energies here before I reveal these cards. So first up, for where it's coming from, for my essential oils deck, we have steadying with the keyword anchor. Trigger statement, I am not ready for what comes next. True statement, I take it one step at a time. Although things are shifting so quickly, be present and know this part is of a greater plan. So right off the bat, this is kind of giving me this confirmation of somebody who is carrying a sheer ridiculous amounts of paranoia, to the point where they have to be careful to not betray themselves in the process of doing this big risk, because this is a brand new beginning for you with this coffin card. But it's just so hard given this feeling of being like left behind in a way. So now it's like you have to continue to feed that narrative to yourself, but now it just feels more real. I don't know if that makes sense. It feels like you're going through two different experiences right now. Like there's a feeling that's lingering from residual energy of a past strife of some kind, or a realization, a revelational truth that's just kind of downloaded. Like there might have been some form of shadow work coming up here with this thing. I do think it's a person that was involved, or people. And there's also this energy of like moving forward anyways. There's this energy of like continuing to just choose you and trust yourself, but it's still so hard because of the situation being stacked up upon you still trying to integrate a strife of some kind that may have happened recently. So you're like carrying a lot of different things on your back right now, pile number one. Okay. And then for the other back of the deck energy, I almost forgot that one. We've got the heart chakra with the keyword trickery. So it does feel like a lot of like, the word gaslighting is coming through, you know, like it feels like you're trying to talk yourself or reason with yourself into releasing these feelings because of this disagreement thing. But it gets hard when you still feel like, you know, I don't know how to explain this any other way than how I've been, guys. So I really hope you're tagging along with how I'm describing everything. But okay, if you guys have ever felt like the black sheep of the family, being the black sheep of the family from an outsider perspective, like when someone looks at you from the outside looking in and they're like, oh my God, like you're the black sheep of the family, that's so cool. Yeah, it's cool, right? But when you're the black sheep itself and you're experiencing that shit, it's not fucking cool, okay? And that's the feeling I'm getting. It's kind of like there's one situation that people are seeing you carry on your back, and it feels like it was a situation that you shouldn't have been put in to start, but you don't have a choice. And in a way, you have to kind of process that emotion. While on the flip side, at the same time, there's a strifing, a disagreement that could have happened. It's with some kind between people, amongst people that are important to you. And it led to a period of awakening, a realization that like no one cares about you as much as you do, or about yourself as much as you do, or you're like assuming that. And that's this idea of like, let me self-isolate because no one actually cares. But I feel like this is like a narrative being fed. Like this is a loop that got like re-triggered from your past, and it's coming back up, and you're trying to fight it, but it's just there. It's aggressively just there. And the idea here with like love affair, It's giving me this idea of like, oh, like it's creeping back up on you. Like it just can't help itself. And our brains, they're kind of like that. They have a love affair with our old wounds. They have a love affair with our narratives and traumas of the past, because if we've experienced more of our life in that state of mind of the past of self-sabotage or, being hard on ourselves, it's easier for our brain to latch onto that versus like a brand new neural pathway trying to form where we're choosing self-love and unconditional love instead. So let's keep going though, where it's coming from. We have the root chakra here with the keyword acceptance. Like you have no choice but to just deal with it. Next up, you got another another chakra wisdom card, with workaholic ruled by the throat chakra. I feel like called to place it here. For a hard truth card, oops, are these upside down by accident? You received good vibes. You're surrounded by uplifting energy. Take this as a sign you're on a supported path to the greatest good. See how interesting the happiness card, we got the good vibes card. It's like faking it till you make it, sort of. It's coming from this idea of like you should be lucky. Does that make sense? Like you need to just deal with it as is because this is as good as it's gonna get. And then for the final hard truth card, you have entitlement. You believe the world owes you something and it's blinding you to the growth that comes from earning it. Figuring it out on your own will always be worthwhile. And then lastly, we have the key. Oh my God, we have acceptance coming through again with Siberian fur. Trigger statement, we must remember. True statement, I am free of the habits that do not serve me. Lay down the armor passed down to you from your family. Release habits that aren't serving you and forgive on behalf of generations past. See, that's the thing. And this is where it gets hard. It feels like you are meant to just roll with the punches right now. And it's coming from something that has to do with maybe perhaps like generations. It's a generational thing. This is something that has been passed down. This isn't something that you can just blame on one select singular person. This is something that was taught to them, then passed down. This is probably a family situation, okay? Or it's just a societal norm. Like this is how it's always been situation. Does that make sense? Because it doesn't have to do with family. It could be like friends. It can be like culture, cultural stuff. It can be something that's kind of been like fixed for a while that you have tried breaking and are consistently on this journey of trying to break, but you keep carrying things that aren't yours in the sense of that was familiar at one point. Like this was something that had some form of safety. Not the healthiest form of safety, but it was familiar. Now that all of this is changing with the coffin card here, it's like you're still, as you're trying to move forward and just chug along, you are in a easy position to betray yourself again and just do the things that other people think are best for you. Okay? I want to make that very clear. It's coming from the need to not let people down. It's coming from the need to not feel rejected in some way. And you're also just torn on whether or not you show up being like private or showing up and like filling people in. That's another thing that's coming through. Let me see if, let's clarify this workaholic card source. Okay. Yeah, like you have been aggressively carrying a lot of things on your shoulders when it comes to people around you and the dreams that you hold close to your heart. But you're also torn on whether or not you should keep choosing security, comfort, stability, and fight for that instead. It's coming from this need to feel like you have to carry everything on your back. There's a lot of pressure here, pile number one. I want to make that very clear. There's like this idea of like guilt too. This is all though like deceiving. This is all deception though. Like you don't need to feel guilty at all. Like, okay, if this has to do with family and parents, like you got to remember your parents put you on this earth for you to be alive. You don't owe them anything. They chose to have you so you can have your own life one day. I know it's easy to let yourself feel like brainwashed that you need to show up because of how much they provided you in some form of material way. This is only going to resonate with some people. But that's where all this stuff that you're carrying is coming from. It's coming from this need or this desire or this tendency to believe that you're not worthy enough of or strong enough, capable enough to go do something. It's like you've been so focused on trying to show to people or show to something that you can do something that you weren't actually putting your all into it because you were too focused on the outcome, and then that drained your brain more than it drained your physical. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Like, I hope that made sense. There may have been points where you've abandoned yourself in the process of trying to get to this goal because you wanted to just achieve it as fast as possible, but that's not how life works. So now what's coming through is this idea of like you're waking up, you know, but through this waking up, you're also realizing that even when that thing isn't there, the whatever kind of support that this person had or thing had over you, even when that's not there anymore, you still have to accept everyone for who they are at the end of the day. And it just gets hard to do that when you're already going through so much, so much. And turn is what makes you feel this need to isolate yourself or be alone. I hope this is making sense, guys. I hope I'm not all over the place. I really hope so. Okay. With that being said, let us now move into the second section and see why you took this on specifically. So why have you chosen to carry this? Or why did you subconsciously or consciously take this stuff on that isn't yours, pal number one, okay? Let's take a look at that together. So here we have the cards. I have past life cards I was going to get out, but let me just actually move these to the side so we have space. So give me a quick moment to do that. So for the back of the deck energies on this side, we've got some things going on. So first up, remember how my past life cards work if you guys have been with me. If not, I'll just kind of explain it. Whichever way the words are facing upright, those are the words that we're looking at, okay? Especially when I shuffled them and how they landed on the table. So the words that I'm seeing for back of the deck energy here is saboteur and helpless maiden. Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure you can see the word. All right. And then for the final back of the deck energy that wanted to come through here from one of my shadow work decks, we've got repeating cycles with unconscious loops, familiar pain, pattern addiction. All right. Now, for these two cards, before we get out the past life cards, for the archetype, we have Trickster, with the light attribute being transcending convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior. And shadow attribute, manipulating others through duplicity. It's just this energy of like you've been manipulated and so are forced into a situation that it's weird. It feels like both parties are this energy. It's not you, just you, but it's also them. And then next up we have never enough, chronic striving, self-doubt, fear of failure, literally what I was talking about. For the past life cards, we have two categories that all landed together. So first up, we've got Mexico for location, non-contagious illness, and imprisonment trauma. Then we have persecution and book burning, and love, unrequited, monotheistic faith, and then we have imprisonment again, and then we also had young female. Okay. For the next section, trying not to mess them up. For trauma, we have betrayal, faith, profit-led, love, promiscuous, and then identity, other, relative. And then we've got identity, lover, time frame, world, war, age, becoming more natural is the lesson, which I find very interesting, and I'll explain that to you guys in a second. Wow, you are a real lover. Like, you have such a big heart, pile number one. That's the other thing that gets to you. You were taught to have a loving heart, such a big heart, that to the point that it hurts you. Then we have conscripted, and then I see the word warrior now coming through, and war. Warrior, conscripted. I had to look up the meaning of this word, but I'm going to read it out loud in case anyone doesn't know it. So conscripted means being forced to join the military or do service, usually by the government. If someone is conscripted, they didn't choose to join, they were required by law. It's often called the draft, so being drafted into something, you didn't have a choice. And then for lesson, we have power and crusades and inquisition. And I also see grandparent coming through here as well. So again, there's this idea. We had grandparent, other relative. We had betrayal. What else do we have? Young female. Monotheistic coming through twice also is giving me like an unrequited love. Let me look up that word. I always forget what that word means. What does unrequited mean? Okay, so unrequited means not returned or not reciprocated. Okay, I now understand everything. Okay. Okay. This is a lot of energy. I'm being super honest with you guys. This is some heavy stuff. I feel like some of you guys have already been triggered if you've been listening this far. And I send my entire heart and soul out to you because I can relate to this very, very much so. On top of this, I forgot to mention that we were also going to roll my astro dice for this question, and we're going to write down the placement that we get on this paper. So let me just roll them now so we can look at everything together. So why did pile number one take this thing on to carry that never was really theirs to carry? Why did pile number one take this thing on to carry that was never actually theirs to carry? Okay, so we've got Moon and Aries in the 12th house. That's very, very interesting energy, actually. So we have Moon and Aries in 12th. Okay, so there's a couple things that come through when I look at this. And on top of that, there is additional things that come through when I look at all these cards combined. So first things first, why you took this on, pile number one, one of the biggest reasons why you chose to take this on is because it kind of feels like you didn't have a choice. I just realized trickery and trickster. Wow. This is very heavy for me to share. I just feel it. It kind of feels as if your heart is so pure, so big, so grand. There was some form of brainwashing a little bit that got done to you at a young age growing up. You've always had a very strong sense of self, a very, very strong sense of self. But because you've always had a strong sense of self, you know what you want and what you don't want. You know who you want to be and who you don't want to be. You know the footsteps you want to follow in, or if you want to make your own path. So there's this thing here where you felt like because you chose to do your own thing, it made you feel like you had to, like it kind of made you feel like you either have to betray yourself or betray these people. And I think it's your family. You either had to betray yourself or betray these people. And even when you tried to be in their world at one point, perhaps, it constantly felt like you were never doing enough to please them, make them happy. It just felt super unhealthy. Super, super unhealthy. On top of this, when I guess you started to be able to like get older enough to like choose you and like follow in what you wanted. Did I look up the meaning of persecution? I think persecution is like being exiled, but let me just look that up real quick. So persecution means treating someone or a group very badly over a period of time because of who they are or what they believe. Wow, it's intentional and repeated. It targets people for things like religion, race, nationality, or beliefs. It often involves harassment, discrimination, or even violence. Okay, that's great. Okay, so this is definitely feeling like the black sheep of the family. You were never accepted. You felt like you were never accepted since you were young. It made you feel foreign. It made you feel alienized. It made you feel like you were trapped in this never-ending cycle of never being seen for your truth, never being understood, never being valued for having your own world, your own autonomy, your own life. And it led to a lot of isolation or trying to separate yourself. But even after that, it still followed you, and you've been trying to heal this. But recently, something that you've been carrying that isn't yours, what you've been feeling that isn't actually yours, pile number one, is this tendency to constantly keep striving, growing. The hard work version inside you. Wow, this is crazy. This is a mind-blowing thing I feel like I'm going to share. The hard-working version of you, pile number one, that works yourself to the bone didn't come from a place of love. It came from a place of constantly feeling like you were small and not good enough. And that followed you to this new life or this new experience. Now, on top of this does feel like there is like a massive step up that you're meant to like, a step up to responsibility, stepping up to the plate or something, that you're gonna have to do soon. But this energy is kind of messing with you enough to make this feel harder than it actually needs to be. And on top of that, it feels like you have been always forced to conform, always forced to just accept things for what they are, because if you don't, then what else are you going to do? It really feels like the helpless maiden energy of someone who genuinely is in, what's that saying when you're stuck between a hard place and something else? Like, it really feels like you're in that situation. And this is why you've been carrying this thing, because it's come from generations of believing that, I think everyone in your generation believed that the world owed them something, actually. Like, and you kind of got fed that through some form of support or something. I don't know how to explain that. Let me see if I can get any more clarity on this for you guys. Can you give me more insight on the situation that everyone's been carrying as of theirs? Okay. So we have the King of Cups. The Queen of Swords landed across all of this. So this is your discernment, right? We have the Two of Wands coming upright. We've got the Ten of Swords, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Ten of Wands. So there's this idea here of you either choose you or you don't. And I think there's so much intensity to the way that these cards are placed. You either choose you or you don't. And if you don't, it's not good. And if you do, it's still going to feel like a heavy thing to carry. And it feels like a rock in a hard place. Now I think I remember the saying. You chose to choose you. But you're still carrying this because it follows you where you go, unfortunately. This is something that has been in your mind for a while. And it struggles with the idea of you continuing to follow your heart, because for some reason in your past, the heart didn't have anything to do with the process of making things work out in the end in life. So it always created so much illusion around where to go, and people kind of feed this like they feed the they feed the disillusionment, they feed the deceit, they feed this facade, they feed the confusion that you're trying to navigate so graciously on your own, because this is like a dream, that it creates so much havoc over you, and it makes you pause, and it creates hesitancy, and it creates the procrastination. It's like feeding the self-sabotaging tendencies that you might carry that you never realized you have, and it either makes you fight and like do something impulsively, or it makes you kind of take a step back and like shut down entirely. And it's been so hard for so long to keep moving forward, because it's like all you want to effing get is just some flipping acceptance back. You want someone to see you, or you want these people in particular to see you, but no matter what you do, it feels like they never will. And this is where it really, really sucks, because it keeps feeling like you're trying to, while they're manipulating you, it feels like in a way, this is going to hurt, guys. You might be unintentionally, subconsciously manipulating them just to get to look, just to look your way, just to feel seen, because you've never felt good enough. But here's the sad part, my love. These people have shown their faces for decades to you, and your logic, your mind is trying to reason with you, and it's been trying to, and that's why you need to keep listening to that and choose the harder route. Let's clarify this Ten of Wands. Yeah, clarify the Ten of Wands. You got to choose this harder route, because even though it's hard, we got the Knight of Pentacles, like I said, it's taking you to exactly where you've always wanted to be, but in a way where you're going to be able to give all the things that you were looking to get from these things to yourself, and you won't feel like this, like you don't have to carry it, is what I'm saying though. It doesn't need to be as hard as you felt it needed to be, because this opportunity, you got all the resources you need to make it happen, and the only thing that's stopping you is the feeling of never being good enough, the scarcity mindset, the lack of mindset, when in reality you have a community, you have people that are cheering you on. There's so much positivity here. It just feels like it's only you that's like your emotional world that's getting in the way, and you got to protect that emotional world at all costs, because that is the biggest thing that's going to get in the middle of the success for your dreams moving forward. Pile number one. And this stuff. What's underneath here that's kind of showing? We have hero. Yeah. Overfunctioning, martyrdom, burnout. It really feels like you're trying to carry so much on your shoulders. But here's the thing that gets like interesting. It's that you were always taught to just accept things, to just let things go. If people treat you like they're persecuting you, like they're alienating you, like they're just never going to accept you for who you are, it was always the norm, so you just let it go and you let things be. Bygones be bygones. But it's like, that's not freaking fair. It's not freaking fair. And in reality, unfortunately, life isn't fair sometimes, but it's just, there's something about going forward anyways that is going to significantly allow you to give yourself the very things that you only were able to get out of this situation that you had to just accept at face value. And you do have a lot of love here. You do have a lot of people that support you. It's just maybe not linked to that core wound stuff. So it's hard to like accept it more. Yeah, it is hard to accept it more, because this is still something that means so much to you. And I think this does have to do with family. You just want your family's approval, but it's like, what about your approval? Once you just start using you and use this energy, this feelings that you have, that you've been carrying, to go get the things that you want in life, that's when things can actually change for the better. And you feel back in control over yourself and your situation and all of it. All right, my love. So next up, we are going to go into the next question that goes into this second section, which is how it has affected you so far. So how has these things that you've been carrying affected you? Okay, I'm just resetting the deck energy. And we're going to roll the dice again here for this as well. So let's leave this here. Why you took this on. I'm going to Let me see if I want to do this. We have a couple cards that we're going to be looking at here. Let me just make sure I don't, okay. So you just have one back of the deck energy. Yeah. All right, so let me just place this here. Okay. So next up for the next section, we have these cards, and for the back of the deck energy here, we've got the Four of Pentacles coming through. Underneath that, we have the Ten of Cups. So it's like, it has affected you in a positive way, in a way to like keep protecting your vision of your dreams and stuff, of success. But at the same time, it's like a double-edged sword where, yeah, it helps you get to these things, but it also creates this feeling of isolation, that you only can give it to yourself, and it just doesn't feel fair. You know, it really doesn't feel fair. All right, so for the cards here, we've got emptiness. So these are my emotions deck. Emptiness, Zal, hatred, grief, despair. And then we have guilt. Guilt is a ghoulish sort of queasy sensation which keeps reappearing. We can speak of feeling guilty, yet in the same breath imply we've done nothing wrong. Some people take too little responsibility, others too much. The phrase having a guilt complex became a voguish, I don't know if I spelled, voguish diagnosis in the early 20th century. As a psychotherapist Alfred Adler put it in 1927, the guilt complex is a combination of self-accusation and repentance, which strives for superiority on the useless side of life. Even guilt itself, with its worrying obsession with self-punishment and blame, was a kind of avoidance. We feel guilty instead of doing what we know we ought to do. This Adlerian vision of guilt has been very influential in the modern self-help movement, in which guilt is seen to be the enemy of productivity and personal fulfillment. Most of us find ourselves stuck in interminable conversations with ourselves. Was it our fault or theirs? Should we take more responsibility or less? The truth usually lies somewhere between. It's less a question of making guilt vanish than adjusting to its background hum. Very complex situation. Let me see if I can do this instead so we don't lose anything. Okay, there. Now for the significator card for the tarot, I think we have 4 cards we're gonna lay out. We have the Empress. Does it want to be in reverse? Let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, reverse. We have the Empress in reverse here. And we have 4 cards. First up, we've got the Tower card for how it's affected you. Next up, we have the Nine of Cups. I feel called to do it like this. In between these 2 cards, we have the Two of Wands. And I'm going to just move this out of the way. You're not going to be able to see it. Sorry about that. Lastly, we have the Ten of Pentacles. Again, there's this duality here. You've been working towards your goals, and so it seems. And so it seems. That's what I'm hearing. And so it seems. It feels like you've been working towards your goals. I'm going to cover this because I think we figured it out already, and I really want to make a point here. It feels like you've been on this process. I'm going to be able to see this. You won't. of following your dreams.
Or let me see if I can zoom out and then let you guys see a little bit better. That's the best I can do. Okay.
This has aided you, this situation. I know it sucks, but it's also been the very thing that's lit up a fire inside you to go towards the things that you want. But it's just been making it harder. So yes, you're still making progress, but the progress isn't as fast as it could be, or as easeful, or as fluid as it could be, I guess you can say, because you've been feeding so much of your attention and mind and soul energy to these wounds, to this old story that just keeps like humming in the background of your mind. And it makes it hard to be able to enjoy the process, because no matter where you go, no matter how much you've accomplished, you still don't think it's enough. You're not celebrating yourself. You're like in this state of manifestation, but with the Empress being in reverse, you're not giving yourself permission to keep receiving the positive stuff, the positive results of it all. Let me roll the dice so we can add in that final thing. How has this thing that pile number one's been carrying affected them? How has this thing that pile number one's been carrying affected them? So we have South Node and Leo in the 7th house. Yeah. Okay, let me write that down. Where's my pen? This makes a lot of sense, actually, because the 7th house doesn't just have to do with like marriage or like your soul person that would work best for you, because a lot of people mistaken the 7th house to just be about that, or like contracts and stuff like that, partnership. But the 7th house is actually your descendant sign. It's the opposite of your ascending sign, where your ascending is like your rising sign. That is the way that the world sees you. It's the light version of you. It's the version of you that is visible to the public. It's easy to see. It's like, that's the first impression people get. Whereas your descendant sign, the 7th house stuff, that is the part of you that's like your core essence. It's the part that's deep, deep, deep inside. The part of you that doesn't change. And it's kind of where your drive lies. It's where your heart lies. It's where your visions and your dreams lie. How you function, it's at a core energy of the the sign, the zodiac sign that is in the 7th house in your chart. So with South Node being like past energy, right? South Node is your, I guess you can say, karma. Some people see it as karma, but they also see it as like a past life. They see it as like your upbringing, just the earlier years. South Node in Leo in the 7th house is giving me this idea of like, it's drastically affected how you go towards the things you want in life, because you're constantly looking behind you to see if, like, just with a little bit of hope and glimmer in your eyes of like, maybe they're gonna look this time, maybe they're gonna say something this time, maybe they're gonna notice me this time. And it keeps slowing you down. It's like you're still getting there, but you keep hoping in the middle. It's like this 2 of Wands energy is kind of pausing the immediacy of, like, you know how Tower energy is like drastic, it's instant. It's sort of as if it pauses it, keeps it a little bit slower than it should. And you still get there, right? I want to make that clear, but you're doing it from a place of like fear. There's more fear here. There's more pain. There's more negativity in a way. Let me see if I can get some clarifiers. I'm actually going to use my gold tarot. Can you clarify this 2 of Wands for me, Source? For pile number 1 and how it's affected them. Can you clarify this 2 of Wands card for me, Source? Yeah, the Devil card. And then underneath it, we have the High Priestess in reverse. So there's this idea here of like, because you're not a black and white person and you have a big heart and you were easily able to get in a state, like your heart's so grand that it's easy for people to manipulate you. Like you have been manipulated growing up. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, pile number 1. Because of all of this and what you were taught and how the beliefs that you were taught to believe in and how you were raised, you're not a black and white thinker because you have such a grand heart. Like, you've always had a big heart, you know? But people take advantage of the big heart. And it sucks because I don't want to say that they take advantage because I don't feel like they realize what they're doing. And you know that, but that's why this is such a complicated situation. And with the fact that the High Priestess in reverse and the Devil card is in the back of the deck energy with the Empress, it's giving me this idea that it's hard for you to be fully selfish without feeling a sense of ridiculous amounts of guilt associated with this situation and what you've been carrying that isn't yours. So because of how it's affected you, it's made it hard for you to be able to just go straight forward and like move on and just keep being in that Empress, that true Empress upright energy where you're manifesting, you're in receiving mode, you're doing the things you got to do to get that abundance, you know, and being in that fertile energetic frequency state, because you're always looking behind, you're always trying to make sure that it puts you in an obsessive state to make sure that like you're not ruining things for others. Give me more information for pile number 1. Okay. We have the Justice card back to the deck. We have the Three of Wands back up reversed, and then we have the World card upright. So it's a really bad cycle. But with the World card, it also makes it like it's like you're making momentum and then there's consistent hard stops in the middle that just kind of block your progress. So it's like you're gaining momentum, the momentum's gaining, and you're like, oh my God, I'm in a good flow, I'm in a good rhythm in life. But then this thing happens, and every time it happens, and it triggers like that wound of like not being enough, and you're not being noticed, and you have to feel guilty because you've been just too focused on yourself. It's in reality not, even though it's not true, my love, you still see it as such. And then that whole thing about you trying to heal and follow your dreams, it gets muted. It gets overpowered by someone else's thing. And it mutes your intuition. It fogs it. And it kind of cuts you out of this dreamer energy, this energy of like, I am achieving my dreams. I'm doing such a good job. I'm building. I'm doing all these things. And you go back to prioritizing family. Let me clarify the Ten of Pentacles. Clarify the Ten of Pentacles for me. Is this their family or is this their dream? Their family. Okay. Yeah. So it's like you don't want to make anyone upset. Your heart's too big. Ah, I see it now. You're just trying to keep the peace, but it's so exhausting to keep the peace because then it interferes with what you're going after. So it's been affecting you by not completely halting your progress, but it stops it, like often, enough where it gets exhausting and it drains you and it affects your mental health. It affects your well-being. It affects your nervous system. It affects your routine, your flow, because you can't stop worrying. And it's exhausting. It's like you keep having to give your power to other things that don't have to do with what you're trying to build. And it never stops. The cycle never flipping stops. And Leos, okay, so Leos, they do say Leos, their ruling planet is the sun, right? So they tend to be full of themselves, but in reality, that's not true. So every zodiac sign has a ruling body part, and the body part that Leos rule is the heart. So their hearts are so like pure gold, and they're so ridiculously overgenerous to the point where they can get taken advantage of for their niceness. There's this idea here of like constantly giving so much of yourself for these other things. But it's like at the same time, the Leo in you does try to fight for your things as well, but you're in this constant tug of war because your truth does revolve around you shining your light brightly and not being afraid to go follow your dreams. But at the same time, this keeps getting in the way of that. It slows down the progress, and it just makes you constantly second guess your steps forward, like whether or not you're doing enough, if you're even on the right path, you know? And that's so frustrating. And I can relate to this with my entire heart and soul because this is something I actually recently feel like I went through myself on a personal note. So, you know, feel free to share your story in the comment section down below, my loves, because I would love to hear, and maybe we can relate a little bit with each other. This is a safe space, so yes. But Okay, let us now check and move into the third section to see what is actually yours to carry and what supports you right now. Okay, let's get out of this heavy energy. This isn't fair for you. So let's now actually see what is actually yours to carry from all of this. Okay, so I'm going to move these cards out of the way. So, what actually supports you? So, for these cards, we have a couple. I'm just making sure they're not upside down. Okay. We got a couple soul lesson cards you received. And on top of that, let me just move these because we're trying to change the energy. I want to be able to see it, but you don't have to. All right. So, what's actually yours to carry, my love? For the back of the deck energies here, we've got my other, it's called Embracing Your Shadows deck. It has the Mask of Happiness. Are you hiding sadness behind forced smiles? Authenticity heals deeper than avoidance. And for the final back of the deck energy here, we've got Failure. I understand that a mistake is only an opportunity to learn. Okay. So first up, we've got Acceptance. Acceptance has been following us everywhere. I am learning to accept the things that I cannot change. Yes, that is 100% accurate. We have Love. I commit to the practice of seeing the good in all things. And then for the final soul lessons card, we have Blame. I accept responsibility for my well-being. Yeah, I know. This is where it gets hard to hear. And for the final card, you have Healing takes time. Progress is not always linear. Trust that even setbacks are part of the process. Exactly. So you are on and have been doing an amazing job, pile number 1, right? I said it. You were still making the goals, but this keeps stopping you every once in a while. And that's the thing that drives you insane. Now let's get the tarot. So what is actually pile number 1's to carry forward? What is actually pile number 1's to carry? Regardless of when they come across this reading, what is actually pile number 1's to carry? What is actually pile number 1's to carry? All right, so for the back of the deck, we have the Two of Cups. Underneath that, we have Death. How beautiful is that with the Eighth of Swords? Ace. I don't know why I'm lisping out of nowhere. The Ace of Swords. We have the Emperor, the Ten of Wands. Okay, so I actually love this, but it's bittersweet energy, guys, okay? So just be warned on this. Whew, this is some intense energy. Okay, so there is some bittersweet stuff here. And the reason why I'm saying that, remember this back of the deck energy, anchor. I take it one step at a time. Although things are shifting so quickly, be present and know this is part of a greater plan. It's true. You are still on the right path, okay? You've been for a long time. It's just that what's actually yours to carry is the acknowledgement that things haven't changed and that they aren't going to change. You are still looking for some form of validation, acknowledgement. You feel like you're deserving of it from these people, or you're entitled to it from these people. Even though you know that it's never been that way for a long, long time. Ever, actually. what you're meant to and what is actually yours to carry, my beautiful pile number one, is to just accept the fact that this is still something that isn't changing. You're not meant to just give up on your dreams just because it's hard. And this is where it gets like, it might feel like I'm giving you like a personal pep talk, and it could also feel very triggering. And I send so much unconditional love to you guys because I know this feeling very well. This is part of the healing, you know? This has been a journey that you have been on consistently for a while already. And it's like, just because this happened, what you're feeling that isn't actually yours, just because it happened doesn't mean that you have to stop. It's just that you need to keep reminding yourself that you're not building this, you're not doing these things for others, you're doing it for yourself and your future and where you're trying to go. So it gets bittersweet because you have to allow yourself to kind of grieve that truth and digest it, right? You have to give yourself permission to understand that no one really actually owes you anything. They only give it to you if they want to. And if they wanted to, they would have for a while now. And that's where it also hurts. Because if this is family involved, you know, like we're going to wish or hope that these people just effing did it. Like if they really wanted to, then why wouldn't they? Why haven't they? And that's where it sucks. Because they didn't. And you've kept trying to give it to them back and hoping that they'll give you something, but they're never going to, unfortunately, unless or until they choose to do it. And you have to be honest with yourself. You have to carry forward the truth of the situation, which is you can't change these people and you can't change how they show up or how they speak to you, how they act normally. All you can do is choose to just see things for what they are at face value. And you know that there is love in this situation. That's why it's so toxic. And it's so complicated. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that you have to stop going forward in your soul alignment to your truth and trusting yourself. This is only helping you kind of clarify that, embody that realization about like these people never going to be able to give you what you want even more. And it's going to help affirm to you even deeper that you're meant to be on your independent path. And it sucks, you know, like I want to make this clear. Like this isn't meant to feel, oh, this is great. It's not, and it sucks. And you have every right to hurt right now. You have every right to grieve this pain because it feels like a loss, okay? But I want to make it clear, my love, you didn't lose love. You didn't lose an opportunity for it. You have love all around you, my love. Even in spaces that you would least expect it, you have love. And the love that you desire is here. It's just that you've been looking for it in the same space for too long. And now Source is trying to show you that you're not supposed to find it there. Every time that you're met with these things and you get hurt or feels like you get punched in the face again and again, it's meant to show you and remind you, oh, I'm not supposed to go looking for it there anymore. I'm supposed to go elsewhere and keep moving forward. Because I'm telling you right now, the second that you stop looking at the same space, things are going to feel like there's more love in the air and you're going to feel more in control. And it's going to slowly feel that way the more and more as you continue moving forward. Let me see if I can clarify this Emperor card, though. Can you clarify the Emperor for me for pile number one? Clarify the Emperor card for pile number one in reference to what's actually theirs to carry. Okay, so yeah, like you've been in an ongoing journey and it's hard, okay? I just want to make it clear, like, this isn't going to be an easy journey, okay? It's going to feel very lonely. It's going to feel like you have to go charge towards something without having anyone have your back. You know what I mean? And it's going to feel terrifying, but that's like the whole part of life, you know? The whole part of life is to just take whatever life throws at you, walk away from the things that don't serve you anymore, and just keep looking forward for your new beginning. So there's this idea here of like taking that risk is the one thing that source is trying to make you keep going back to. And with the Emperor being clarified by the Nine of Wands, the Five of Wands, the Queen of Wands, the Page of Swords, it's like this huge energy of doing it anyways, taking leadership, taking control over your life anyways, over the things you can control, which is your reaction to it, how you handle it and how you choose to move forward and where you choose to put your energy to moving forward confidently. Because that's all you really can do in this situation, you know? And that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. This is part of a greater plan. Okay, I want to make that very clear. I feel like this card keeps coming through and I keep wanting to show it for a reason. I feel called to cut the deck. So we have sandalwood. Trigger statement, I never get what I want. The key word here is awareness. With true statement, I am a powerful creator. Exactly. Listen to your inner voice. Release your ideas of the outcome you wish to see and trust that you are aligned with the universe. Release the ideas of the outcome that you wish to see. Let go of the pictured perfect plan. Let go of this picture perfect utopia vision that you have because you're holding on to it so tightly that you're not letting source do the magic behind the scenes that helps you get there, maybe not in the exact way you want it to. And you need to remember that just because it's going to feel hard to let that shit go, this is what it takes to become the leader that you have always wanted to be, to get to the things you've always wanted to get to, and become who you've always wanted to become. Every time these people or these things come to your life, you are not meant to light your eyes up and then just say, oh, maybe, just maybe this is the time, this is the chance. And you did that so many times before and it never worked out. Like, stop getting your hopes up on people that keep showing you the same things over and over again. Because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And I think you subconsciously were trying to release it, but then it still happened and it crept back up on you recently. And that's the thing you've been carrying that isn't yours. And what's actually yours to carry is the acknowledgement of that and letting yourself go forward anyway and remember the truth of it all. You know, that why you started, and you're doing this for you. You chose to save yourself at one point, but why are you still looking back behind your shoulder, expecting a different result still? And that's where we have to do the acceptance. We can still send love and know that these people love you. It's just not going to be in the way that you want them to, and that has to be okay. That's where the resilience gets built, unfortunately. Or you choose how you want to move forward. And your heart's very big, pile number one. I want to make that clear. This isn't easy for you because of how big your heart is. Like, you don't want anyone upset. You know? But that's why you just got to deal with the way life is throwing it your way. And let me just get a yes or no. So, is this all for what's actually pile number one to carry? Yes or no? We have the Queen of Swords. Okay, the other thing, there's one more thing that you're also, that's also yours to carry, my beautiful pile number ones. So that paranoia that we had before, the cautious, the insecure, the guarded, this is partially something that isn't yours, but you kind of like, it's been passed down to you. And in a way, it's still something you're meant to kind of get a handle on. Does that make sense? You still deal with a lot of like indecisiveness when it comes to the things that you can't control, you know, or the unknowns that you know are ahead of you. Like, there's something here about like preparing for a fight of some kind when it comes to, but it's an unknown fight, like it's a question mark, but that it makes it scary. So it kind of creates some form of like procrastination or hesitancy. And you need to cut through the BS, cut through the bullshit, just like you're meant to cut through the bullshit of all these feelings that happen again from a self-sabotaging tendency. You're meant to cut through the bullshit of letting this fear get a hold over you and instead turn that fear into power and say game on instead. You know, game the F on. Game on. You are the creator of your life, pile number one. And that's something that's yours to carry forward, to be discerning of that. Remember of that. So with that, my loves, we are now going to move into the final question in this third section before we get into your final messages from Source, which is what supports you right now. So what supports you right now specifically regarding where you're at in this journey and all of that stuff. So we've got a couple cards here, but we also have back of the deck energies as well. So, sorry, my throat. Let me just move this out of the way. Okay, so we've got for my Citadel deck, for back of the deck energy, we have the Priest with perseverance and faith. Next up, we have from one of my chakra decks, the Ajna chakra, the third eye chakra, which says awareness. I live each moment with awareness and open my mind to the present. Yes, you're waking up from that past illusion. And for the final back of the deck energy here for this part, we have protection. Call back your power, cut the cords, soul retrieval. Yes, this empowering moment. And I think this is an eclipse, a new moon eclipse. So there's like this energy here of new beginnings, but it is heightened all the way. For the cards here, we've got the Merchant with self-worth and trade. Oh, that's so interesting. I'm actually going to want to read the booklet for this one because I'm so intrigued to see what it says. Next up, we have the ever unfolding rose. How beautiful. Cracked open. It's happening for you, not to you. Oh my gosh, I love this for you. And next up, we have a reversal here. We have the Astronomer with discovery and augury, but it's in reverse. And then lastly, we have, again, the third eye chakra, but a different aspect of it, which is intuition. I trust my inner voice and follow its guidance. Okay. So there is a lot of energy here. And before we read the booklets, I just want to share what I'm seeing, okay? So this is so beautiful. And the reason why I say this is such a beautiful thing in reference to what supports you right now, my love, is because I don't know if you remember, but I was giving that analogy of like the scales, and it feels like the scales like literally just came out right here in my analogy. And not to mention with self-worth and trade, it's like, you got to trade, you got to take back your power by trading something to, like, you have to give something to them to take something back for you that will then only be able to, I don't know if they have like a form of control over you right now, this person, these things, the toxic situation. You have to give back whatever that form of control is so that they have no more strings attached, so that you can just like move forward on your own. If that resonates with you, take the message. If not, let's keep going. But that's just something I'm seeing here with this energy. On top of that, with the discovery card, the Astronomer in reverse, it's like giving me this idea of like, there's nothing else to be discovered in this situation. Like, you already know, you've known something, the reality of the situation, the truth of the situation for a really long time now. And you've been trying to like continuously feed it to yourself. So there's nothing else more beneath the surface or beyond the surface of like what you already know about it. Does that make sense? So don't feel like you need to keep exploring something if you did anything wrong, this and that. It's going to keep you in a really bad loop, and a loop of blaming yourself when you don't need to blame yourself for anything. On top of that, so it's interesting, right? Because the blame card says, I accept responsibility for my well-being, what's actually yours to carry. So it's like blame can be seen in two lenses. It's like blaming yourself for being you, owning your truth. That is a lack of self-worth. That's insecurity. That's gaslighting yourself. It's unfair. That's a form of unhealthy blame. But then there's also healthy blame where you accept responsibility for your well-being. And so it's kind of true here. Like, you don't need to explore the situation deeper than you had, okay? Or you've done in the past already. Because there's similar situations you've been in with these people where you allowed it to affect you as strongly as it did, and it still never got you anywhere. So it's like Source is saying, like, chop chop, like, remember, it's happening for you, not to you, because you're meant to do the thing that takes your power back from the situation so that you can finally feel like you have freedom or liberation over your ability to just like choose your truth in the end and be reconnected to what's actually going on. Does that make sense? Let me see if there's anything else. What supports pile number 1 right now? Okay, we got the back of the deck. Knight of Wands keeps coming through. Is this 1, 2? I have my eyes closed. 3, 4, 5. Okay. 3 of Wands upright. And the 10 of Cups. Yeah, you're meant to just focus on the thing that you see. You see a vision for you. Keep following it, my beautiful soul. It's just hard, right? Because you're exhausted and you've been doing this for a while now. But the thing is that you know deep down that even though it's going to be a hard situation, you know you've got it under control and that you are going to be able to go do this no matter what comes your way. Even if you don't know where it's taking you, it's like the very thing that helps you is to keep looking at the vision, keep looking forward, keep looking at your future. And it sucks, because sometimes we are asked to be in the present moment when we ground and have mindfulness, right? But it feels like, to me, currently the situation has some form of leakage here where it still takes some form of power away from you, or it feels like it takes some form of power away from you a little bit. And that's why one of the things that does support you a lot right now, pile number 1, is to keep focusing on that future goal where you've been trying to go towards and strive towards for a while now, because the more you put energy there, the more your present gets recalculated, I guess, if that makes sense, or realigned to that thing, and it prioritizes it more over like the leakage of the self-sabotage loop crap. That's why you're not meant to keep exploring the situation further. You're meant to just keep going and go back to how things were before all this 3 of Swords energy crap happened. Okay? I think a wound of the past just got like reopened or revisited, and it doesn't need to be there anymore. You're meant to just go forward regardless. So there's that, my love. Now let's read what the booklet has to say for these 2 cards. I do feel called more so to read this one, but let's see what's there, and then we'll decide that together. So we have Merchant. Let's see if I can find it. Merchant. Okay, that's 96, page 96. That's interesting. 96 gives me Cancer energy. Okay, so the Merchant. You've got plenty to offer both yourself and other people, and sometimes it's beneficial to remind yourself exactly what you've got in stock. If you feel like you're being taken advantage of, raise your prices, or maybe your figurative wares would be better appreciated elsewhere. Coins change hands, deals are struck, a golden scale tilts as goods are weighed. The merchant greets everyone with a smile, proud in the knowledge that their service benefits others. They know what others have to offer and what they want in exchange, and often the merchant knows what their customers need before even they do. So I'm going to repeat that one more time. You've got plenty to offer both yourself and other people, and sometimes it's beneficial to remind yourself exactly what you've got in stock. If you feel like you're being taken advantage of, raise your prices, or maybe your figurative wares would be better appreciated elsewhere. That's what I'm saying. Like, stop trying to put something into the situation and take it elsewhere. It doesn't need to be explored any deeper than you've been. Just move forward on your path as you've been before this even happened. And have the faith. Be persevering of it. Yeah. Okay. All right. We're going to also do the Astronomer in reverse. Let's see the reverse meaning. So we've got, I'm trying to find it, the astronomer. Okay, 62. Okay, so before you can make necessary decisions, you need to be practical and put some long-term goals into place. Without these, you are likely to overlook important details that could cause disarray further down the line. Don't let material needs sway your choices, but don't neglect their necessity either. Okay. That's what I'm saying. You got to focus on the bigger picture right now. This thing isn't meant to have your energy as much as it's had, and you just got to keep going forward, my love. That's it. That's really what it supports you right now, is to keep doing what you were doing before any of this crap got triggered within you that you've been carrying that isn't actually yours. So once you can go back to that, my love, that is what helps you the most. Okay, so with that, and trust yourself. It's just gonna help unlock things. Call your power back. For your final message, though, I'm gonna be doing things differently here. So for your final messages from Source, I felt called to actually use 2 different tarot decks. So the first tarot deck, I'm gonna shuffle and see any cards that come through. And then I'm gonna use my second tarot deck, which I'm gonna take reversals with, to clarify it, okay? Sorry, I'm just resetting the energy of this deck. And I'm gonna place them, I was gonna place them on top here, but I think I'm gonna move these cards out of the way and then move these cards up so you can have a reminder for them. Beautiful. And let's get the tarot out. Oh, I already shuffled the tarot, I forgot. Okay, so I got the tarot cards out, but I didn't shuffle what the clarifier cards are gonna be for them. So that's for this deck. And for the back of the deck energy here, well, we have one angel number message that came through for a final message for you, my love, and we have a back of the deck tarot. The back of the deck tarot here is the Prince of Pentacles, which I believe, let me just make sure. Yeah, page. Okay, this is the Knight. So this is the Knight of Pentacles. The Prince of Pentacles is the Knight of Pentacles, and it's mutable earth. So it's the Mercury associated with this card and Virgo. The Prince of Pentacles. And for your angel number card, you received 1111 with the keyword intuition coming through again. Angel whispers, trust in yourself. Your inner whisper is working hard to let you know that it is guiding you. Listen in. What is it saying? Feel it. Where is it telling you to go next? See it. Close your eyes and allow. Trust the path you are on. Affirmation. My intuition speaks to me and I listen. I trust that all things are happening for a purpose. 1111, manifestation time. That's what I'm saying. That Empress energy wanted to go back upright for you. You've been in a manifestation mode. It's just the thing that was like a block in the road for you on it. Okay, so for the tarot, I'm going to actually lay them above these cards. Okay, and then we're going to clarify them with this deck. So first up, for your final messages from Source, as well as your higher self, my beautiful pile number ones, to end your reading, we've got the Princess of Cups, also known as the Page of Cups here. And it's associated with the season of autumn. We got Sagittarius, Scorpio energy, Libra energy here. Interesting. Next up, we have the Two of Cups with Scorpio. And what is this symbol? I don't know what the symbol is. I don't know what that symbol is. What is that symbol? I should know what it is, but I don't. I forgot what that symbol is. If you guys can tell me what it is in the comments, that'd be great. I feel like it's an important symbol. I should know. Cancer. Two of Cups. Oh, right here. The Four of Swords with Aquarius. And lastly, the Fool card. How beautiful. It ends with the Fool and Aquarius energy again. So again, it's giving me this idea of like focusing on the future, because, you know, the Star card is associated with Aquarius energy. The Star card in Major Arcana is about like hope, looking out into your dreams, being inspired, you know? Now let's get the clarifiers for you guys, for your final message from Source, my loves. Let's get the clarifiers for pile number 1. All right, so clarify the Princess of Cups for me, Source. Clarify the Princess of Cups for me for pile number 1. Clarify the Princess of Cups, please. Okay, so clarifying the Princess of Cups, we got the Page of Cups again. So Page of Cups, Page of Cups. Underneath this, we have the 9 of Pentacles in reverse. We have the Hierophant upright, and we have the 5 of Cups upright. Okay, so that's clarifying the Page of Cups. So the 9 of Pentacles says you are enough. Stand up for what you deserve. Working too hard or for free. Undervaluing yourself. Self-worth. The Hierophant, rulers, leaders, right and wrong, programming, conforming, institutions, convention, marriage, values, and faith. And then 5 of Cups is unwelcome change. Grief, sadness, loss, mourning, emotional baggage, resisting change. Okay. Well, it's kind of, it makes sense to feed into this Hierophant energy, but in reality, you know what you must do, right? You know what you must do. Give me a sec. We're going to keep clarifying. Clarify the 2 of Cups for me, Source, please, for pile number 1 in reference to their final messages from Source. Clarify the 2 of Cups for me, please. Okay. We have the 4 of Pentacles upright. Underneath it, we have the Knight of Wands in reverse, and it says reckless, show off, daredevil, volatile, arrogant, unpredictable, holds a grudge. Holds a grudge, that's giving me the idea of the 4 of Pentacles upright with material attachment. But this isn't a bad thing, okay? Give me a second and I will explain. Clarify the 4 of Swords for me, Source, in reference to your final message for pile number 1. Clarify the 4 of Swords for me, Source. In reference to your final message for pile number 1, can you clarify? Okay, we're not getting anything, but back of the deck energy here is Emperor in reverse with excessive control, inflexible, undisciplined, absent father or father issues, lack of control, rigid, dominant, aggressive. Okay, so that I actually might put like to the side here as like a mental note for me. So I know it's a back of the deck for the 4 of Swords. I'm going to do this. Okay. Now, can you please clarify the Fool card? Clarify the Fool card for pile number 1. In reference to your final message for them, Source, please. Can you please give me a clarifying card for the Fool, if there is any? Can you please clarify the Fool card for me, Source, in reference to your final message for pile number 1? Okay, back of the deck energy here is the 7 of Swords upright, not what it seems. Cowardly, false pretenses, carrying things away, sneaky betrayal, getting away, self-interest, strategic, cheating, lying, mask. I don't think that any of this is bad, okay? I saw the 7 of Swords peek through earlier, and I was like, it doesn't feel like it's bad energy. It feels like you're trying to, like, I will explain. But you got the 10 of Cups coming first to clarify the Fool upright. Then we have the Lover's card. And we have the Queen of Cups upright. Okay, the Lovers is in reverse. And then we have the Queen of Cups upright. Okay. Let me just do this. Okay. That's better. Yeah, I like this better. So it just makes more sense. And then this had a back of the deck energy. Okay. I didn't want to get clarified. Beautiful.
Okay, sorry guys, I had to change out the battery on my camera. All right, so for your final message from Source, my love, we have the Seven of Swords, right? And I said it didn't feel like a bad energy. The fact that we have Aquarius kind of coming through a lot here. We got Aquarius, Aquarius, Aquarius. And then we also had it. We also had a lot of Virgo energy. We had Virgo. No, that's Scorpio, my bad. Virgo, 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 and a lot of Scorpio too. There's this idea of like intensity here that Source wants you to be selfish right now. Source wants you to continue building the thing that you have been building towards for a while now, that still feels new and fresh and like you're still at the beginning of the journey, but you're planting a seed for some amazing greatness like you have yet to like discover, pile number 1. And you have to trust in yourself. You're meant to walk away from the things that aren't serving you because you've been left out in the cold for far too long, and there needs to be a change. There needs to be a change of pace so that you can continue moving forward. And to do that, it involves you walking away. It involves you walking away from the very thing that's been holding you back all this time, because you are enough and you deserve to stand up for what you deserve. You've been working too hard to free yourself from some form of like inner prison that you've been putting on yourself into like some form of reality that isn't the real truth. You've been consistently feeding it like crazy because of this situation that you've been carrying on your back that isn't actually yours to carry. And Source put you in this situation, and it feels like bittersweet in a way, because I know that you know that it feels aligned. It feels weirdly aligned. But the things that it's triggering while it still feels very aligned is pretty intense stuff, right? Because of that, Source wants you to walk away from this by choosing to see this as a turning point in your life. This just came out. See this as, it turned the Five of Pentacles upside down, so that's really cool. See this as a way forward rather than a way backwards, because it's not a way backwards. It's only how you view it, because the only reason why you might be seeing it as a negative is because that need for control, okay? This Emperor was upright earlier. We had the Emperor come upright. An Emperor that is in a healed state understands that they can't control everything, but an Emperor in an unhealed state is going to feel like they need to control everything 24/7. So the only way to actually get through this journey where you feel like success is on your side, you've got victory, you've got the recognition, the success, the pride of achievement, confidence boost, and you reached a milestone, is by remembering you've got other people in your corner. Like, you're not alone in this. And most of all, with the Fool card here, I kept picturing Uranus energy. So I love how your reading's kind of ending with Uranus energy today with the Fool. This is supposed to feel like a massive change. This is supposed to feel like a massive ending to a chapter in your life where now things are that felt disconnected, that felt imbalanced, where there was misaligned values, like it's all changing so that you can feel emotionally connected with your truth now for good. And in order to get there, you have to take the leap and keep working towards the thing that you've been consistently feeding for a long time before this crap even started. Or no, this crap started and it's been here since before the dream of following the dream stuff started. But like, you chose to walk away from the crap physically, from a physical standpoint, from a physical sense, for a reason. It's like you're meant to just keep doing that. It's gonna feel like it keeps trying to pull at you, but if you change your perspective and see this as like, yes, I gotta just keep doing it, and stop trying to look for the validation of me growing elsewhere, just look for it inside of me. Celebrate your own wins. Don't look for other people in the toxic stuff to like give you that. And that's what's really going to help you keep moving forward. Like, you need to give yourself more credit where it's due. You need to give yourself more acceptance on the things that you can't change, and just look ahead for where your future is taking you, because
it's going to have some scary things to it, right? It's going to feel like it's going to be hard every once in a while, but that's what life is all about. Okay? Like, life isn't supposed to be easy. It's supposed to feel hard sometimes because you're building something that isn't supposed to be an easy journey to achieve or accomplish. And so you're supposed to enjoy the journey along the way, but you can't do that if you keep looking behind your shoulder, like latching onto that very thing that's been weighing you down this entire time. So remember that, my love. You're meant to keep going forward. And doing just that is the very thing that's going to lead you to everything you've ever wanted. But you got to keep choosing you. You can't let this thing hold you back anymore. Okay? So let me see if I can get any sliplets of paper to end this. Any final messages for pile number 1 from their collective higher self? Final messages for pile number 1 from their collective higher self. Okay. Let's see. So, let yourself rest. Integration is part of healing too. Yes. This is going to take some time to kind of, download. So I completely understand that. Next up, we've got this is 6th house shadow. You're addicted to fixing because being still makes you feel useless. Exactly. There's this thing of like needing to release this routine of like trying to be desired or like wanted because you're not seeing yourself as valuable just by doing nothing. And that's something that's really important to explore to heal these wounds. When you're about to numb out, pause. Ask yourself, do I need escape or do I need comfort? Then choose intentionally. Because we don't want you to isolate yourself from a place of numbing yourself, because then that is not processing the emotion, right? And that's that. We don't want that. We want real peace. We don't want the idea of like numbing yourself, dissociating from your feelings to get it, because then that's invalid peace. And if this is something that you want to talk to me about, my loves, I am accepting one-on-one clients right now. So if that's something you're interested in, I have the links down below in the description box where you can schedule a free soul clarity call with me if you feel called. I'm a trauma-informed facilitator of deep healing and soul remembrance, and we can share in that call whether or not what I have to offer could be a good fit for where you're at in your own personal healing or self-growth journey. But I just felt called to share it, as I am accepting one-on-one clients right now. And I've been able to find some amazing people through my YouTube channel, blessed humans, soul-aligned clients. And I feel like if you do resonate with anything I just shared, maybe that is a sign for you to sign up for one now. And it's absolutely no pressure, no need to commit or sign up for anything there. It's just a space for us to get to know each other and see if anything, we could see us working together in the future. You know what I mean? And I can share my offerings and things like that. Now, for your final message, my beautiful soul, this is a long one. Not everything heavy is trauma. Sometimes it's unspoken truth weighing you down. The situation might not need more healing. It might need more honesty. Be real with yourself before you try to decode the signs. Your energy speaks louder than your logic. So there you have it, my beautiful, beautiful humans who chose pile number 1. I feel so honored that I got to do this reading for you. And just know that you have a massive space in my heart. I'm so grateful for all the people that come and choose me to do a reading like this for them. Or, I feel so grateful that Source helps us find each other, on this big, great interweb of YouTube and things like that. And I feel like all of that stuff like has a reason for it. So if you do feel aligned with the reading, if you felt like it resonated, if you feel aligned with my energy, it would mean the absolute world to me if you would subscribe, like it, do any little form of engagement that you can do, share it with somebody you think that could use hearing a reading like this. Because all my readings are aligned with self-growth and deep healing work, shadow work, and things of that nature, because I really try to use these things as tools to help us embody more self-trust and not have less of it. We use a lot of tarot in the sense of like obsessing over our future, but I feel like we don't show enough people how much it can do for healing and growth too, to learn how to become your own creator of your reality instead of letting the cards tell you what to do, because these are just tools that help you connect to your already real inner knowing. So with that being said, if it did resonate, feel free to join the community, because that's what I'm trying to build. And I send you so much unconditional love. Hopefully I'll see you on my next readings to come. Bye.
Hello, my beautiful pile number twos. Welcome to the pile preparation portion for your reading today, where we're going to be diving into completely raw, completely organic, completely unedited, into the process of setting up and preparing for your reading, okay? So we're going to just set your significator card to the side. We're going to get right into this because we have a couple cards we're going to be shuffling through and diving into today. I felt called to have my little labradorite and opal light here to support me in this process. I feel called to share with you guys that I really do believe that there is going to be a massive message here for you when it comes to this reading, what you've been feeling that isn't actually yours. So I just wanted you guys to be aware of that. Make sure you do have something to take notes with. This reading is going to be pretty important for my pile number twos. So to dive into the first section, we're going to be looking at the two questions: what you've been carrying that isn't yours, so we need to understand the what specifically, and then secondly, where it is coming from. All right, so I have the cards here to the side to prepare for the first question, and then I'm just going to keep going forward as we continue, okay? So let us get into this. What is it that pile number two's been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? Regardless of when they come across this reading, what is it that pile number two's been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? What has pile number two been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? Oh my gosh. Okay. I'll probably take this one out too. We have a lot of cards coming out here. Was not expecting that many. Back of the deck wants to come through. We have nightlife. I can't say this word. Gamble and Vegas for back of the deck energy. Never seen this card before. Let me just make sure no cards shot out. We have a lot of cards that shot out here though. So these two want to be together. These two want to be together because they're both facing down. And then these three want to be together. Don't know why, I'm just going with it. All right, so a couple things. All right, maybe a lot of people are going to pick pile number two, and that could be why we have three separate categories of things, or they all go into one big story or message. We'll see. Let's do the next stack. What is it that pile number two has been carrying that isn't actually theirs, regardless of when they come across this reading? What is it that pile number two's been carrying that isn't actually theirs? One more shuffle. What is it that pile number two has been carrying that isn't actually theirs in this timeless reading? Okay, so this landed here, this landed there. Back of the deck energy does want to come through. We have snake with the number 7. I think pile number 1 also received snake for back of the deck energy too. So that's really, and it's interesting, where the cards landed. So let's see if it keeps doing this thing. What is it that pile number 2's been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry, regardless of when they come across this reading, as it will find them whenever it is meant to find them? What is it that pile number 2's been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? One more shuffle. Okay, so we have one card and it's landed touching this one. Back of the deck here, we have parental control, overpowering authority, conditional approval, rebellion, freeze. I already have something coming through in my head, but we're going to keep that, put a pin in it, I guess, so we can dive into it in the reading part itself. I'm very intrigued to see what this is going to take us, though. Very, very intrigued. Okay. We're also going to be using my golden tarot deck for clarifiers throughout the reading, but we're not going to be shuffling that here. We're going to be shuffling that in real time throughout the reading itself. Okay. Just shuffling, getting the energy ready for you guys. All right, let's go into the next question, where it's coming from, where this thing that you've been carrying is coming from. So we're going to see if it's like a person, place, or thing, a narrative, a core belief. It could be all of the above, really, we're going to see that. So where is this thing that pile number two's been carrying that isn't actually theirs coming from? Where is it coming from for pile number two, regardless of when they come across this reading? It's a timeless reading. Where is this thing that pile two's been carrying that isn't theirs coming from? One more shuffle, source. Where is it coming from for pile number two? Okay, so we don't have anything coming through, but back of the deck energy is here. So we have alchemist with light attributes being transformation of base motives and goals into golden wisdom. And then we have shadow attribute, misuse of the power and knowledge that come through spiritual practice. Interesting. Let's keep going. Where is this thing that pile number two's been carrying coming from? Where is this thing that pile number two's been carrying that isn't actually theirs? One more shuffle, coming from. Okay, back of the deck here is victim with the heart chakra. And we have two root chakra colors. Interesting. All right, let's do the shadow deck. Where is this thing that pile number two's been carrying that isn't actually theirs coming from? Where is it coming from for pile number two, regardless of when they come across this reading? Where is this thing that pile number two's been carrying coming from? One more shuffle. Okay, nothing here. With back of the deck, we have resistance though, with go with the flow and be open to life's changes, with opposition, refusal, and denial. Okay. A lot of the story. There's a thread being woven here that it's connecting. Perfection keeps trying to come through. So maybe that's something for you to meditate on while I shuffle. Last deck here. Where is this thing that pile number two's been carrying that isn't actually theirs coming from? Where is this thing that pile number two's been carrying that isn't actually theirs coming from, regardless of when they come across this reading? Where is it coming from for pile number two? One more shuffle, source. Where is it coming from for pile number two? Where is it coming from for pile number two? Okay. Back of the deck, again, I guess all of the cards want to be seen as back of the deck. We have spearmint, essential oil, with the keyword conviction, trigger statement, no one listens to me. True statement, my voice is heard. Stand strong and communicate your message. The world is ready to receive what you have to share. Okay. So, that's interesting. All right, so we got the cards ready here. We're probably going to get tarot for that section as well to expand on everything. But let's go into the second section where we're now going to be looking at the two questions. Why you took this on, this thing that you've been carrying that isn't actually yours. Like, what is the reason why you took it on? Why did you take it on? And then how it's affected you so far. Okay, how has it affected you, this thing you've been carrying? So for that question, we're going to actually be rolling my astro dice in the reading itself. So we're not going to be doing that in a pretense, but we're going to write it down. We have my past life cards and my Heart of Truths deck. So for the past life cards, if you guys haven't used these before, seen how I use them, I shuffle the way that they land. The words facing upright, the words that catch my attention the most are the words we're going to be combining. Does that make sense? So the words upside down, we're not going to look at. So that's how we're going to do this. All right, so let's do it.
Actually, let's shuffle this first because this one might shoot a bunch of cards out. I have a feeling. Why did pile number 2 take this stuff on to carry that isn't actually theirs? Why did pile number 2 take this stuff on to carry that isn't actually theirs, regardless of when they come across this reading? One more shuffle. Why did pile number 2 take this on? Okay. So, two separate things. Gut instinct. Trust your initial feelings as your truest guide. They often know what's best before your mind can catch up. So there was a gut instinct that led you to taking this on. That's one thing. Okay, now for the past life cards. Why did pile number 2 take this thing on that they've been carrying that isn't actually theirs? Why did they take it on to carry as if it was theirs? Regardless of when they come across this reading, why did pile number 2 take this thing on to carry even though it was never actually theirs to carry? Why did pile number 2 take this on? Okay, one more shuffle. Why did pile number 2 take this on to carry even though it was never actually theirs? Oh my God. Jeez. You saw how that landed? That was really cool, and I love that I caught that on camera. Back of the deck energy, I cannot read it out loud, okay? Physical, a bus, and these things. I can't say that. Primal or aboriginal with faith. So this is going to be some intense reading. I'm just saying that if you guys haven't noticed already. All right, so we got under here natural disaster. Oops, I just hit the table with my knee. I'm so sorry if that scared you guys. We have natural disaster paired with self-expression, Central South America, and diplomat. I also see the term mediator, peacemaker. We have ritual priest, ritual sacrifice, manufacturer. Then these two paired, we have knight, defender, special intelligence, World War age, becoming more natural, lover, but I saw these two more. And then we have ruler, leadership, leader, and witness or bystander, location, India, secret, faith. Okay. So let me just place these here so we don't mix them up with anything. There's a lot of energy. This is going to be a heavy reading, my loves, but it's going to be a necessary reading. I'm just trying to make sure I don't mix them up. And then we have Buddhist. I want to make sure I am gonna, like, I think that word is aesthetic, but that's not aesthetic. I don't know how to pronounce that. So let me just look it up real quick. All right, so we have Buddhist ascetic. It's a practitioner of Buddhism who lives a life of strict self-discipline and renunciation to pursue spiritual awakening. An ascetic focuses on detaching from worldly desires, things like wealth, comfort, and even strong emotional attachments to better understand the nature of suffering and achieve liberation, nirvana. They live very simply, like monks or hermits, practice meditation for long periods, follow strict ethical rules, nonviolence, truthfulness, etc., limit food, possessions, and comforts. So we have Buddhist ascetic, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, late modern age, walking the middle path, limitation or disease, and blizzard. Okay.
I'm trying to make sure I don't mess anything up. All right, my love. So we have that. That is some heavy stuff. Heavy, heavy, heavy stuff. All right, so let me just put my phone back. Let us put this over here. Astro dice to the side. We're now going to be seeing how it has affected you. Sorry about all these creases, guys. There's been so much stuff going on in my life. I haven't had any time to try to fix up this cloth since I put it on. So we're actually going to be using a different tarot deck for this section for how it's affected you. We're also going to be rolling the astro dice in the reading itself. So we have another piece of paper here. I'll write it down with a pen. But let's just shuffle the cards. All right. So how has this thing that pile number 2 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs affected them? How has this thing affected pile number 2, the thing that they've been carrying, regardless of when they come across this reading? How has this thing affected pile number 2, the thing that they've been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? How has carrying it affected them? One more shuffle. How has it affected pile number 2, carrying this thing that isn't actually theirs? Okay, back of the deck here is abundance. Interesting. With I am a limitless being and I can manifest whatever I desire in this physical reality. And then we also have success. Underneath abundance is adversity. I accept the challenges. I accept that challenges are the best way to learn. Yeah, a lot of growth, success. I know that there is no greater goal than to love. Okay, so that could also be like something to do where success, there wasn't a healthy definition of it before. Or I don't know, there's an idea, but I want to use my brain. I want to save my brain juice to explore that in the reading itself. Okay, so how has this thing that pile number 2 has been carrying that isn't theirs affected them? How has it affected pile number 2, the thing that they've been carrying that isn't actually theirs, regardless of when they come across this reading? One more shuffle. How has it affected them? Okay, back of the deck here, we have disgust. Okay. Okay. And we got a couple emotions here. Bitterness, shame, satisfaction though. Very different energies. And then we have boredom that shot out to the side here. For tarot. How has it affected pile number 2, this thing that they've been carrying that isn't actually theirs? How has carrying this thing that isn't actually theirs affected pile number 2? How has this thing that pile number 2 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs affected them, regardless of when they come across this reading? Let the card come out, source, if it's meant for them. How has it affected pile number, one more shuffle, 2? How has it affected pile number 2? Okay, so back of the deck here, we have the Page of Swords. Underneath that, we have the Five of Swords. And then in the front, this card, the High Priestess wanted to peek through. So you know how it's been affecting you. You're aware of how it's affected you so far. That's something that's coming through. Okay, so we have this card that fell. I don't know if it wants to be in reverse or not, but the Hermit just kind of landed across these two, so I want to keep them there. One, oh, I dropped it, sorry. Let me just make sure I didn't drop any other cards. Nope. Okay. 2, 3, 4. This helps me determine if it's meant to be in reverse or not, but it landed like this, so it's meant to be in reverse. Okay. All right, so these want to be together. So that might be like significator energy, and these might be with this. There's 2 cards here. Interesting. Okay. So we got that set up. Let's leave this here for now. Now we're going to be going into the third section for the final two questions before we go into your final messages from source as well as your higher self. What's actually yours to carry? Out of all of this, what is actually yours to carry forward? And what supports you right now? All right, so what is actually pile number two's to carry? Sorry about this crease, guys. I'm really sorry about it. It's embarrassing, you know, like I don't want you guys to think that I'm messy, but there's just been so much life stuff going on. Like, oh my God. Okay. So what is actually yours to carry? I actually felt called to bring my Embracing Your Shadows deck out for your pile specifically to look into this. And we're also going to be using the other decks that I had used for pile number one as well. So what is actually yours to carry, my loves? We're going to accept reversals for the Citadel. So let's just go into that first. What is actually pile number two's to carry? What is actually pile number two's to carry? What is theirs to carry for pile number two? What is actually pile number two's to carry? Okay. Back of the deck here is the Archer in reverse, and it says biding your time, planning ahead, but it is in reverse. So we're going to have to use my Citadel booklet when we dive into your reading to understand that. And then we have the Painter, but it's upright, it's sideways. So productivity and creation. I want to understand why it's sideways. I feel like maybe it could be reversed and upright meaning. And then we got the Warrior in reverse with perfectionism and burnout. Okay. Interesting. What is actually pile number two's to carry? Regardless of when they come across this reading, what is actually pile number two's to carry? One more shuffle. What is actually pile number two's to carry? Okay. Back of the deck here is share your voice, come out of the cave, persecution, expression. I think I was just looking into that word for pile number one, persecution. So being like banned in a way. This landed here. Why did it land on top of your significator card? I want to keep this with your significator card when we explore it. I feel like there's a reason why it landed here. This landed upside down. Are these upside down? No. Let me just make sure if this is meant to be upside down. So 5, 4, 3, I have my eyes closed, 2, 1. Okay, it is. Never had a card in reverse with this deck, so curious. Okay. What is actually pile number two's to carry? What is actually pile number two's to carry? Wait, hold on, I'm having a brain fart, guys. So I think I just mixed something up, but I think there's a reason for it. That confused me so bad. This section, I just shuffled the cards that were meant for what supports you right now, the last question for this third section. So I believe that these two questions are going to be combined in your reading. Okay, I just wanted to share that. So I'm going to keep going, but I think the reason why I just realized that is because we're meant to now shuffle these last two decks for what supports you right now. Does that make sense? I don't know why, I just feel called to do it that way, so we're going to do it that way. What supports pile number two right now? What supports pile number two right now? One more shuffle. What supports pile number two right now? Okay, so we didn't get anything else. Back of the deck here is Muladhara with root chakra grounding. I anchor my feet to the earth and connect deeply through my roots. Then we have the Sarasrara crown chakra. I receive the universal light and radiate it to the world. Interesting. All right. What supports pile number 2 right now? What supports pile number 2 right now? One more shuffle. What supports pile number 2 right now? Interesting. You're getting a lot of back of the deck stories we tell ourselves. Are you narrating your life through a lens of limitation or empowerment? Interesting, interesting, interesting stuff. Okay. All right. A lot of embracing your shadow cards came out. So I am very curious to see where that's going to lead us. And now for your final messages from source as well as your higher self, my loves. All right. So normally I just shuffle a couple of oracle decks, or we get like practical steps, we get medicine for you from the decks that I own, but I felt called to do tarot for your final message from source. So that's what we're going to be doing. We have 2 tarot decks here actually, and we have an angel numbers deck. So let's shuffle that first. Are there any final messages for pile number 2? Allow any cards to come out that are meant for pile number 2. One more shuffle. Any cards that are meant for pile number 2, they come out now. Okay, we got one. Now, this is going to be clarifying these cards. So we're just going to shuffle these, and then we're going to shuffle these live, like during the reading itself. So, Cosmic Tarot deck. What is the final message meant for pile number 2 to end their reading with? What is the final message meant for pile number 2 to end their reading with? Okay, no clue how many cards I grabbed, but back of the deck energy here is the Ace of Cups with Moon and Cancer. Okay. How many cards do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, this wanted to be a significator. All right, beautiful. So we got your final messages here, my loves. We have a significator card. So with that being said, I think we are officially ready to dive into your reading. So I will meet you at that portion of the video now, okay? See you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 2s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile for my Prism Oracle deck, the Stop card, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to what you've been feeling that isn't actually yours, or also known as what you've been carrying that isn't actually yours to carry. Okay, it doesn't really matter when you find this reading. This reading finds you when it is meant to, okay? It is a timeless reading. But I did want to share, while I was preparing your pile, okay, in the pile preparation portion, which is the raw and unedited section, you can actually see how I get your cards ready to dive in. We got a card landing directly above your significator card, and I felt like it had to do with like feeding into the energy of the significator card, kind of like the significator energy revolving this entire reading for you, revolved around this entire topic we're going to dive into today. And it says the great gathering, it's all coming together, intuitive hits, and soul tribe. So there's a couple ways that at least my intuition is like connecting these 2 cards. So I do have a feeling that a lot of people did end up selecting pile number 2. The situations are going to be very different in comparison to other people that selected pile number 2. We have a couple of cards that landed in like different like piles. So I think I have like 3 piles of the same card and like
for 3 different sections, like in one section itself. So, you know, there's just going to be a lot of different things. So I do encourage you guys to really use this as an opportunity to connect to your inner knowing. You know, as you take notes, you're going to know the things that you're meant to write down versus what's not. Okay. So I really want you to practice listening to that inner knowing throughout your reading, throughout this reading together, my loves. This is going to have trigger warnings. Okay. This reading feels like it's going to be pretty heavy. There's a lot of things that I saw as back of the deck energy. There's a lot of cards that I saw land that was pretty intense. This is going to be a heavy thing, okay? So this is a shadow, it feels like a shadow work reading, and a lot of my readings do tend to come off that way, but this one's gonna be pretty heavy, my loves, okay? So just to let you know, the way that I channel, the way that I show my readings, the way that I talk, I can come off very blunt, I can come off very logical, or very just like not emotional, or just very outspoken, I guess. I want you to know from my entire heart and soul that I am not trying to say anything heartless or how I speak. I don't want you to reflect that off of like who I am as a person. Like, I am a trauma-informed facilitator of deep healing and soul remembrance. Like, in the work that I do, I work with people one-on-one to hold space to aid them in learning how to become their own inner healer and release self-sabotaging tendencies through creating a capacity-based practice that honors their nervous system rather than goes against it. And we create that by working together one-on-one in time. So I want to let you know, like, yes, I do that, but I've also learned that I can't have that like trauma-informed filter on when I deliver messages. And it feels like I'm going to really, my ego is going to kind of fight me on this reading today, which is interesting because the prayer that I did to ground myself, situate myself, connect to source, when I was preparing your pile in particular, just you guys, I felt called to ask my ego to please disengage from this reading for you guys today. So there's got to be a reason why I brought up my ego, and I feel like it's going to kind of fight me on this reading, because there is going to be moments where I myself am going to want to try to protect you, but there's a reason why these things are all coming through. I believe that there is a divine reason, or else I wouldn't be doing pick a card readings, or I wouldn't be doing them the way I do them to this day. So I just really wanted you guys to keep that in mind. Make sure you're listening to this with headphones on, or in a way where you're not being like intruded upon. I don't want you to feel like you have to expose, or I don't want you to feel exposed while listening to this, you know? So just make sure that you have a safe space while you listen. And it's going to be pretty lengthy. So, you know, take your time, pause when you need to, because there's going to be a lot of things that are going to come up. Maybe your body's getting, heart and mind and emotions is going to need to process slowly. So just take your time doing this, okay? There's no right or wrong way or right or wrong pace to move through this reading, my loves, okay? It just matters that you're here. So now that I got all of that out of the way, my loves, the significator card energy, there's this idea coming through with the fact that this card landed on top of it, that the thing that you've been feeling that isn't actually yours, the thing that you've been carrying that isn't actually yours to carry, pile number 2, you've known that it was never yours to carry, or you've been aware of it for a while. It's just that you never wanted to acknowledge it. You never wanted to pay mind to it. There might have been some avoidance, denial, just like shutting it down. And every time it would get close to you having to acknowledge it, or maybe people try to give hints your way, this is going to sound really harsh, but you play dumb. You know, you kind of don't want to let things fully click into place, even though you're a lot smarter than you let on, and a lot smarter than you allow yourself to believe. And just that belief of like, oh, I'm slow, you know what I mean? That can get somebody to put a mask on for a long time and perform that way. But in reality, it's like, if you just gave yourself an opportunity to really see the bigger reasoning and why this has been happening the way it's been and all that, like, you would realize a lot of crazy things that would be able to lead you to something bigger. But there's a fear behind that, I think, that's stopping it. So I just felt called to share that. We're going to place your significator cards to the side. I really hope I have enough space on my table. You know, like for pile number 1, I had things that got cut off from frame. I am going to try my best, but you know, sometimes there's a lot of cards. I do try to move the cards out of the way when I need to, but I'm able to see them. This table's massive, trust me. I'm able to see all the things. It's just if I move it out of the frame, it's because I want you to be able to pay attention to the next section without getting confused or mixed up with the other prior section. Does that make sense? Okay, so I just wanted to share that. Now, okay, to dive into this first section, we're going to be looking at what is it specifically that you've been carrying that isn't yours, because we need to understand the what before we get into the why and all those things. And then secondly, we're going to be looking at where it's coming from. So where did it come from? Where did this thing that you've been carrying, pile number 2, that isn't actually yours, coming from? Did it come from a person? Did it come from a place? Did it come from a thing? Did it come from a core wound, a narrative? You know what I mean? A noun? Or is it an inner world thing? We're going to get to the bottom of that. It could be a mix of those things. So we're going to be exploring that too for this first section. So for the first question, we have these cards that came through. We had 3 different categories or groupings of cards land with each other. This is where it gets interesting. We got a lot of what's the vibe cards shoot out when I started shuffling your deck right away. So it kind of feels like that's the abruptness with this stop sign. You know, when you have a stop sign, sometimes when you're cruising, let's say you're not even driving that fast, and you're just in a flow, you're cruising, it's a nice sunny day, you're enjoying yourself, and then, oh my God, I didn't even see that stop sign. You have to do an abrupt stop. That's the energy of this stop sign, or the stop card that I keep channeling, but it's like trying to soften you. Like this experience has been trying to help you see something clearly, but you keep trying to abruptly stop the process of it. At least that's how I'm channeling this energy. And the way that I shuffle these cards, like if you go into the pile preparation portion, guys, for your pile, you'll see the way I just started. Like this is the first question, so you'll see like shortly, it's not too far into it, the video, that part of the video for you guys. These cards shot out so like chaotically, and that's never happened to me. Like in a way, my hands felt like shaky, and I was like, is that just because I had some matcha this morning? Because I'm sensitive to caffeine. But then at the same time, it kept following us forward. So it could even be that I'm like reflecting that energy from you guys as well. Or this could even be, sorry, I'm doing a little yawn. Oh, this could even be this energy of like an inner child, a shadow self. Like there's a part of you that gets hidden. You don't like to acknowledge this part of you. That's what I mean. It's hard to pay attention to it, but it controls a lot of your actions. And I think it does have to do with this abrupt stop, like the way that whatever you've been carrying that isn't yours, you still carry it because that's all you've known. That's what you were taught. And every time someone tries to show you differently, or life tries to show you differently, you turn the other way immediately as quickly as you can. So before we go into these cards, we have back of the deck energies coming through. So first up for back of the deck, we have parental control with the words overpowering authority, conditional approval, and then we also have rebellion freeze. Okay. Let me just make sure I have space here. Yep. For the next back of the deck, the next 2, we have my Malefic Lenormand deck with Snake, the number 7, and I think that pile number 1 also received this as their back of the deck energy, which I find really interesting that you also received it. So there is some like sneaky energy at play here. Manipulation. I'm hearing a very specific thing coming through in my mind right now. So I'm envisioning a snake, and usually snakes, like I always, okay, this is weird, but I don't know why I want to share it, but I'm going to share it. I always wanted to get like a serpent tattoo to transform, to resemble transformation, because a snake sheds its skin. But the way that I'm envisioning this energy is a snake showing you one way of being, but it sheds its skin, and then that's what it really was this entire time. And it's interesting, you know, because normally snakes are a symbol of transformation, but at the same time, like technically speaking, like from Adam and Eve, like that story, the snake, I think, was about like sin or something, I think. Don't quote me on that. So there's trickery here. There's illusion here. I'm hearing the word manipulation here. Maybe brainwash. For the final back of the deck energy, we did also get this card I've never received before, so I'm very intrigued to see where this is going to take us. We have Nightlife with, I can't say this word, gamble, and Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That's also what I'm hearing. Underneath that, we have time, delay, procrastination, too busy. Okay. Procrastination, too busy. Nightlife.
Okay, so there's this movie I watched once. Not everything is as it seems. I forgot what the movie was, but tell me in the comments down below if you guys saw this movie because I don't remember what it's called. But it's a movie where actually, I think I remember. I think it's Percy Jackson. It's like one of the movies of Percy Jackson. I don't remember if there's one or two movies. I think it's the second or the third if there's a third. I don't know if there is. I don't remember. Where they get stuck in like a casino and they just keep having fun and they're like stuck in this loop. It's like a fantasy land, but in reality it's like a trap and they're there and then they end up spending weeks there and they didn't even realize how long, how much time has gone by because they were just having fun and they kept giving them what they wanted. And I think it was something in the drinks they kept giving them that was like a potion or something that was making them get stuck in this like facade, like trapping them there. And that's how the thing caught its prey or something like that. So there's like this idea, like I think there's got to be a reason why that came through in my mind because I'm kind of, whenever I think about nightlife, I think about how there's daytime and there's nighttime. There's night people, there's day people. There's this idea here of like, you think you're one way, but in reality, you're not. And this is the very thing that you've been using to hide your truth, shed the skin, and reveal the vulnerability underneath, or something like that. But that's just one thing, you know? With parental control, too, there's this idea here of like potentially whoever's watching this is a parent, they have a kid, and there's like this fear that they keep associating with their child and like the idea, this is not going to resonate with everyone. I don't intend it to. I'm just sharing an idea that's coming through, okay, loves? But it's like there's this idea that they keep associating with their child, like their child, they think they're going to get into like bad things. So they keep having this like illusion or facade or this like story narrative they keep feeding to themselves about how like if they let loose a little too much or they let them stay out past a certain curfew or something like that, like something bad is going to happen or the night's going to take them away or they're just carrying a lot of fear. But I feel like it's been passed down. That's like one thing that's coming through. Another way that we can associate this energy too is this need to have incessant control over the truth of a situation. Even though you know that it's one act, like the facts are this, you're doing everything in your power to avoid the facts at all costs so that you can keep this sense of peace even though it's not real. It's a facade. It's band-aiding the situation and eventually it's going to become such a bad wound because you haven't opened up the band-aid and checked the wound to see if it got infected or not. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Okay, so with that, let's now look at the first set of cards we have here. I'm very curious why they're all separate, but let's see. Oh, and I forgot to mention, we're going to also be using my gold tarot deck for clarifiers if I do feel called to, so maybe we'll do it here. We're going to have it out on the side for clarifiers for all the sections, okay? If I feel called to reach for it. So first up, we have love affair, dirty little secret, can't say that, down low. And don't take these cards literally. This doesn't need to be a love life situation, okay? I use these to like apply it in a broad sense. I hope that makes sense. Okay, next up, we have recharge, breathe, let go, clear your mind. I'm gonna move my little stones. I felt called to bring my turtle for you. Those also resemble transformation. And then lastly, we have chaos, upheaval, disaster, downfall. Okay. And then for a shadow card, you have know-it-all, overcompensation, defensiveness, ego shield. Disengage the ego. I said that earlier when I was preparing to do and channeling, connecting to source, doing a little prayer for grounding. You got the ego card. Okay. For the next category, we have psychopath, I can't say this word, conniving and unpredictable. We have, for my Malefic Lenormand card deck, number 6 with clouds. Heavy. And then lastly, we have clingy, old exes, dead relationships, old ways. Okay. See, there's like a little thread. And then for the final category, we have legal, lawyers, court, paperwork. I'm going to try to keep them separate. We have fox with the number 14. Oh, I just realized too, I feel called to connect these numbers to the major arcana in tarot. I'll explain that. We have cutting ties, freedom, standing up, awaken. And then lastly, we have wishful thinking, second chance, deja vu, and nostalgia. Okay, there is a lot of things coming through, a lot of messages, a lot of different scenarios. I really do think a lot of you guys chose pile 2, and these situations are going to very much differ from each other. Okay, so I'm ready to lock in and share everything, but I want to look at the booklet to see the meanings of fox and clouds because I'm still trying to learn this. Like, I think I remember what snake means, but I'm going to still read it just so you guys hear it. So snake here resembles danger, desire, seduction, betrayal, conspiracy, and wisdom. And then fox here, oh no, clouds. Clouds is tension, growing uncertainty, complications, and that word. And then we have for fox, egoism, treachery, fraud, caution, suspicion, priority for own interests. That's here. Oof. Okay, this is intense energy. Very, 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 very intense energy. Not to mention, I know what's coming next because this is just heavy stuff and the trauma associated with it, I think, is massive. Okay, I'm just holding space, carrying it, grounding so I can deliver. Okay, so first off, I do want to share this thing that came through, right? With 7, that is the Chariot card in Major Arcana. So that's about taking action, going, doing, being. But that card is also ruled by the sign of Cancer. So the energy of Cancer coming here, and it's coming through with this snake back of the deck energy. This is a thing that is safe for you. But it's like an illusion of safety because there's a terror of needing to, or even considering looking at the truth of something. Secondly, with clouds, the number 6 card in Major Arcana Tarot is the Lovers. So there's something here about choice, but continuing to choose not to go the next or do the next thing or take the next step that you know is necessary. So it's keeping you in a really unhealthy cycle. Then lastly, with Fox, 14 is associated with the Temperance card. Temperance in Major Arcana Tarot, that card is about healing, okay? That card is about taking your time to heal. Things are alchemizing. You're mixing a little bit of both energies to create something new. But that whole process takes time. But with Fox here, let me just double check. Yeah, egoism, treachery, fraud, caution, suspicion, priority for own interests. There's a lack of wanting to acknowledge what really needs to be done here. So the ego comes in abruptly to put a stop on that process trying to unfold every time it reaches a point of trying to peel forward or slowly peel through this facade. This ego stops it in its tracks because that's all you've ever known. This was a way of protection for a long time. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, so that's the one couple of things I'm seeing. So actually, I do feel like these things could be connected with each other, but at the same time, like I said, it really feels like it's going to be different for everybody. So let me just share and try to share what I'm seeing, okay? There's not going to be a fancy order. I'm not going to try to overthink this too hard. I'm just going to spill out of my mouth, okay? So hopefully the captions get this, that YouTube auto-generates, so you guys can take notes. You guys really listen to this as many times as you need to, okay? Be warned, I'm going to do it. So what is it that you've been carrying that isn't yours, pile number 2? There's a couple of things. So the first thing that's coming through is this really bad fear of like being like your family members of the past or like your upbringing, like treating people the same way.
there may have something to do with kids here, you know?
There is this really bad need to protect your kin if you have kids. Okay, I'm only going to share the things if you have kids. This is what I'm seeing. First, that's the first thing I'm sharing. If you have kids, there's this idea here of trying to protect them at all costs by doing the opposite of what actually needs to be done. And you've been carrying this really bad desire to run away, not have any kids maybe. Maybe there was an accident that happened and now you're just finding out. And that's leading you to kind of run away and choose to stay in a really bad cycle of either being overprotective or completely abandoning them and choosing to just protect people by taking yourself out of the situation entirely. And you think that's the best thing to do because that's the thing your ego's telling you. It's saying this is the best way forward, and it's not really giving you any other choice. There's also this idea here that's coming through of like a fear of all this responsibility. Like, what if you make the same mistakes that your parents did and how they treated you? It's like you don't want to bring that into a kid's life. So there's like this really bad fear. Like, some of you guys may have made a decision at one point in your life that you don't want to have kids, and maybe you don't have any kids. Okay, now this is where it gets into different situations. You just got to really listen closely, guys. Choose what resonates, leave what doesn't. Cherry pick. Okay. Some of you guys may have always wanted to may have said to yourself for such a long time, I never want to have kids. I can't see myself having kids. I'm too effed up. Okay, like I can't do it. I don't want to. But then there are moments where it creeps up on you and you try not to like feel it or show it, or admit it to people. And maybe even me sharing, like saying this is like making you cringe internally because it's like, ew, there's denial here, being honest. The reason why it comes up every once in a while is because there's a whisper of your heart coming through. It's been trying to come through for a while, and it's lower. You know that it's your heart when it's a whisper in comparison to a scream, a yell, an intense, abrupt stop, nudge thing. And the reason why I say that is because you have allowed your ego to rule over your life more years than you've let your heart. Okay? So your heart is quieter, your heart is softer, and it's more just there. When it has an opportunity, it will try to come through, but there has been too many moments with what you've been carrying that isn't yours where you just keep shutting it down, keep turning away and say, nah, I don't need that, I don't want that, because I'm better off without them. Or there's this idea of like, I'm better off without needing to take care of somebody else. There's so much pressure, or like not pressure, but it just the idea of having all these responsibilities like scares you a lot. So you keep yourself in a crazy loop of just like partying or like doing things that allow you to have this sense of freedom, even though it's kind of an illusion because you're allowing yourself to stay trapped to a concept, a belief, a narrative that your ego is running the show over. It's been controlling you your whole life. Another thing that's coming through that this could resonate with in reference to what you've been carrying that isn't yours is this whole idea of like love not being real. That's another thing that's coming through, this idea that like dreams don't happen, or like happy ever afters only exist in fairy tales. Like there's this very pessimistic ideology here. Someone who just like wants to live, but their own idea of living is kind of impatient, reckless, because in reality, they're just kind of circling this drain of a fear of death, a fear of things ending that feel good. There's a really bad fear of being left. There's a really bad fear of getting hurt, of dealing with pain, of dealing with grief, of dealing with the chaos and the pain that beauty brings with it and love brings with it into life. But to have the most amazing, memorable experiences in life, we have to take that risk at the same time, because fear and love are on two sides of the same coin. So that's another thing that you could be carrying that isn't yours, pile number 2, this idea of like just trying to work to live and maybe drain your bank account, maybe have it be a little bit of an adrenaline junkie, maybe not worry about what tomorrow brings, because all you care about right now is just to be happy. But this idea of happiness, look at the back of the deck for the collective, it is so blind faith that when you least expect it, that ghost is going to reveal itself to you. And it's going to throw you off guard so heavily. It's going to creep up on you when you least expect it, only to realize that you've been stuck in this for far too long, and now it might be too late. And this will be something that you will regret years to come if you stay in it. And that applies to all the scenarios that I gave. Another scenario, last scenario, if you're a parent, a helicopter parent. Remember I was talking about how you like associate, like there's this fear of like a belief that if you let kids stay after a certain time, like the night tries to take them away from you. And there's like this really bad fear of needing to like protect them too. That's the thing I shared too. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I'm seeing here. Not letting yourself love, fear of intimacy, not letting yourself have happiness, true happiness, emotional fulfillment in different areas of your life because you were shown that it's not good. So you stick to doing what you know rather than listening to what your soul wants, because that's the easiest and safest way forward. But then you keep circling the drain with something that source has been wanting you to heal for such a long time already. And this is your responsibility to heal, you know? I don't know. I feel like this pile, some of you guys might not believe in life purpose. Or maybe some of you do. But I think there's also this idea of like, you're mistaking the term life purpose for something that is so, what's the word? Passive? What's the word? I can't think of the word. Like, I don't think the word's there, but it's not there. So it's not even on the tip of my tongue. You're mistaking success. You're mistaking like life purpose with something that is so, is that the word futile? No. It's not going to be there forever. It's a word that means to like has to do with it's not going to be there forever. When in reality, like you're literally blindly looking past the things that can be there and stay imprinted on your heart forever and years to years to come. And that would be something you would be so blessed to have experienced, but you're not giving yourself the opportunity or chance to. There's a lot to do with this idea of just like self-preservation here. Sorry, it's my throat, I don't know what happened. Self-preservation in the sense of like, I just got to protect my current reality right now in every way, in every possible way that I can, even if it means like dropping myself, putting myself out of certain situations, excluding myself, choosing to ostracize myself out of situations because I know that that's just the best way forward for everybody. Bad news. There's like this thing there as well. You think you know best. You think you know what's best for everyone. But that's really unfair. You know, like there's no letting, you're not letting others be heard truly when you stay in this story, when you stay in this thing that you've been carrying that isn't yours, pile number 2, because your ego keeps telling you what to assume. It's like filling your mind up with all these assumptions, but that's all they are, pile number 2. They're just assumptions. It thinks it knows, but it doesn't. And so there's so many different ways this can be showing up. This can show up with overworking in career and just choosing money over people and making connections, you know, or falling in love, or feeling like you found your 10 of cups energy, your happily ever after, whether that's with a kid, whether that's with building a life with somebody, whether that's with letting love really guide you somewhere. You choose to just feel alive, but this feeling alive energy, it feels like it just is keeping you from experiencing the rest of the beauty that life has to offer you. And you don't know how to get off this merry-go-round. So let's see where this is coming from, because I feel like I did share a hell of a lot. So let us see. Where it's coming from, we have all the cards here, but we did get some back of the deck energies as well. Let me see. I'll just try to keep this on. I'm going to layer it up. For back of the deck energies here, where it's coming from, we have the alchemist archetype,
with the light attributes being transformation of base motives and goals into golden wisdom, and shadow attribute is misuse of the power and knowledge that come through spiritual practice. So this is the other thing I wanted to share. Like, this could also be somebody who feels like, quote unquote, destined to do something, but they're feeding themselves this idea that in order to get there, they have to drop and let go of every other possible thing, because it's going to become a distraction from the real success that they're trying to reach. But it's like a narrative. It's a really, really bad narrative. We also have the heart chakra with victim here as back of the deck energy, and underneath it we have trickery. Yeah, so it's like your heart's telling you, or it's making you believe, because of the wounds, you know, every chakra in the chakra system is interconnected with one another. Words interconnected with one another, meaning that they become interdependent on each other too. So if one chakra in the system has a obsession of fear and it's clouding that chakra's energy, which usually has to do with the root chakra, then the sacral, solar plexus, all of that gets affected too. And then in turn, the way that we plant seeds in our heart, we think is the way forward, becomes an illusion as well. It's all rooted in fear. So there's trickery, there's deception. Remember that snake analogy that I had come through in my head? Like, it feels like that is still being present here and showing itself. We have two more where it's coming from back of the deck. So we also have resistance. It says, go with the flow and be open to life's changes, but that's what you're resisting. And then the subtext underneath it says opposition, refusal, and denial. And then lastly, for my essential oils deck, the back of the deck energy here is the essential oil spearmint with the keyword conviction. Trigger statement, no one listens to me. True statement, my voice is heard. Stand strong and communicate your message. The world is ready to receive what you have to share. So that's the other thing. It's sad. It hurts my heart to see people in this sort of cycle, because regardless of the situation that this lined you up with, like when we looked at the first question, my loves, it follows us here that regardless of which thing resonated, this is going to align with everyone that chose this pile. You're still stuck on this narrative, and you just feel like no one listens to you, no one believes you, no one cares what you have to say, because they keep dismissing it and telling you to see or believe or look at something else or be open to something else, embrace something else. But all you want to do, and in order to be able to heal this, move through it, process it, is just to be effing heard. And it's really frustrating energy, because all you want to do is be seen. And it feels like there is like an inner child energy here. I think that I picked up on that earlier. Yes, with steadying, anchor, keyword, trigger statement, I'm not ready for what comes next. True statement, I take it one step at a time. The trigger statement really, really rings true. And the fact that this card is like reddish, it gives me root chakra energy again. There's a really bad fear of what the next step in life is, and no one's holding space for you in that. No one has let you share all these things and validate your experiences, and because of that, you keep wearing it like armor, letting it keep you from softening, opening your heart, warming up your inner world, so your inner world's cold. It's like a snowstorm. It's icy. And you just keep trying to experience the next best thing, but it's all a facade, because in reality, it's the simple next step that's meant to bring you the most growth and happiness, but you've never experienced true safety, and you still don't feel safe to be heard and seen. So that's kind of keeping you in the loop even further. And that's the victim. No one is listening. No one cares what I have to say. When in reality, because you feel that way, it's feeding this idea of like, it keeps alchemy, right? We keep mixing one thing into the other to create something different. This being not heard is mixing itself into your experience that keeps continuing to feed into this cycle, into this thing that you've been carrying that isn't actually yours or meant for you to carry. Now for the cards we received for you guys, we have the root chakra with perfection. You hold very high standards on yourself, because of the ego. The ego thinks something needs to be done a perfect, flawless way in order for you to be worthy of receiving it or getting it. And then we have, again, the root chakra card with discovery. I feel called to place it here. So on top of this, we're going to have jasmine, the essential oil with the keyword passion. Trigger statement, I am scared. True statement, when I am vulnerable, I am at my strongest. Reconnect with your feminine energy and pursue something that ignites your fire. Open the gates of your fortress and explore. Now, this is really interesting because this orange color is immediately reminding me of the sacral chakra. And I just had a flashback pop up in my head of when I first created my sacral chakra video. It's like an educational sacral chakra video I uploaded on my YouTube channel. And I unfortunately had to stop that series because life was just happening and I started expanding locally and stuff with my work and offerings. So, but with it, I remember the sacral chakra with people that are moving through it, experiencing the sacral chakra. If they're in a wounded state, it can either be excess energy or deficient energy. And I'm not remembering right now. I believe when it's deficient, it creates someone who shuts down, doesn't feel. It's like a frozen lake, and it's not melting anytime soon. So there's no flow. There's no feeling, there's no motion that needs to be made in order to feel. There could be avoidance, you know? Whereas with excess sacral chakra energy, it can create adrenaline junkies, it can create codependency, it can create people that are just trying to find ways to keep feeling alive because they don't know how to feel alive and safe and happy in the things that can bring that true comfort and security to them. So it's weird, you know? It's kind of like the things that actually bring the most safety and security, because the root chakra keeps being emphasized here for you guys. It actually threatens your idea of life because all your nervous system has ever known to experience was hecticness, adrenaline rushes, crazy, terrifying moments that you now associate with real peace or safety or protection, when in reality, it just keeps you on the edge of being close to death, and that's what keeps you awake. But feeling like you're alive is different than truly living. Okay? I want to make that clear. And that's the thing that you keep avoiding with this loop. So it's come from this, I don't know, really. Honestly, let's shuffle the tarot and see if we can get more understanding, because I feel like I'm sharing where it's come from, right? I understand all of this, but we're not getting a specific thing. So where is this thing that pile number 2's been carrying coming from? Where did it come from for pile number 2? One more shuffle. Where did it come from for pile number 2? Okay, we have a lot of cards that shot out. Back of the deck here is the Queen of Wands. We have a massive pile of cards that came out as well. So, what is this? Let me just see if there's any cards here. Okay. So, I got the cards come out, the ones that I feel called to take out. And underneath it, we have the Queen of Wands with the Five of Wands directly beneath it. So there's this idea, what's underneath that? The Hanged Man, yeah, perspective. Your ego's been fighting you on this for a really long time, and it keeps trying to take control over it. So even while you listen to this, it's like, pfft, like you don't want to hear it. Pfft, like PFFT, you know that sound? Pfft, I can't make that freaking sound. I just keep hearing someone getting irritated. And I didn't even look at the last card, so there's got to be a reason I did that. I'm going to hold on to it. We're going to look at the tarot first. We have the Queen of Wands, right, with the back of the deck. So let me place this here. All right, so how many cards do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so I don't know why, but these want to be significator cards. So let's look at these first. We have the Two of Wands. Oops. Where am I even going to place this? Screw it. The Two of Wands. The High Priestess. Screw it. And the Lover's card. Okay, that's really, really fascinating that that is your significator energy. And we have 2 2s here. Huh. And then for some reason, my brain's going 2 plus 2 equals 4. 4 is the major arcana, the Emperor. So it's weird though, because these 2 cards together is like, you know that there's a bigger thing here. But for some reason, my brain, I don't know why, maybe source is telling me to do this. 2 plus 2 reminds me of the Emperor card, major arcana, because it's 4. And the Emperor is the king of all kings. So again, there's this idea of still trying to protect yourself from seeing beyond the veil, because the moment you do that, there's a lot of responsibility that goes on your shoulders there. And there's a lot of fear of that responsibility and what it entails, what it takes to go there. But you've known this. You've known this for such a long time, but you keep turning a blind eye. You literally choose to put the blindfold on or keep it on and not take it off. You tighten it actually because the fear is so strong. For the cards themselves, continuing, we have the Ace of Wands. We're looking at where it's coming from. We have the Eight of Swords. I don't know why I want to do this. We have the Sun card. I don't know why I've been doing this for you guys. Normally I just place them straight down. And then we have here that fits the end is the Moon. So the Sun and the Moon. And then the last card, I'm going to place it here. We have the 10 of Pentacles. So I think there's a reason why the cards wanted to be placed this way, because I feel like these 2 cards go together. And this is leading to this energy. But this is the big story of where it's coming from. And it keeps feeding into this idea. And now this is where we're going to look at this last essential oil card. We have yarrow and palm essential oil with the keyword divination. Trigger statement, I am so drained. True statement, I am shielded. You are finding balance as you see what resonates and what doesn't. With clear sight, you are safe and protected. Now here's where it gets interesting, because the yellow color is now reminding me of the solar plexus chakra. The solar plexus chakra is also associated with anger, because anger is the thing that creates change in life. You know, a lot of people get really uncomfortable with anger, so they try to avoid it at all costs. You may be somebody that deals with anger issues, pile number 2. And these anger issues have developed into you protecting yourself heavily. But it's draining how you do it, because the adrenaline rush that you get when you go through these experiences and consistently try to stay just feeling alive instead of actually living, choosing to live, there's a difference. This involves you doing, it's like you want to get on the edge of death every time life tries to show you that there's more than this life that you've been keeping yourself in. Does that make sense? And so to avoid it, you stay in the facade. So there actually isn't a person here. It's you feeding this to yourself. But what's interesting is when we dive into the second section with the third question, we're going to see why you took this on, and this is where things get really heavy. But the fact that we are seeing this here, you know that there's more to life than what you've been experiencing, and you want it. You're just not letting yourself acknowledge that still. I think there's a reason why this reading found you, though, because you're at the precipice of letting yourself begin this healing process for it. There's this thing with astrology. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at your natal chart in astrology. If you guys chose this pile, let me know in the comment section down below, right, pile 2, and share your rising sign, your sun sign, and your moon sign with me if you know it, okay? Because usually in astrology, not a lot of people share this perspective, but I feel like a lot of astrologers do know this. They just talk more about the external crap, which is, they say your rising sign, your ascending sign is like your appearance based. You know, it's how you look on the outside. Like people will like think that you're that, like that's your first impression energy you give off when you enter a room. But also from a spiritual growth perspective, your ascendant sign is the sign you're meant to embody more of as you grow into this life experience. So there's this idea here that like this is something that's been creeping up on you for a while now,
And it's been getting stronger the more you've let yourself stay stuck in this feeling that isn't yours, stay stuck in this story, that the thing you've been carrying that isn't actually yours. And it's coming from what's meant to happen. Like you're avoiding the growth story, the climax story of your life, the turning point part of your chapter or your storybook of your life, pile number 2. You're avoiding that by continuing to stay in this loop. You don't want to turn the page yet. And it's just because of fear. Fear is really heavily weighing you down. You're trying to protect yourself at all costs, but it's just the ego. The ego only stays in the things that it's familiar with because that's the things that it's predictable that way. It doesn't like to go towards the things it's never explored. It doesn't like to go into uncharted territory. And every time you get an idea of like, oh my God, I'm about to go into this uncharted territory, you go back and keep feeding the loop. Even though all your soul wants for you is to just go to that self-actualization moment within and ask yourself the real questions, the things that show you how you really feel. I felt called to cut the deck, how you really feel. And stop protecting yourself on this confident, like, energy or persona of like, oh, like, I don't really need anyone, I could care less. And you're trying to protect your emotions at all costs. When in reality, this is the thing that brings you the power. And by power, there's this thing. So magician energy, it's giving me this idea of somebody who thinks that they can have it all without experiencing it with other people. But as humans, like, we're not meant to be loners. We're not meant to be loners forever. I love how it's telling the story as I'm talking. We're meant to find balance in like showing up in other people's lives or letting people come into our lives and create those intimate connections, because that's where the real beauty of life lies. And with this Queen of Cups energy, you're meant to go to listening to your heart now. And you've been for a while. It's just that the ego in you has been trying to make you avoid it at all costs. So that's where that's coming from. Now we're going to be moving into the second section where I said, do be warned, my love. This is where it gets heavy. And to go into this section, I'm going to be getting the tarot because we might be using the deck again. And we're going to be looking at why you took this thing on as if it was yours, even though it was never yours to carry. So maybe this is where the real, true root source comes through. And we're going to be shuffling my astro dice for, rolling. I keep saying shuffling. We're going to be rolling my astro dice for that. And then we're also going to be looking at the next question in the second section, which is how taking this thing on that isn't yours has affected you so far. Okay? I'm just shuffling to reset. Okay. So let me move these cards out of the way, my loves. I'm still going to be able to see everything. It's just you that won't be able to, okay? So you still might be able to see this, but it's on the edge of my table as far as I can get it. Sorry about the folding creases. Going through a lot in my life right now. I haven't had time to fix the tablecloth. So I appreciate your patience with this aesthetically pleasing situation. All right, so, and I'm looking up at my clock or the time thing that goes down on my camera, and I just saw 111 for a moment before it turned to 110. So I think this is where some real healing is going to get exposed, okay? Again, I think this is Source's way of telling me to warn you, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning, my loves. Okay, please listen to this in a safe space. You have been warned. This is the last time I'm going to say it. I'm going to dive into this. I'm not trying to come off harsh. It might feel that way, but it's just because I need to stay in my channeled state. So this is the piece of paper we're going to write down the placement for the astrology that comes through in the astro dice. So I got my pen here, got the dice here. For past life cards, we have a lot of past life categories that came out for you guys in this section. So the way I read it, we're only going to look at the words that I felt drawn towards, the words that were facing upright, the way they landed. They all landed in certain categories and piles, groupings together. We also got some harder truth cards, and this wanted to be a significator card. So before we go into this, let's look at the back of the deck energies first. So for the first back of the deck energy, we have primal or aboriginal with faith, and then we have these terms that I cannot say. Sorry, I'm just breathing, settling, grounding. For the other back of the deck energy, we have gut instinct. And it says, trust your initial feelings as your truest guide. They often know what's best before your mind can catch up. Now, this is where it gets interesting because it feels like you have been with this. So the back of the deck energy here is like your current energy frequency. It's the energy frequency surrounding the situation that we're exploring. With this being the back of the deck energy drain, see, it's giving me this idea that your gut instinct has been leading you in the wrong direction this entire time. This entire time, it's been leading you down the exact thing that you've been carrying that isn't yours. It's been leading you towards it. And it's been exhausting to keep on this front that you love this. And it's getting old really fast, but it's because that's all you've ever known. This is the thing that took advantage of you and your fears and your pain, the trauma you've experienced. I'm sorry with the light glare, guys. I'm gonna move this here. And you just want to be heard for it. This stuff you've gone through, but no one cares, no one listens, or at least that's how it's been feeling. So maybe some of you guys like don't even want to go to therapy, or you've tried it but it just didn't feel safe enough, so you never tried it again. Like you didn't try to get another therapist, or you don't go to therapy because of your experience where you try to share it with people that you thought love you or should care enough about you, and they didn't care. You know, there's like a lot of different ways to interpret that, but there's definitely trust issues with being vulnerable for sure. Okay. Now, for the past life cards, there's groupings. We're going to be looking at the first grouping first. I'm going to go through this slowly. So first up, I hope you guys can see it from this distance. We have Blizzard. And then we have Buddhist, I can't pronounce this word, Buddhist ascetic. I looked it up though, and it's like a really devoted Buddhist practitioner. It's a person who does the more intense version of Buddhism. So they try to practice stepping away from the material world and reach nirvana, the state of nirvana, true self-actualization, true enlightenment. So they meditate, they adopt a hermit lifestyle, more of an isolating lifestyle, so they can go within and find that truth, you know? Then we also have limitation or disease coming through. And then we have identity wife. We have late modern age time frame, and then we have walking the middle path for the lesson. I'm also seeing the word hypothermia, and I'm also seeing this word that I cannot say. So that's one. The next group, we got like 4 more, guys, so just be patient with me. We have location, India. We have trauma witness or bystander, and then we have faith secret, and then we got the words leader and leadership. Okay. We also have diplomat and mediator over here, with location Central or South America, trauma, exile, and death, natural disaster. And then I'm also seeing lesson self-expression. Where do I want to place this? Okay. I'm just trying to make sure we have space in case like I want to do tarot. Okay. Thirdly, the second to last pairing, we have ritual priest, ritual sacrifice, manufacturer. Yeah, okay. So ritual priest, ritual sacrifice, and manufacturer. I'm also seeing the word money handler come through in my head for like the word here. It's standing out to me as well. And then for the last pairing of cards, sorry, I just dropped my candle quartz. Let me pick that up. We have Knight with the word defender. And then we have time frame, World War age, becoming more natural is the lesson. And then identity lover. Okay. With the last two, oh, the significator cards, my bad. The one significator card, we have lies. You're lying to yourself and those around you. There's a secret that needs to emerge for true alignment to occur. Wow. That is some heavy stuff. And then for the final two cards, we have unseen and failure anxiety. There are factors you haven't yet considered. Look beyond the obvious for hidden elements that could impact your decision before making a move. Failure anxiety. Avoiding failure also means avoiding success. You're stuck in planning mode and your potential is locked away. Success is achieved by trying. So this can also have to do with like a fear of like work, following your dreams too, staying in like this predictable situation. Building like your life is scary, you know? But okay, why you took this on? So, why did we're just gonna roll the dice. Why did pile number 2 take this on? Why did pile number 2 take this on? Okay, so we have Saturn in Leo in the 10th house. There's so much pressure in this energy now. I don't know why that just immediately is coming through. Saturn in Leo is some heavy stuff, dude. Saturn in Leo in the 10th house as well. In the 10th house. Like, this is some heavy pressure energy. I just feel called to shuffle this like 3 times. You're going to see this in any cards that come out. I have a lot of information here, but I don't know why it just feels like there's like a little thing we're missing, a little puzzle piece. So why did pile number 2 take this on? Okay, we didn't get any other cards. Back of the deck energy is the 4 of Pentacles. You're in extremely protective mode. And this idea, it's like a false emotional fulfillment. And the moment you realize that, everything is going to reveal itself and truth will emerge. Clarity, the real thing will emerge. Wow. I'm gonna slide these together because we explained that. I'm gonna place this here. All right. So we got 2 cards. We have the King of Cups and the 6 of Pentacles. All right. So there's a lot of stuff here. And most of all, let me move this actually. I just realized I could have done this the entire time. Most of all, there is also so much happening that all kind of feed into the same thing similarly, but not at the same time. I'm just trying to figure out how to do this. Okay, I like this better. Okay. So why you took this on? Okay. So the biggest reason why you took this on, my love, you have been trying to protect your dignity. You've been trying to protect like some form of self-respect or something like that. You've been trying to protect an experience that may have occurred in your past that is so traumatic that your ego has taken it upon itself to repress it as much as it possibly can by making you do these things that don't actually feel like you or your truth, to keep it contained as much as possible. I actually feel called
to grab my chakra wisdom deck that I just used earlier. I'm going to regather these cards and I'm going to shuffle it out to see if there's an additional chakra card here that wants to come through. Because there's something that's like in my head, but I want to get confirmation on it before I share. I'm sorry about the shadow, guys. I feel so bad that like there's such a bad shadow. And like no matter how I move this freaking light, this is still going to be an issue. So I'm really sorry about that. Why did pile number 2 take this on? Why did pile number 2 take this on? Recovery. Discovery. So this is where it gets interesting. Like, we got passion and growth. You always had a desire to heal this, but the way that you've been approaching it isn't the right way forward. I don't know how the healing process was for you while you were trying to move through this. Pile number 2. But there's this idea of like, you did the things that you were told to do, and so that should have been enough, right? Like, I'm just getting like a question mark, like that should have been enough, ... right? Like question mark. When in reality it wasn't. It never was enough. There's some form of way of living that you've been doing for a while now. And at the beginning it felt good. At the beginning it felt right. But now it just doesn't feel aligned with actually the actual things that you're trying to build or where the real desires actually lie. And so there's this idea here, and I'm happy that I'm really grateful and glad that I listened to my intuition and got this deck out, because the fact that the back of the deck here is recovery with the discovery card peeking out again, it's giving me this idea that you have been trying to work on it. It's just that you're still carrying this story that isn't yours forward, and it's showing up in ways. I feel like it showed up, this wound, this trauma, this experience that you've gone through, pile number 2. This isn't the first time it showed up or leaked through a certain area of your life, and now it's just showing up again. So you've been continuously carrying this thing because you thought that it was dealt with already. That's where it gets interesting. But in reality, you only let yourself get so far, and you stopped the moment it got uncomfortable. So you just tell yourself you're good. Now I'm understanding. So while I was doing your pile preparation portion, my loves, I kept hearing the word spiritual bypassing in my head, and I didn't understand why. I was like, not a lot of people do that. You know what I mean? But you wanted to believe so hard that everything was fine and dandy, when in reality it never was. That it created so much chaos or illusion in your life. And you've been on a certain path for a while now, my love, that hasn't actually been aligned with where you really are meant to go. But you continue to feed this path, even though you already knew like this isn't the way to go, because it just felt easier. Like, after all, this thing that you went through, pile number 2, not a lot of people can like share or just bluntly point out or express. And you've tried, but it still never felt like enough. So you've been chasing this feeling of satisfaction in your life for such a long time. And you get doses of it through the life that you've chosen to adopt so far. But that's the thing you're carrying that isn't yours to carry anymore. Does that make sense? So with Saturn and Leo in the 10th house, there's this idea here of like continuing to build forward. So maybe workaholism too could be a thing, or isolating yourself to protect yourself. It's like you're over healing, like you're over identifying with something so strongly to the point that you've revolved your entire life and way of being around keeping it locked in some form of cage instead of releasing it and starting anew. And it just felt easier. It felt like the more natural way to stay in the chaos, I guess, if that makes sense. Even though you know exactly what's going on, you know exactly what you're supposed to do, but you're keeping it a secret from yourself. And this is because of how traumatic the experience was that developed all of this in the first place. So you keep feeding it because it just felt like the easiest way forward. And I believe with the King of Cups, sometimes it has to do with Cancer, but for me, this is giving me Scorpio energy. And Scorpios, they're fixed signs. But Scorpios also can have a tendency to be too much of an extremist when it comes to fixating on things. So there's like this idea of like it was easier to fixate on an identity and a way of being in life and identifying with all these different things to allow myself to just feel like I'm not in a box anymore and I get to create my life, my reality. But it wasn't like you were just it was kind of like a tantrum, like a child having a rebellion against their family sort of thing, and you've been in this state of mind till now. And yes, it's brought some beauty and great experiences, but at the same time they never lasted as long as they stayed. That's what wanted to come out of my mouth. I don't know why that doesn't really make sense to me, but like they left as quickly as they came. I think that's what I was trying to say. It felt easier to take this on this way, even though you knew it wasn't doing you good. It felt like it was easier to choose this path than to take the next step, which meant you had to take responsibility of like your life again. Because this is where there's this idea of like life's unfair coming through. Like, oh, this is so unfair. I want to understand that really quick before we go forward, because I feel like I'm missing something still. I keep feeling like you just keep, like you're mad about something. What is this thing I'm channeling for pile number 2 right now, source? What is this thing I'm channeling right now for pile number 2? What's trying to come through right now for pile number 2 with everything we're talking about? One more shuffle. Okay. Back of the deck here, we have the Knight of Swords. 10 of Cups. Still trying to chase something, even though in reality, you're fighting. It's a false facade. You're trying to protect a vision of some kind. And you think this is what your happy ending is, but it's not. Like, there's more to it. The Magician did come in reverse, and I'm going to accept it as such. We also got the Knight of Cups. We got the Four of Swords here. I think that wants to come here. We have... Okay, wait, I'm reading this in reverse. Hold on, guys. I might confuse you. So first up, we have Judgment, the Queen of Wands, the Eight of Pentacles, and the Knight of Cups. And then we have the Four of Swords and the Magician in reverse as like significator energy. And then the Knight of Swords is the back of the deck. So there's a really strong false sense of control that has been filling your life up with BS, really. It feels like bullshit. Spiritual bypassing, that energy is coming through again, where you think you did all the work you needed to do. And this entitlement energy, it feels like you want to receive a reward or something, or you want to receive like recognition or appreciation for everything that you've experienced. So it's like you've been waiting for it and continuing to just do your own thing and expecting something, expecting it. But it's like, it's not coming. You have to get it for yourself. The healing doesn't happen on its own, pile number 2. It doesn't just show up on its own again and just make you take the next steps forward. You need to willingly grab that cup that's trying to come through, not avoid it any longer by just living your life aimlessly and just choosing to keep going through all these different experiences. You're a little bit on like an explorative energy right now, but it's like you're just seeing all these different options and ways of living that you can experience, but it's not actually, like, you're not reaching for them. You're not grabbing them. You just keep letting yourself stay in this really bad loop of it because that's just the thing that's felt easier this entire time. It's the thing that feels like it's given you what you've gotten and received, and it's been working. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's not your truth. It isn't. It hasn't been. This has been like some false sense of like working towards something when you're not even getting there. Like it's just you keep working and working. The Eight of Pentacles and the Knight of Cups is giving me this energy of someone who just keeps working towards something, but they're not getting anywhere. Like it's just this idea of I'm working on it, but are you really? Like, are you really working on it? Because I know that you've been in this process of trying to heal for a while now, but what other steps are you taking? And it's valid to be tired. It's valid to rest. It's valid to do this and that. But if you're waiting for something to fall out of the sky and just show you the next way forward, that's not going to happen. You need to want it. You need to search for it. And every time Source has been giving you an opportunity to take your next step in life, you keep running away. So what is it that Source has to do to help you keep going? Nothing, because every time it tries to give you breadcrumbs, you don't want to take it. So you're keeping yourself in this loop. And you keep thinking that you're striving, and it's like people don't need to I really hope this is making sense, and I hope this isn't coming off too heavily or aggressively, my love. It's just this really has been a really bad cycle you've been stuck in and carrying. And it does have to do with a big wound, a big traumatic experience that you've witnessed or gone through that just has shaped your entire reality since then. And you had no clue. And you're lying to yourself. This is a lie you're doing to yourself. That's why you took it on. You took it on because it felt like responsibility, like you're working towards something, but what are you actually working towards? And that isn't supposed to come off like so like dismissive, my love. It's just, this is the way Source wants me to channel it, okay? I'm not trying to let a filter come through, you know what I mean? So remember, I'm equal. There's no hierarchy here. Everyone are equals in life. I view you as a version of me at some point in my life as well. You know what I mean? So, and you probably view me at some point in your life where you were so confident about a certain skill or like you knew things or you know what I mean? We all have mirrors inside each other. So I want to let you know, like the way I'm speaking to you, like don't take it to heart. I am just the channeler. I am just sharing the things that want to be delivered to you in the way that they want to come through. Okay? Instead, if you get triggered, ask yourself, why is this triggering me? And if it's triggering you, see what wound it's poking on, see what emotion is trying to come through. Is it hard for you to take constructive criticism? Is it hard for you to be brutally honest with yourself? Is it hard for you to hear these things without flinching because you know that you've been trying to cover something up for so long that you had to uncover once, but when was the last time you checked it? So I just wanted to share that, okay? With that being said, my loves, let us now move into the next question, which is how it's affected you, because I feel like we've been exploring this for a really long time. I do want to say that before we go here, because I feel like this is such a heavy thing to explore and just to pick a card. If you guys do feel open to this, I do offer personalized pre-recorded readings, okay? So if this is a topic that you would like to explore more deeply, you can check in the description box below. I have a link for you to to sign up for a reading with me, to receive a reading with me. You'll select the type of reading you want. You can do the mini kind of first time reading, which is at the cheapest price, or you can also do the extended soul immersion reading, which is where we dive into this and look at everything from all possible angles, but you would see that in the form when you fill it out. It explains each of the different options, okay? Along with that, if you don't want just a reading, but maybe you want to talk about this, maybe you want to unpack this, maybe you want to start working on it. I am currently accepting one-on-one clients. So if that's something that you're interested in, if that's something you'd be curious to learn more about, there is also a link in my description box below for you to schedule a free soul clarity call with me, where we'll get to kind of see if what I have to offer, my services, what I do, would benefit you in your healing self-growth journey as a whole. Help you in any way, shape, or form, and see if we would be a good fit to work together. And there's absolutely no pressure to commit to anything in those calls, but I always offer them just to see, because I have made the most beautiful soul aligned clients through my YouTube channel. And I feel so honored that I get to kind of reach out and like send my offerings this way as well. So that is something that your heart's pulling you towards. Maybe like there's curiosity, like a ping coming through. Feel free to set up something for us to schedule something together as well. And it's free. No pressure, like I said. Don't feel like you need to commit to something on the spot. you own the show in that moment. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to offer that in case you really want to dive into this further, whether it's the reading, a soul immersion reading, setting up for that, or scheduling a free soul clarity call. Like, we can explore this deeper, but I just feel like we have to keep going just because this video is probably going to be like a 2-hour reading. So we're going to keep going, my loves, okay? So now we're going to be seeing how it's affected you. So how has this whole situation affected you? Let's just reset this. One more thing I want to share is, like, you feel like you were soul searching or searching for something on this journey and you've never been able to find it. So you keep trying. So maybe it's like traveling, you know, like you spend a lot of money on traveling and you're trying to feel like you're finding the meaning of life in traveling. There's like something here that you keep trying to search for and it never shows up. And that's like the sickness. It's like a disease where it creates dis-ease in your body because you keep trying to find something that's you have to give to yourself. It's not found outside of you, it's found inside of you. That's another thing that's coming through as well. But you feel like it's part of your soul purpose to do it, and that's the spiritual bypassing situation. I'm just resetting these cards. Reset. Reset. Okay. So, how it's affected you. We got a couple of emotion cards, and we got 2 tarot cards that came out here. For back of the deck energies. Oh, we have 2 piles, I think. Yeah. So how it's affected you. We're going to be looking into that as well. So for back of the deck energies, before we do this, we have the Page of Swords coming through. Underneath the Page of Swords is the 5 of Swords. It's exhausting. You feel like you're constantly fighting a battle within. And then we have abundance. This is where it gets interesting. I am a limitless being and I can manifest whatever I desire in this physical reality. And underneath it, we have adversity. I accept that challenges are the best way to learn. So you have been able to have amazing experiences through this thing that you've been carrying that isn't yours to carry anymore. But at the same time, it's also brought like consistent scarcity, or like you're still in the victim mindset. You're still like, it doesn't fix that. It's just been a band-aid and it's been temporary. It's like instant dopamine rushes. You know what I mean? That's what I'm channeling. First off, let me just get this pile. Okay, so we got abundance. The adversity cards here. Okay. And then we also, for the back of the deck, the last back of the deck here, we have disgust. And I'm going to just read where I feel called to. The sense that something is out of place might be more important to provoking feelings of disgust than the objectively dangerous. Okay, I'm going to repeat that because that's actually really interesting. The sense that something is out of place might be more important to provoking feelings of disgust than the objectively dangerous. So those odd little glitches where the stomach heaves in response to some object we know can't hurt us, the hair in the mouth, or the skin on a mug of hot milk, or the soup clinging to a man's beard, which might make us bilious. What we speak of as disgust describes so many different kinds of responses. The vomitous feeling of seeing rotten meat, the nauseating horror on seeing a person's skin flapping open, even a feeling of moral queasiness. As with so many of our emotions, it's not easy to tell where disgust begins and ends. After all, disgust arises more powerfully when boundaries dissolve, meaning breaks down, and things slide out of place. Okay. So these, I think, wanted to be significator energies. So we have the Hermit card. I'm going to place these on here. We have boredom. And I'm going to read, boredom is the most contrary of emotions. It's a combination of feeling trapped, inert, and disinterested. There is a vague sense of wanting something to change, but we really can't say what.
Today we ought to be boredom free with the constant stimulation of ever smarter technologies, yet boredom is still with us, and maybe that's not so bad. Turn off your smartphone and you may find yourself slipping into that listlessness which gives rise to pleasant reverie and daydreams. There is no coincidence that many creative people have spoken of their own childhoods as immensely tedious. Their boredom propelled them to invent and imagine. It might just be, as the anthropologist Ralph Linton has argued, that the human capacity for being bored, rather than social or natural needs, lies at the root of man's cultural advance. And lastly, we have, this is also my life lessons deck, by the way. So, success. I know that there is no greater goal than to love. Okay, now for the final cards here, so we can just dive into everything for how it's affected you before we roll the dice again. We have satisfaction. I'm just going to read what I feel called to. Okay. This was not a man plagued by desire or doubt, but one curious and quietly confident. The philosophers called the feeling satisfaction from the Latin words satis, which means enough, and facere, to do. The word originally meant the fulfillment of debt or obligation. In the writing of 18th century philosophies, it came to mean the contentment of using one's skills appropriately, foreshadowing today's career speak of job satisfaction. French aristocrats embraced an attitude of satisfaction. Satisfied smiles lit up the walls of Versailles, symbols of progressiveness and the ability to afford expensive dentistry. Okay. Enough to do. Fulfillment of debt or obligation, or the contentment of using one's skills appropriately. Okay. Next up, we have shame. While guilt is an emotion associated with hearing the wheedling voice of conscience, shame is usually associated with wanting to hide, but you don't need to get caught taking a favor from your flatmate's purse or flagrant with your married next door neighbor to want to shut yourself away forever. We may feel embarrassed about things we've done, but shame is about who we are. Its premise is clear. In the face of intolerance, it's only by being seen that we can feel whole. One of its legacies may be a willingness to talk about shame and the moments of awkwardness and transgression that cause it as a valuable emotion rather than the damaging toxic one we've come to think of it as. It might be that to forge identity in the face of disapproval, the existence of shame must be recognized and even celebrated. And then lastly, we have bitterness. And it has the other words, regret, remorse, self-pity, envy, jealousy, and disgust. And I feel called to place that here. So with the tarot, we have the Seven of Swords. And lastly, we have the Two of Pentacles in reverse. Disgust. Okay. It's like, it's kept you in such a bad loop of like choosing to be alone in some way, shape, or form. Let me roll the dice so I can just get everything out and share. So how has this affected pile number 2? Okay, I'm gonna roll this one more time. How has this affected pile number 2? We have Gemini. Okay, so we got Neptune, right? Yes. Neptune and Gemini in the 3rd house. You're lying to yourself, love. Yeah. You're lying to yourself. Neptune and Gemini, 3rd house. Okay. You've been telling people all these different things about how you're doing fine and dandy and that you don't need anything else. But it's all a lie. Let's clarify the Hermit for me, Source. Can you clarify the Hermit for me? We have Death. Gonna move this. Can you clarify the Seven of Swords?
King of Cups. And then I see the Three of Cups here, so I'm going to take it out because I feel called. Okay. Yeah, you're running away from something for sure. And then lastly, Source, can you please clarify the Two of Pentacles in reverse? Nothing wants to come through, so we're going to look at the back of the deck. We got the Six of Pentacles with the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, so it keeps going back to the original why you took this on energy. Like, and look at this, the mirroring. So we have the 5 and then the line, and then we have the line and then the 5. Not the 5, the V, sorry. The line and then the V, and then we have the V and the line. So look, there's like mirroring energy here. It's like it's affected you by continuing to like lie to yourself to protect how you actually feel about the situation. And in reality, on top of that too, it's because your ego keeps fighting you. So the way it's been affecting you, it has led to a lot of illusion and a lot of feeding more and more lies to yourself as well as people around you. So a lot of people think that you've been absolutely fine with this and you're just dealing with it even though in reality you're still not okay. Like you haven't been okay for a long time, but you feel ashamed for not being okay, if that makes sense. Like there's this idea here of like still wanting to feel seen and like be in the spotlight, but it's not happening. It's not coming. And so you continue to just think about how I can keep chugging along even though I'm exhausted and this isn't fun. It keeps feeding such a bad cycle and it's affected you by the way you lie to yourself, you've lied to people, and the more you keep telling someone you're fine, you're going to start to believe it too. So this has been going on for a really long time. I want to make that clear, pile number 2. And on top of that, with the Two of Pentacles in reverse, being kind of clarified a little bit with the Six of Pentacles and the Four of Pentacles and this mirroring energy going on. The Two of Pentacles is kind of about balance or trying to find balance in the middle of like trying to take care of so many things at once. So I find it interesting that these things are mirrored because it's giving me this idea of that's all you've ever been able to do is just continue to chug along, even though you know it's not taking you anywhere. You tell yourself it is because it's easier than to like just take the next step. Yeah, look, Two of Swords, see? To take the next step. So you keep kind of feeding this lie to yourself. And it's keeping you in that loop. It's not changing. The Hermit here, it's giving me this idea that like with the girl and like she has this light kind of glowing within her that she's keeping so much inside. No one realizes how much she's been holding this, and all it wants to do is release and go through a death. It wants to be renewed. It wants to be transformed, but you feel like you can't because everyone already thinks you're fine. You really feel trapped. Like I'm picturing someone who's screaming, but no one can hear them scream. So you just kind of accepted, well, no one really cares, so maybe I shouldn't care. And it's like you gaslit yourself into believing that like, oh, like I don't matter. How I really feel doesn't matter. Or it's led you to do an explosion of emotions where now you're just trying to find another thing to fixate on that isn't this, but by avoiding it, you're letting the thing that you're fixating on now get fed by the very feelings that led you to wanting to avoid this trauma in the first place. Does that make sense? I really hope that's not confusing. So you're stuck in a really bad illusion loop. And with Neptune being in Gemini, Gemini is airy, okay? Neptune is cloudy, confusing, illusion energy. When those two things come, it's emphasized energy, in my opinion. So there is a lot of illusion in the mind. There is a lot of it. And with the third house coming through, this shows up in community. This shows up with people. You've been lying to yourself. You're not actually happy. You know, you're actually trapped. You're actually screaming for a way out and no one cares. And so you keep trying to feed this fantasy just to see if one day you'll feel better again. And this could also be like someone telling you what you are and you not having a choice but to listen. You know, you might have been brainwashed into thinking that this is what you are. And then now you're kind of just trying to ride the wave. Does that make sense? Even though it's not how it feels at all. But this is enough for now, so you stay with it. Oh, wow. I feel like it keeps putting us like on this consistent explanation loop, but there's got to be a reason for it, right? So with that, my loves, we're now going to be moving into the third section where we're going to be looking at the final two questions before we go into your final messages from source, which is what is actually yours to carry and what supports you right now. Okay. I'm just resetting this deck. Hopefully you guys were taking notes because I'm going to be clearing this table up. All right. So give me one moment while I clear this table, okay, my loves? Just give me a quick moment. Okay. So the next stuff. What is actually yours to carry? And what supports you right now? So what is actually yours to carry? For the two back of the deck energies here, we've got share your voice, come out of the cave, persecution, expression, come out of the cave. You chose to alienate yourself, but you're ready to be rejoined to your truth. And remember the great gathering. So it's like, this is somewhere you were meant to be all this time. Remember, this is the card that I felt linked with your significator, but you're still in this cave and it's like you're debating, and on the shoreline has all this great gathering of energies. So that's one thing I'm finding interesting. Like, it's kind of like the first thing that's actually yours to carry is that fear of letting the cat out of the bag sort of thing. For the other final back of the deck energy here, we had the Archer, but it's in reverse, and it says biding your time and planning ahead. But with the Archer in reverse, we're going to look at the Citadel booklet to see the meaning. And then we also got a Citadel card that came up sideways, so I feel like this is upright and reversed meaning. And it is the Painter with productivity and creation, but it came sideways. So I feel like this is upright and reverse meaning. We're going to look at that. And then we have, sorry, my throat, the Warrior coming up in reverse, and it says perfectionism and burnout, but it came in reverse. Maybe I want to do it like this because it was like that. So this Painter energy is going to influence the Warrior. Okay. Before we do that, let's look at the meaning from the booklet. So let's do the Archer first. Let's see what the Archer is, page 60. Okay, so the Archer in reverse. Some arrows go astray. That's just life. Don't be disheartened when your plans go awry. Learn from your mistakes and focus on the next arrow. Okay, so there was a mistake. You feel like you messed up. Maybe this is just what we're sharing now, and it's hard. You didn't realize how much your life shaped around, like the life you have now is shaped around this trauma, when the very thing you were trying to do was run away from it this entire time and not be it. But the more we run away from the things that scare us, the more we become them. We got to remember that. We also have, okay, let's do Painter first. Sorry, I'm trying to look for it. Okay, Painter 134. Okay, so 134, we're going to look at the upright meaning and the upside down meaning. So within you is a font. Okay, wait. The painter's drive to create is all-consuming. They've forgotten the murals that have come before, already focused on their next new creation. The painter sets to work in the street, bringing to life yet another vivid mural to adorn the Citadel's vibrant walls. Okay. Within you is a font of creativity waiting to burst forth. This is not just the sort of creativity that requires a paintbrush or pen, but the ability to bring about a vision, to know your own voice and what you bring into the world. Don't let anything hold you back. This is your chance to embrace that vision, to follow your instincts and bring about something beautiful and new. But in the reverse position, doubt in your skills is stopping you from reaching your true potential and manifesting your plans. Whatever it is you're telling yourself you don't have the talent to achieve right now, stop and think, what are the risks of just going for it? Are your fears truly grounded in reality, or are you creating your own roadblocks? That's crazy. Okay, so I'm understanding why it's sideways. Now let's just lastly see the warrior, my loves. The warrior. Okay, 84. Warriors in reverse. This is a warrior defeated, a fighter at the end of their illustrious career. They pushed and pushed until their body and armor is too damaged to continue, and now they're left to wonder, what's next? Something in your life is coming to an end. Where do you go now? So something happened, something has created a wake-up call. You realize that this isn't how you're meant to live anymore. And all you're meant to carry forward is the realization of what was, because it's not there anymore. And you need to make that, you need to label it as what was because it's not here anymore. Does that make sense? And so you can look into what's next, what's beyond this. And what's beyond this is hard for you because you feel like you wasted a lot of time. But you never did. This all was meant to happen because you would have never come to this realization, my love, if you stayed there longer, or if you realized this sooner. This is the thing. When we focus too much on what could have been, what should have been, would have, all these could have, should have, would haves, this is what creates a cycle and a loop and a trap for our minds. It's the very thing that keeps us in victim mindset, and it doesn't allow us to go forward. What are you gonna do now? That's what's actually yours to carry. Stop thinking about what happened. Stop thinking about what was, because are you gonna let that thing keep ruling over your life? This experience, this moment, rule over your life to the point where it controls you even when you are still in your driver's seat. Because this is the thing that needs to be called out. This is where true responsibility must be taken place. For the cards, what's actually yours to carry? First up, we have Priestess. How are you being called to step up and lead? Yes. It's time to show up for yourself now, pile number 2. Next up, we did get this card in reverse, and it says yes, just say yes. It's in reverse. So there's hesitancy, and I think Source really wants you to honor it though, because if you don't honor it, you're going to keep avoiding it. And then the last card here, we have the initiation, rite of passage, crossing the threshold. So the darkness, it reminds me of the clouds card that we received at the beginning of your reading. And it's reminding me of you having to take this step, but in order to take this step, and I love that the lightning here is coming through because it's reminding me of the Tower card, because the lightning strikes the tower and it breaks. So there's this idea here of letting things are shedding. What's actually yours to carry, pile number 2, is the acceptance of what's meant to be let go of now, so that you can rebuild your foundation stronger than before. But that requires you stepping up to the table, and that requires you shaking off the things that led to a hiccup on the road, right? Because you didn't realize what was going on and you didn't know any better, and that's absolutely okay. Okay? If there's this thing of self-comparison coming through, that's another thing that's coming through. You need to let that shit go, dude. Completely. And I'm just being blunt with you. And I know it's easier said than done. I know some of you guys might want to slap me in the face while I say that, but it's the truth. The moment I stopped comparing myself to people, when I started doing my pick of cards, when I started showing up to the world who I am and what I have to offer, my business and my work that I do, things started aligning more for me. And it felt that way. That belief of things are not happening to me, they're happening for me, started getting stronger and stronger, and the strongest I've ever experienced it to date. So what I'm trying to say, what you believe is what creates your reality. You need to tell yourself that this is all leading you exactly where you're meant to go. But you are afraid of the unknown. And that's absolutely okay. And that's very valid. You don't think I'm scared? I'm scared shitless sometimes in my life, dude. But here's the thing. Comparing yourself to people doesn't make this shit any better. It just makes it feel heavier, harder, and worse. When in reality, it is so freaking unfair for you to even think that comparing yourself to somebody else is the right medicine for you right now. What makes you think that
this person that maybe is in a different area or part, or they are at a different point in their life, maybe they're the same age as you or close age, and you're comparing yourself, like, what makes you think in any way, shape, or form that is fair if maybe what they went through in their upbringing had nothing to do with the shit that you went through? That is so fucking unfair. And I'm sorry if I'm cussing so much, but I get so enraged because it is so true. We need to stop comparing ourselves. And I have been a victim to this, okay? I want to make that clear. I have been a victim to self-comparison for the longest of times. But in reality, like, all that does is make you believe in yourself less and less. And it's going to keep feeding this self-sabotaging loop, my love. You are ready and you've been ready. There's a reason why this reading found you when it found you, my love. It's because you're meant to acknowledge the fear and do it anyways. Because that's the part of life, that's adulting, that's life experience, that's growth. That is where true expansion comes through. And you need to acknowledge it's okay if you made a slip up. It's okay if where you're at right now wasn't exactly where you ended up or wanted to be, and it was just because you were trying to explore. But here's the thing. Life is meant to be explored. You are doing your exact rite of passage that you have on earth, which is to have a human experience. And your ego and you wanted to experience a lot of beautiful things, and you did. You got to have good moments. And I want to make it clear, right now you just might feel like you might be obsessing on the negative things that may have come to light, but you're not looking at the blessings in the skies that came through during this experience as well. There are things that you learned along the way that you wouldn't have been able to learn. And I know that it was hard for you to acknowledge the thing that you've been carrying that isn't yours, but there's a reason why you clicked onto this video. It is because you were ready and were ready and are ready now to hear it all, okay? I'm sorry if I'm going really harsh, but I just got so frustrated by that energy because you are so much more powerful than you realize, beyond your mind can imagine, my love. But you're not letting yourself see that true potential, get to that full capability you have, because you keep doubting and you keep comparing yourself to timelines that weren't yours to begin with. So why do you keep comparing? Is there anything else here for pile number 2, my love? Anything else? Okay, so for back of the deck energy here, we have the Hierophant. Yeah, you gotta understand, like, there was a bigger calling to this, and you know that even though it's hard to bear, this is where the true end begins, and it's gonna be hard to carry at first because you're gonna be realizing a lot, but with 2 10s, this is what is required of you to continue moving forward and to heal, but you need to carry it and you need to acknowledge the burden too. We have the Chariot and the 5 of Cups. So yes, it's okay to be disappointed, but it doesn't mean that you got to let that thing be the thing that stops you from going forward anyways. So like I said, I really do encourage you guys, please, if you feel called, schedule that free soul clarity call with me. You don't have to commit to anything if that's what you're afraid of, if that's what you're hesitant about, if that's the only thing that's stopping you from signing up and just talking to a human that can hold space for you right now. Like, do it, okay? Because one, if the hesitancy is like committing to something, I'm not going to force you to do anything. You have full power. You're literally on a screen. You know what I mean? Like, you can end the call if you felt triggered, but like, I'm not gonna bite you. I really feel like this can be something that helps you like share the feelings. That's why I keep kind of nudging it now, because I really am seeing just someone who needs to have some space held, you know? Whether that means booking a soul immersion reading, or whether that means signing up for a free soul call, or talking to a dang therapist. You know, it doesn't gotta be me. It could be a therapist. It could be a counselor. You need to share these things because this thing has been ruling over you and it's not something to carry anymore. Okay? So what you're actually yours to carry is the truth. What's actually yours to carry is the feelings that you're having, but you know that you got to keep going anyways. You can feel it in your soul. That's why you're still listening to this point. If you're still here, that's why. You were strong enough to keep hearing the message, and that's why you're still here, my love. So with that, my loves, we are now going to move into the final question before we go into your final messages to finish up your reading, which is what supports you on this journey right now, okay? So let us get into that. So we have a couple of embracing your shadow cards that you guys received, and you got one chakra wisdom card. For the back of the deck energies first, though, we have the Muladhara chakra coming through, and then we also have, for my shadow deck, stories we tell ourselves. Are you narrating your life through a lens of limitation or empowerment? I want you to pause this, write this down, and see if you can reflect on this as a journaling prompt if you feel comfortable. It's a loving invitation. No pressure. I just feel like it could resonate and help a lot of people. Okay. For the Muladhara chakra, the keyword here is grounding. And it says, I anchor my feet to the earth and connect deeply through my roots. Yes, you are reconnecting to your sense of self, or at least this is the thing that is meant to happen to create the real thing to bring into reality, the real seed to come through. Sacral chakra comes after root chakra, right? We got to reground. We got to ground into our truth. We got to ground into what we actually want. What is it that you really want? Pile number 2, because I don't think you've been honest with yourself. And that's why I have been feeling called to say Free Soul Clarity Call, because it's like, I just feel like you got to talk to somebody about it. You know what I mean? That could literally just be enough. Or for some of you, it could be like we cross paths. It's like, you'll never know if you don't try. You know what I mean? But again, I'm also not trying to sell you anything, and I don't want you to feel like I am. So I'm going to shut up, because I'm not trying to at all. It's just, I only share these things when I feel called to. I don't even think I told pile number 1 to. So, you know, like, I just felt really called to share it with you guys. Okay, so for this, we've got, I'm going to cover, actually, no, we're not. It's just so you guys can study it. We got breaking karmic cycles, what actually supports you right now. Breaking karmic cycles. Recognize repeating patterns and take action to break generational wounds. Yes. Sacred rest. Deep transformation requires balance. Exhaustion is not a badge of honor. Yes. The next best thing. You don't need that anymore. The weight of trauma. Stored trauma can create tension, fatigue, and pain. Healing requires releasing, not ignoring. And lastly, my love, you have emotional repression. Bottling emotions leads to stagnation. Find a safe way to express your true feelings. This literally keeps pointing to it. And lastly, the Sahasrara, I know I'm butchering that, I'm sorry, is the crown chakra, with light of the universe being the key word. I receive the universal light and radiate it to the world. So what I find really fascinating by this, there is a wound associated with each of the chakras, right? So fear is the root chakra, where to go? Here. And the one associated with the crown chakra is attachment. So there's this idea here of what supports you right now is believing that there is a reason why shit happened the way it did and still do it anyways. I know that sounds delusional, delulu as hell, but sometimes delusion is healthy. And for your sake, pile number 2, there has been too much focusing on this heavy shit and not enough focusing on the possibilities. And if you look more there, that's where magic lies. So that's one of the biggest things that supports you right now. But the way to get there is to start being more honest with yourself, to explore the things that you thought you looked at, but you maybe might need to look at one more time. And the thing that supports you is connecting to collective energy. So maybe this could also be like sharing your story in the comment section, you know? I always offer that, but I feel like it can be so healing. Like, you never know, someone else could be going through a very similar thing. People that also chose pile number 2, and you have no clue how your story can help others heal too. You know, it can inspire people, it can enlighten others. And the beautiful thing about it is no one's going to know who you are. So it's not like someone's going to try to search you up and judge you. You know what I mean? So I really feel like take advantage of the comment section down below for this. If you feel like that is something that feels a little bit less scary than doing something with me, like talking to me or talking to a therapist, maybe that is a good first step, because there's something here where it needs to be like recognized, you know, and that will feel like confronting, but also validating for your soul.
Another thing is also healing. This is time for you to recognize this self-sabotage, or recognize this thing for what it is, and it is self-sabotage, but it was birthed through a generational trauma of some kind. So there's something here about like uprooting your root chakra energy, like uprooting your roots, like looking into like the core of it all, because I kept feeling like inner child energy, like wounded inner child energy was here. So this could be about looking at the childhood. This could be about like looking at things that create. And what's so weird is I just saw a little bubble, and I have no clue how the bubble came because I have no soap around me, but a tiny little, tiniest little bubble just came into my vision. So what the heck does that mean? Like, let me look that up. Is there like a symbolism? Does it mean symbolically? Just saw the tiniest bubble come out of nowhere. Let's see. So, impermanence. Bubbles form and disappear quickly, which lines up with ideas. Okay, let me just. Okay. So people sometimes interpret bubbles as something fleeting or temporary, a small release or shift, a moment of awareness. The temporary nature of things, how moments, emotions, or thoughts arise and pass, the fragility of what feels real. This idea shows up strongly in Buddhism, where phenomena are often compared to bubbles, brief, insubstantial, and constantly changing. Emergence from the unseen. A bubble coming from nowhere can symbolize something hidden surfacing, the subconscious becoming visible, a small insight rising into awareness. It could also symbolize lightness or release, because bubbles are made of air and rise. They're often linked to letting go, emotional release, or something lifting or becoming less heavy. So a tiny bubble appearing out of nowhere can represent a brief insight or release rising into awareness, something small, temporary, but meaningful if you notice it. So yes, that's what I'm saying. Like there's this idea here of like, that was the tiniest little bubble. I don't even know where it came from. It came through, but I think it came through because I was looking at the weight of trauma and karmic cycles. Like there's this idea here of like, you have no clue what you're still carrying, my love, and the only way to look at that is to uproot it now for good. So that is something to explore. I really do. I would love to like get to meet these people, you guys. But at the same time, like if you're too hesitant, if you don't feel comfortable doing a free soul clarity call, like you can always talk to other people about this that are therapists and more on the sciencey side. You know what I mean? Both sides are beautiful. I'm an advocate for therapy. I used to have a therapist for like 6.5 years, so I love therapy. It's just the way that what would make you feel the most comfortable, but you got to do it. You know what I mean? That's really, really going to help, because once you do it, you're going to go through a process of integration that is very much required. And I think that's why the yes card was in reverse, because this process is going to take time. You're not going to be able to just do it. Like I thought earlier, or the step to just do it requires you like uprooting, but then that's going to involve a period of integration and processing that it involves you kind of going through one world to another, and then help you recognize why you've been repressing it all this long. And that's where you finally realize the why. Does that make sense? So that's what supports you right now. I hope that made sense. Now for your final messages from Source, okay? To finish up your reading. This reading was the longest reading, and I did not think it was going to take this long. Damn, but in a good way. You know what I mean? Because I hate just like leaving things with dots. You know what I mean? Like I want to provide everything that Source wanted to come through, and I had a feeling that this reading was going to be lengthy, this pile in particular. So, you know, I had to do what I had to do, and I'm happy I did it. So now for your final messages from Source, my love, we're going to just layer them on. So we got my Cosmic Tarot deck here. I already got the cards set up, and we have one angel number card that wanted to come through. We also have a ooh, I just dropped it. Where did I drop it? We also have a significator card and back of the deck energy here. So we've got the Ursa Minor constellation with the Ace of Cups. So this has to do with the moon in Cancer. This is giving me like this idea of like, this is your final message from Source. There's awakening energy here. You know what you have to do with Pluto ruling judgment. And it requires you finally doing the things. You have power in your hands to do it right now. And that's the thing you're not wanting to admit towards with the Magician. All right, so this is a significator card. We have the Two of Swords. Yep, that makes a lot of sense with Libra energy here. And this is the symbol. I don't know what the symbol is. For the angel number card, let's look at that last. So we have the Seven of Pentacles, the Four of Wands, the Nine of Wands, sorry, I'm just trying to like figure out how to do this without creating some, I might need space, so we're gonna do it like this. The Nine of Wands, and then clarifying them, clarifying the Seven of Pentacles, we have the Eight of Cups. Clarifying the Four of Wands, we have the Prince of Wands, which is the Knight of Wands, I believe. Let me just make sure. The Prince of Swords. Okay, this is the Knight of Wands, my bad. We have the Knight of Wands. And then clarifying the nine, so the Knight of Wands, and then clarifying the Nine of Wands is the Four of Pentacles coming through again. Okay, so the final message that Source wants you to know right now to finish up your reading, my love, is this energy here of giving yourself permission with not knowing where this is going to take you right now. Okay? There is a really bad need from your ego to want to control this situation very, very, very strongly. But you know deep down that this isn't something that you can control. It's just something you can feel out. It's just something you can feel out. Does that make sense? Like you can feel it out for what it is. So what that means is like intuition wants to come through really bad for this situation. As you move forward on this journey, my love, I want you to remember that you can be scared and do it anyways. You can take baby steps and use 1% safer moments to allow yourself to regulate as you take these baby steps. So that could be commenting, that's a little baby step towards expressing this. That could be doing the free soul clarity call, just talking to a stranger and just seeing, and I am a stranger in a way, but I feel like I don't know. I just feel like one of you guys or a couple of, there is a soul aligned person here that I am meant to connect to. I don't know who, I just feel it in my bones. So if you feel like it's you, please schedule a free soul clarity call. Because there's this energy here of like taking it slow. You don't need to rush this, okay? The part of you that's going to want to rush it is the survival part of you. That's all it ever knew. But to find true stability and long lasting stability at that, to feel comfortable and confident and develop the confidence, you have to give yourself permission to do it regardless of how scary or unsafe it might feel. And that does require you finding a safe home inside yourself first in order to take these necessary steps. That's why it says to start small. Like starting small isn't going to hurt. Even if you're unsure and indecisive, do it anyways, because the doubt is going to be here for a little bit because that's all you've really known for a while, my love. This is going to be a process that takes a long time. Not ridiculous, but it is going to take time, There is some form of stability and security that needs to be developed inside of you while you do this. And that's why I think that I kept feeling like it's essential that you talk to somebody that can help you with like creating healing tools, like making a toolbox of healing modalities. That's what I kind of do with my clients. And like, I feel like therapists are really good at that as well. That's why I brought counselors, therapists up earlier. Like you need a little bit of a toolbox to help ground you while you keep unraveling this part of your life. Because this is helping you develop self-trust, like hold on to the vision to persevere through it, even when you don't know where it's taking you. But this is going to be developed over time. The thing that's going to help keep it grounded so you don't relapse back into the thing you've been carrying this entire time that isn't yours, is to have that safe space inside of yourself to be able to return to, or have some sort of like coping mechanism or tool while you're moving forward. Does that make sense? But that's something that's really, really, really going to help you. And then also doing like a little bit of a baby step there helps you a lot as well. This can also be like doing some research on this, but I don't want you to obsess over it, because I feel like a lot of you guys hyper fixate on things too. Some of you guys might have ADHD. I am not a doctor, so I don't diagnose it or anything, but there's this idea here of someone who hyper focuses, hyper fixates on things. So I feel like Source is trying to keep you from doing that, because it can lead you down another rabbit hole of some kind. So it's like they want you to like look into something. So maybe that could also mean like looking into whether or not like looking into yourself, because the Eight of Cups is also about like your inner world and choosing to walk away from something because you feel like it's right, like you're ready to walk away from it. So with Pisces kind of clarifying this Virgo card, this Virgo Mercury ruled card, it's like asking you to don't listen to your mind right now. Your mind is playing a lot of tricks on you. It's really triggered aggressively, and it wants everything perfect. You got to let that SHIT go. In order to bypass that, do the thing that you know is you getting out of your comfort zone. Do that first step. And then as you continue to do it, find ways to help regulate yourself. So do some reflecting. Maybe ask yourself, what are things that helped you feel safe? But I do feel like this is something that is going to involve another person working with you. This just doesn't feel like a lonely thing. This doesn't feel like a lonely thing. It feels like you want to be held so that you can continue to develop the strength you need by following in someone's footsteps or having a mentor. Like there's something here about that helps you get to your dreams and reach the success of your dreams or what you want or something like that. I think that's why I keep going back to it, but I'm like afraid that I'm making it seem like it's about me, but I'm not trying to, okay? But that is what I am seeing, my loves. With that being said, let us now see your final message. We have 10-10, and we had tens. We had the two tens earlier, so I find this is so beautiful. We have the keyword growth. Spiritual awareness is opening you to all that you are ready to see. Your destiny is being fulfilled. Keep your intentions pure with your eyes looking ahead, and you will continue to increase the growth that is here. Affirmation: the more I invest awareness in my growth, the closer I continuously become to the outcomes I am seeking. Yes. And this is what I'm feeling like. It's time to be heard. It's time to be seen. It's time to go into the light. It's time to bring these things you left in the dark to light. And the only way to do that is to be witnessed in it. Does that make sense? So there you have it, my loves. I really hope that this reading resonated. I really hope that you were able to get everything you needed out of it. I know this reading was one of the longest readings I think I've ever recorded here. Maybe I'm just making that up, and I'm going to be surprised about how short it was, but I feel like this was a long AF reading. Not in a way where I was irritated by it, but just more like, dang, I didn't realize it was going to have this much juicy things to dive into, you know what I mean? But Source always has something up its sleeve. So with that being said, if this reading did resonate with you in any way, shape, or form, please do what you can to support my channel, my love. So that could mean liking this video, sharing it to someone you think that could, resonate, pick a pile that resonates with them, sort of thing. Comment. Doing little forms of engagement on this video really does help show the YouTube algorithm that, hey, like, these videos could work and other people should start seeing them. And I am trying to build a community of people that are trying to heal and step into the most healed, empowered versions of themselves. And I want to show people how to become their own inner healer, one reading at a time. If you haven't noticed, my readings are revolved around self-growth and healing oriented things. And I love to keep it that way because I'm trying to show people that tarot doesn't need to be something that helps you control your life. Tarot can be something that helps you heal yourself from the inside out. So with that being said, I really hope this reading resonated. I send you so much unconditional love, and hopefully I will see you in my other readings to come. Sending love. Bye. Hello, my beautiful pile number threes. Welcome to the pile preparation portion for your reading today, where we're going to be exploring what you've been feeling that isn't actually yours, what you've been carrying that isn't actually yours to carry, okay? Sorry about the really bad shadow, okay?
For the life of me, have been struggling to figure out how to get this lighting stuff set up in a way that doesn't create a shadow. It's just never, I haven't been able to figure it out. I'm still trying to crack the code, so, thank you for your patience on that. This isn't as bad. It's still bad, but it's not as bad. Okay, so to do this, we're gonna just go right into it, really. We have a lot of things we gotta do today, or explore today. Very curious to see what we're gonna be seeing with your reading. But with the first section, we're gonna be looking at what you've been carrying that isn't yours. So we're gonna get these decks out and shuffle them all, see what comes through. Let's see. What is it that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? What is it that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't theirs to carry, regardless of when they come across this reading? What is it that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? What is it that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay, back of the deck wants to come through. We have vacay, so it says get away, relax, have fun. Interesting. And then there's a card I think that fell. All right, we have established, settled, secure, wealthy. And then we have a card in reverse, so I'm gonna honor that. This one's upright, I'm gonna honor it. We'll see we're gonna keep shuffling, see what happens. All right, so sorry about the crease. Been messy in the moving process right now. So haven't had time to fix this cloth, which is driving me absolutely insane, and I will eventually get to it. All right, so what is it that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? Regardless of when this reading finds them, what is it that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? What is it that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? Okay, so we didn't get any cards coming through, but back of the deck does want to be seen. So we have needs, denial, self-neglect, resentment, and inner depletion. And then there's like these 2 faces in the back, but they're kind of like rooted on the wall. One's depressed and upset, and the other one's like laughing and smiling. It's really creepy, but it's kind of like this inner neglect, and then shamed for being you. Humiliation, inner critic, identity suppression. So that's something to keep in mind, because I think this is like a mask that they put on or something. I don't know what that is, but that's something coming through. There's like cracks, and through the cracks on the vase, there's gold shining. Okay, something to keep in mind. Oops, sorry, the candle quartz fell. What is it that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? Regardless of when they come across this reading, what is it that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? One more shuffle. What is it that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry? Okay, so we have the Stars card with the number 16. 16 is reminding me of the Major Arcana card. It's upright, so I feel like it has to do with this. The Major Arcana card of the Tower. The Tower is associated with the number 16. But then we also have the 6 here, which is reminding me of the Lovers card with choice. Back of the deck energy here is Dog with the number 18. Okay, we're going to look at the meanings of these cards using the Malefic Lenormand deck book, the booklet that comes with it. So these might be significator cards. And just to make clear so you guys understand, if it looks like not a lot, we're going to be using my Golden Tarot deck to get clarifiers as we move through your reading throughout the entire topic. So this is probably going to be a portion where we're going to do that. But let's just put these cards to the side. All right. Now for the second question, we're going to be looking at where is this thing coming from? The thing that you've been carrying that isn't actually yours, the thing that you've been feeling that isn't yours, where is it coming from?
Oh, sorry, I keep yawning. I keep forgetting to breathe. And I don't know if you knew this, but if you keep forgetting to breathe, your body makes you yawn. I'm going to take a sip of my drink. Okay. So we're seeing where it's coming from. So this could be a person, place, or thing. A wound. It could be all of the above, really. We're going to see where that's coming from using these decks. So where is this thing coming from for pile number 3? The thing that they've been carrying that isn't theirs. Where is it coming from? Where is this thing that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't theirs coming from? One more shuffle. Where is it coming from for pile number 3? Okay, back of the deck is here. We have suppression. Express, don't suppress. Authenticity is freeing. Restraint, repression, censorship. It's interesting as we're shuffling, my throat keeps like wanting to close. It feels like I have something stuck in my throat, but I was fine. So you're keeping something closed up. And we got 3 shadow cards. We're going to look at those in the reading. Let's keep going. Where is this thing that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't theirs coming from? Where is it coming from for pile number 3? Where did it come from? This thing they've been carrying that isn't theirs. Where did it come from for pile number 3? Okay. This doesn't want back of the deck energies, and we have these 2 cards coming through. Let's keep going. For my archetype deck, where is it coming from for pile number 3? Where did it come from? This thing that they've been carrying that isn't theirs to carry. Where did it come from for pile number 3? Where is it coming from? One more shuffle. Where is it coming from for pile number 3? Where is it coming from? Okay. So, hedonist. Okay, we'll look at that in the reading. And then last deck. Where is this thing that pile number 3 has been carrying coming from that isn't actually theirs? Where is it coming from for pile number 3? The thing that they've been carrying that isn't actually theirs to carry. What is it? What are they feeling that isn't theirs? Where is it coming from for pile? One more shuffle. Number 3. Okay. Back of the deck energy wants to come through here. We have the crown chakra associated with the keyword here, creation. Okay. We have what? This card is upright. This one was upright, so we're going to link these 2 together. These are facing down, so we're going to place them here. There's one on the floor I dropped. All right, so we got the card set up for this. Beautiful. Now we're going to move into the second section with the next 2 questions, which is why you took this on and how it has affected you. Okay, so what led you to taking on this thing that you've been carrying that isn't yours in the first place? We're going to be rolling my astro dice in the reading itself, and we're going to write down the placements that we get in the paper. That's not what we're going to do in the pile preparation. We're going to do it in the reading itself, so I'm just going to keep that to the side here. But we are going to be shuffling these 2 decks for this section. So this is my past life deck, and then this is my Heart of Truth deck. The way that we do this with the past lives deck, we look at the words that are facing upright, the words that are standing out to me, how they land, how they group with each other. Sometimes there's a lot of different groupings. You'll see how I do it here. Okay, loves? Okay, actually, let's do this first because this might give us a lot of stuff and I don't want to get confused. So why did pile number 3 take on this thing to carry that isn't actually theirs to carry? Why did pile number 3 take on this thing to carry that never was actually theirs to carry?
One more shuffle. Why did pile number 3 take this thing on to carry that isn't actually theirs to carry? What is this? I'm hearing keep it, so we're keeping it. Back of the deck wants to come through. We have challenges. You're being pushed to repeat patterns for the sake of expansion. Reflect on past lessons and integrate by making better choices each day. Know better, do better. Challenges. Okay, that honestly would piss me off if I read that. So very intrigued to see where this is going to lead us. I feel like these two want to be separate. Okay, let's see. Let's deck the shuffle. Why did pile number 3 take on this thing to carry that was never theirs to carry? Why did pile number 3 take on this thing? Why did pile number 3 take on this thing to carry that was never actually theirs to carry? Why did pile number 3 take this on upon themselves? Why did pile number 3 take this on? I'm going to shuffle one more time. Why did pile number 3 take this on? Ah! Why did pile number 3 take this on? Okay. There's a lot of cards. I'm going to do something. I have 2 cards that I think just fell on the floor too. Back of the deck here though, before I do this, we got Inventor. That's what's coming through. Inventor. Inventor, inventor, inventor. Inventor. Okay. So, no. Hold on. No. 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 Okay. I don't know why. I'm just listening to what my something's telling me. Hold on a second. And then we have these cards. Are these here? Okay, these want to be here. And then we have 2 cards that fell on the floor. Swindled, evaded capture, indigenous person, settler. Okay. And I find it fascinating how these 2 landed like this. Like they're supposed to be significator cards here. Or like, I don't know. Hold on a second, guys. My brain's doing some interesting things. So I feel like this has to do with this. This has to do with that. And then they come together and they do something with these 3. And these 3 have more so to do with your significator card. They're going to be linked to it when we dive into your reading. I don't know why. We're just going to go with it. No right or wrong way to do this stuff. I just feel like that's how it's supposed to be. I don't know why. Okay? So I'm going to try my very best to not ruin how I'm seeing this right now. I'm going to move it to the side so I don't mess up the order. Okay, let us move them here. Okay. And then why you took this on, we'll put that here. This is also part of this. Okay. And then these 3, I'm going to try to keep them all like this. There's significator energy, and then these 2 are separate energies. We're going to put that here with these 3 things. Okay. Hope you guys get how I'm doing this. Okay. So we got that set. Now for the next question, how it has affected you. We're also going to be rolling my astro dice for this question. I will write them down when we dive into the reading itself. So let me just take out the decks that we're going to be exploring with that. So my Wheel of Emotions deck, my Soul Life Lessons deck,
And then my other tarot deck I have, I felt called to associate with this part. Very curious where this is going to take us when we dive into it. Okay, so how it's affected you. How has this thing that pile number 3's been carrying that isn't actually theirs affected them? How has it affected pile number 3? How has this thing affected pile number 3? How has this thing affected pile number 3? How has this thing affected pile number 3? Okay, back of the deck energy here. We have the 7 of Pentacles, and underneath that is the 9 of Swords. Okay, interesting. We'll explore that in the reading. My throat. See, like there's something going on. We got the Wheel of Fortune in reversed. Okay, so interesting. Next up, how has this all affected pile number 3, the thing that they've been carrying that isn't theirs? How has it affected pile number 3? One more shuffle. How has it affected, oh my gosh, pile number 3? Back of the deck here is health. I will honor the physical vessel that enshrines my soul. And that's weird because my throat's doing that weird thing. So we have another card that landed on the significator. So we're going to keep it here. That's something we might need to explore together. This goes with the tarot. These, are they all meant here? Okay, let me, no, and no. Okay. Regret. Okay, these don't want to be it. So I'm going to place them underneath. All right, now for the Wheel of Emotions. How has this thing that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't theirs affected them? How has it affected pile number 3? One more shuffle. How has it affected pile number 3, carrying this thing that isn't theirs to carry? How has it affected pile number 3? Okay, back of the deck here is loathing with disappointment, shame. I can't say that word. Resentment, guilt, litost. Some words I've never heard of before. Interesting. If you feel called to look it up, here. So, loathing. I honestly forgot what loathing means. I loathe you. I loathe. And we have contempt and panic. Okay. We got a lot of things going on here. So very intrigued to see where this is going to take us. You see my throat? Like it's crazy. It's closed up. All right. Now for the final section, we're going to look at the final 2 questions before we shuffle for your final messages from source, as well as your higher self, my loves, or whatever wants to come through. We're looking at what's actually yours to carry forward and what supports you right now. Okay. So we're just going to be shuffling this deck for, sorry, I keep forgetting to breathe. Like a deep breath. Okay. So we're going to just be using this oracle deck to look at what's actually yours to carry. It's my embracing your shadows oracle deck. And then on top of that, when we dive into it in the reading, we're going to shuffle the tarot. Okay. So what is actually pile number 3's to carry forward? What is actually pile number 3's to carry forward? Regardless of when they come across this reading, what is actually pile number 3's to carry forward? What is actually pile number 3's to carry forward? One more shuffle. What is actually pile number 3's to carry? Okay, no cards wanted to come out, but back of the deck does. We have the wounded heart. Acknowledge and tend to past emotional wounds. Healing begins with self-compassion. So that's going to be really interesting. I'm really curious to see where the tarot is going to take us there. And then now for the final question, we have my Citadel deck. We're going to be taking reversals, and we're going to be using my Citadel book, the booklet that came with the deck, to explore that further. For what supports you right now, we have my new Chakra Wisdom card a deck that I purchased, and then we have, what is this called? My Work Your Light deck. Okay, so what supports pile number 3 right now? What supports pile number 3 right now in this process, in this journey, wherever they're at, regardless of when they come across this reading? What supports pile number 3 right now? One more shuffle. What supports pile number 3 right now? Okay, nothing except one. Back of the deck here is share your voice, come out of the cave, persecution, expression. Pile number 2, I think, also had this as their back of the deck. So very intrigued. Okay. What supports pile number 3 right now? What's a I'm going to keep this because it came upright. Do I do it one more time? I'm going to shuffle one more time. What supports pile number 3 right now in this process? What supports pile number 3 right now? Okay, back of the deck here is the solar plexus, the Manipura chakra. Courage. I move beyond my fears and step forward with courage. I love it. Love this. Okay, now for the final deck here, for what supports you right now. We're going to take the reversed position. So what supports pile number 3 right now? Come on, cloth, stop being annoying. What supports pile number 3 right now? One more cut. What supports pile number 3 right now? 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 One more shuffle. What supports pile number 3 right now? Okay. Back of the deck here is the musician in reverse with inspiration and gratitude. So that's something we're definitely going to look into in the booklet. And then we got another card in reverse, which is the smith, overthinking and taking action in reverse. Beautiful. All right. So we got all that set up for this one. Now we're at your final messages from source, and we're doing things a little bit differently in this reading where I normally just pull out Oracle. I did feel called to use tarot for your final message from source for this reading topic in particular. So I have my Cosmic Tarot deck here. We're going to shuffle, see what wants to come through. And then I also have my Angel Whispers, my Angel Numbers deck, in case there's any angel numbers for you. So are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3 to walk away with? Are there any cards in this deck for pile number 3? Allow them to come out, source. Any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3? Allow them to come out. Last shuffle. Okay. Back of the deck does want to come through. We're going to have 888 with abundance. So I'm going to be reading that to you. And then we also have the 1919 card with transformation. 19 is the number associated with the major arcana, the sun card in tarot. So there is illumination. That's like something has come to light that's going to create transformation. That's an energy that's coming through. So we have that, my loves. All right. What is the final message meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading with? Regardless of when they come across this video, what is the final message meant for pile number 3? What is the final message meant for pile number 3? I feel like nothing wants to come through for a reason, and I have another tarot deck that I was going to use. I ended up not using it for pile number 2, so maybe it wants to come through for you, but the back of the deck does want to be seen here. We have the 6 of Cups. Okay. So let's grab the other deck and shuffle that one instead. And this one I do take reversals because it has keywords, and I just like to see, you know, but interesting, you know? Let's see. So what is the final message meant for pile number 3, Source? You can come through now in this moment and deliver the final message meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading with, regardless of when they find it, as time is an illusion. Come through now and share the message. Final message meant for pile number 3. Final message meant for pile number 3. Final message meant for pile number 3. One more shuffle. Final message meant for pile number 3. Okay, we have 2 cards. Back of the deck here is the Lovers in reverse with misaligned values, discord, disharmony, trust issues, disconnected, imbalance. Okay, very curious to see where this takes us with your final message, but that is for the reading, okay? So we have your final messages. We have everything nice and prepped. So we are ready to dive into your readings, my loves. And honestly, I'm curious to see where this bundle of cards is going to take us when it comes to your significator card that led you to selecting this pile. So I will meet you at the reading portion for your video, okay, loves? So I'll see you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 3s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the surrender card, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you. And if you can't tell, I'm in the middle of trying to move this massive Godex light in the back because the reflection is on my table. And I have a glass table, and I want you guys to be able to see all the cards. There isn't too much reflecting going on. So I might move this one as well. And the reason why it looks like it's a little bit hectic while I'm starting your reading is because there was a tablecloth. If you check the pile preparation portion of your reading, my love, my pile number 3s, you will see that I had a tablecloth on here, an altar cloth that I had purchased specifically to prevent scratching up my glass table, because I've been scratching it up a lot lately. So I've been wanting to get like a cloth to help protect it. And get this, the candle that I had lit and set up while I was setting up your reading just fell. And I always melt the bottom of it to put onto the candle holder so that the wax is like nice and sealed. You can see it here. I had it nice and sealed, and I just ever so lightly tapped it, and it fell while the candle was lit, and it melted the wax all over the cloth. So now I gotta wash it. And I don't have an issue with that, but I just find like a lot of symbolism in that, like the meaning in it. Like, it's interesting. It feels like Source really wants me to like ground before I go into your reading, my loves. Like, Source is having this idea of like, okay, Bridget Ahimsa, like, make sure that you, like, there's some important stuff that's going to be explored here. And Source is like, it like made me have a forced pause. It made me have a thing where I had to take off the cloth, reset everything. And what's interesting is I kind of reshifted the crystals. I got some additional crystals I felt called to bring for you guys. So it's interesting to think that there already is like a lot going on here. And on top of it, Source is like trying to make me like reset the entire table's energy, which is like an honor. You know what I mean? So as I was getting ready, I was telling myself, I disconnect from my truth at this moment temporarily to connect to pile number 3's truth. So there we go. Nice and firm. There we go. Let's connect. And I wanted to record. I hit record in advance because I wanted you guys to see like the hectic process. Like there's a lot of scattered thoughts, a lot of emotions going on right now. Look at my lighter. If anyone knows what that is, hit me down. Okay. So there's just this energy here of chaos, surrendering to the chaos, but because this is your significator card, but at the same time, are you actually surrendering? Because yes, we're looking at what you've been feeling that isn't yours. What you've been carrying that isn't yours to carry. And while we were doing the pile preparation portion for your reading, my loves, and the unedited, the raw organic thing, you can see that it's in the timestamps below. It's in the section right before this one. We had a lot of cards land directly on top of your significator card. So I felt like they are meant to go alongside your significator card energy. So we have a soul lesson card that landed on top of it, and it was envy. I am the same as everybody, but with different challenges. And then we also received, okay, so I'm going to look at the words that I feel called to. Island, location, persecution, or a T word I cannot say, associated with trauma, polytheistic, monotheistic, love unrequited, trauma imprisonment, trauma witness or bystander. Hold on. I feel called to connect them like this. Location Mexico, location India, location island. Traumas are persecution or TORTURE. Witness or bystander and imprisonment. And then faith is polytheistic, secret, and monotheistic. Okay, let me sit on this energy for a little bit, guys. Envy. Scattered, right? India and Mexico are not close to each other at all. Island, an island in the middle of nowhere. There's this idea of, when I looked up the term for persecution because the term persecution has actually came up for both pile 2 and pile 1, and I find it interesting that it's come up for you as well. So I had to look up the word. Persecution is about getting kind of like alienated, or like kind of harassed a little bit based off of like class, racial stuff, societal things, just like discriminated against. But you're being alienated for it. You're being kicked out of something because of this X, Y, and Z. Does that make sense? Like you're judged for something. But it says persecution or the T word, witness or bystander, and imprisonment. So there's this idea here of, there's a thing of a disassociation going on. The surrender card with the significator card in reference to what you've been feeling that isn't actually yours. You're choosing not to look at something right now. You're choosing not to confront it, approach it. There's this idea of distancing yourself as far away from this thing as possible because it helps you not feel like you need to compare yourself in some way, or like you compare yourself, but it's not for bad reason. Like there's something here where you're not, I feel like there's something that you're being neglected with. Like there's a thing of neglect here. There's something being neglected. And there's this idea or like energy of you choosing to like dissociate from that feeling of neglect because you think you might not be worthy of it. Or like with envy, this is giving me the idea of someone who thinks like they're insecure, so they envy somebody else because they think that they don't have what it takes to be that person or be like that. You know what I mean? Be like that person. That's where self-comparison comes in. It's like they're triggering a lot of wounds or shadows or insecurities and stuff. So the response is to detach from it as much as possible, so that you don't have to see what's been actually going on. This is kind of like the energy of a bystander effect. Like, you know, when a bully is bullying somebody, and there's just a bunch of bystanders watching the whole thing happen and they're not doing anything to stop it. Like that's kind of the energy I'm picking up on. That's one way I'm interpreting this. You know, this doesn't need to resonate with you 100% what I just shared. But it's like I'm feeling, okay, so while I was preparing your pile, my voice, like I kept trying to clear my voice. Like I kept feeling like there was something in my voice, and I'm still semi feeling that right now. So let me take a sip really quick. Like it's hard to speak up. It's hard to be heard right now. It's hard to say what's on your mind because there's this like insecure energy here that leads to the envy. Like I'm not as powerful as this X, Y, and Z. There's some form of comparison trap that's feeding this dissociative state. And you don't want to see what's really going on. You know, it's sad. You know, this is an illusion, right? Okay, so let's see what the rest of your cards have to say. So this is kind of what the significator energy is for the situation. This is what's going to be influencing the rest of the reading we're going to be exploring today. Now I'm learning why my camera refocuses so much, and it's because I think the glass table has so much reflective energy, so it hits the camera, because it wasn't doing that the entire time I had my my cloth on. So I'm just gonna place these up here so we have space. I felt called to bring my ammonite crystal here. I don't know why, so maybe we'll figure it out. It's not a crystal, but I'm just gonna say it is. It's a polished fossil. Okay, so we're gonna be using the dice for a couple questions, so we're gonna hold that there. All right, sorry for this thing not focusing, but let's do this. All right, so for significator card energy, before we look at the back of the deck, we're looking at what you've been carrying that isn't yours first. This is for the first section. We're looking at the first question. So we have established with settled, secure, and wealthy. And then we also have with it stars with the number 16 and 6. And these two numbers kind of reminded me of like the Tower card with 16 in the Major Arcana Tarot. And then 6 reminded me of the Lovers. We're going to look at the booklet associated with this card to understand the meanings better. But let's keep going. Let's reveal everything first. For back of the deck energies next up, we have Dog with the number 18. Okay. Again, I'm looking at these numbers and I'm trying to see like the ones that have the hearts. I know that these are technically like hearts, spades, cloves, and stuff like that. Aces, or aces, no. What's the last one? Hearts, spades, cloves, or is it clubs? I don't know. I feel like I'm missing one, but okay, whatever. These two both have hearts. Those are the cards that came out. So it's like giving me this idea that you're like in this circle number. So Tower and the Moon card, because 18 is the Moon in Major Arcana, but you're meant to go into Wheel of Fortune with the heart and the Lover's energy with these two cards. That's just what's popping out to me. Okay. Next up, for the back of the deck energy, we've got, for my What's the Vibe deck, oh my god. Whoa, okay. I just tried to pick it up and I was trying so steadily and carefully to pick it up. So originally the back of the deck here was vacay with getaway, relax, and have fun, but it literally like flipped out and I looked underneath. And you got also with back of the deck narcissist, egotistical, opportunist, and fragile. But with vacay, getaway, there's something you're not choosing to acknowledge. Oh my gosh, okay. This is hard energy. This makes me so it's triggering me because I've seen this a lot in my life with people and with my trauma. I've seen it a lot with my mom. This energy, hopefully you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. We also have needs denial, self-neglect, resentment, inner depletion. Okay. And then for the two cards here, we have a stagnant with stuck, dead end, and frozen. And then we have one card that came in reverse, and it says masculine energy, authority, discipline, and father figure. But it came in reverse. Masculine energy in reverse. There's a lack of authority. There's a lack of discipline. There's a lack of father figure energy here. There's a lack of Capricornian, Saturnian energy. Sorry about my throat, guys. And it's hard for you to speak up about it. Stuck, dead end, frozen. There's a reason why, though. Let's keep this thing in mind. All right, so for the star and the dog, let's see. So stars is lofty perspective, far distance, moving toward goal, inspiration, optimism, hopes, and dreams. Love unrequited. There's something interesting here. Something's coming through. And then we also have dog, which is friend, helper, or assistant, trust, loyalty, support. But with the moon energy, it doesn't feel that way. It feels kind of sneaky. What's underneath dog? We have child. Child is 13 with death. New beginnings, trust, naivety, irrationality, unpredictable decisions. That's what I'm saying. Like a dog, it says helper, assistant, trust, loyalty, support, friend. But then with child, unpredictable decisions, irrationality, naivety. And then it also has trust coming through twice. There's this energy here of what you've been carrying that isn't yours has a lot to do with something that's been happening for a while now in like the background. But like you've been feeling this for a while now in the background, like you're not getting your needs met. But you keep shutting it down because you feel like you shouldn't be complaining. Like you feel like you got a lot of the things that you do have or want, or like you should be grateful. Like there's something here about kind of like gaslighting yourself to not feel like there is a lack of something. Shamed for being you underneath. Humiliation, inner critic, identity suppression. Yeah, like just like that. It's the shame for being you, humiliation, the inner critic. It's feeding this ideation to want to continue the self-neglect further. When in reality, you've just been manipulated by somebody for such a long time, making you think that they care about you, love you, and need you is what I'm hearing, which makes me very uncomfortable because this could be something, a dynamic you've tried to walk away from for a while now. But you keep thinking like you need to stay there and you don't. Like maybe, just maybe something's going to fix itself. There's so many different ways I can interpret this, what I'm picking up on. But in reality, it's just keeping you really, really stuck. And you're holding your own self back from being able to step into your own divine masculine energy. And this doesn't have to do with genders. This is like sun and moon energy. That's another way to say it. Like see it. Sun energy is masculine. Moon energy is feminine. Yin is feminine. Yang is masculine. There's something here about like taking action, or like there's a lack of it is what I'm trying to say. A lack of taking action to speak up about how you really feel about something, because you think that you should either be grateful that you're already like working onto something, when in reality with the 16 tower energy, you're supposed to choose where your trajectory, like you're supposed to get to choose where you want your life to take you. I don't know if that makes sense. So I don't believe in destiny. I don't believe in fate. I believe that we create our own destiny. And there's this idea here of you forgetting that. Like you are forgetting how much power you actually have. And so this idea that you've been carrying that isn't yours to carry, I feel like it does have to do with like a generational trauma of some kind, where you have to like bow down or be submissive to something, or like you think you need to because they don't know any better. Let me see if I can get the tarot involved here, because I really want to get some clarity on this. Because you're definitely not being heard, but you keep feeding that loop because you feel like you have to. So can you clarify this for me, please, Source, regarding pile number 3 in reference to what they've been carrying that isn't theirs? One more shuffle. Can you please clarify this stuff for me, Source, in reference to what pile 3 has been carrying that isn't theirs? Okay, so for back of the deck energy, we have the 4 of Pentacles, and underneath it we have the 5 of Cups and the Hierophant. Okay. Okay. So there's healing that's trying to come through, and I don't know why my brain's doing this. Sometimes Source just tells me to do things and I do it. 5 plus 5 plus 4 equals 14. Okay, 14 is the Temperance card in Major Arcana. Temperance is about alchemizing things, alchemizing experience to create something new, but you're not allowing yourself to fully alchemize it because you're letting yourself stay in a dead end. And it's what you're carrying that isn't yours to carry has a lot to do with just accepting. Like, you think that this is like what the gods want for you. Does that make sense? Like, there's this idea of like, oh, I guess this is just how it's supposed to be. And you're just letting yourself kind of surrender to that ideology because you still think like there's a lack of self-worth here that's actually the very thing that's holding you back. But you think that because you have to follow tradition or like a bigger authority thing is telling you that that's the way to do it, you think that's the way you should do it because maybe like you've tried to share how you felt before and people just keep telling you that you're being over dramatic or that you're overreacting or something like that, or this person in particular keeps telling you that, but you're the one that's giving into the BS that they're trying to feed you. So you've been carrying this ideology that isn't yours, that has to do with like you're not powerful, when in reality that person, they just feel powerless, and they're like projecting that onto you, and it's feeding, it's manipulating, it's brainwashing, it's gaslighting. Next up, we have the Empress. That's going to further clarify things for us. So we got the Empress, the Lover's card, okay? And we have the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah, like, this is where it gets interesting. You are allowing this thing to tell you where you're meant to go or how you're supposed to manifest something. I hope that YouTube doesn't hate me. Where you're supposed to manifest something. And it's frustrating to see that because you shouldn't be giving that much of your power away, but what's done is what I'm hearing. What's done is done. Let me see if I can get a clarifier here. Can you clarify the Lover's card and the Empress here? Okay, let's actually get a clarifier for each. Can you clarify the Empress for me, please, Source? Okay. Okay. So with the Empress, we have the Two of Swords in reverse. So something is aggressively feeding your mind and making you think that this is the way things are supposed to be. Let's see if we can get a clarifier. Yeah, someone is. Someone is. There's a person here that's trying to change your reality and make you sit with it, believe it. Can you clarify the Lover's card for me, please? For pile number 3, can you please clarify the Lover's card for me? Hierophant. Okay. Back of the deck is the Five of Cups. We have the Seven of Swords. Yes, they're making you think that this is the way. This is the way forward. This is how it's supposed to be. This is kind of like religious stuff that could be, if that resonates with you, like this could be a religious thing, like you were told, like this is the way forward, this is how it was always supposed to be, because there's this idea of like not having a choice in the matter, like you don't have a say, even though that's not what you want. So you're just following with it, you're just going with it, you're dealing with the punches, even though that's not what you want. And that's why imprisonment's here. Or else you're afraid of what would happen if you shared how you actually felt, because this could also be about like, you know, sexual identity. This could be about so many different things, but there's this idea here of like just believing these things to be facts because these people are important to you, or this person is important to you. Can you please clarify the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, please, for pile number 3? Can you please clarify the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, please, for pile number 3? Okay. We get the Seven of Wands. You really want to fight for what's right and how you feel, but at the same time, the Six of Cups underneath the Judgment is like, you keep getting pulled back to the old ways. You keep getting pulled back into this other belief system because at the end of the day, it kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? Like for some reason, it makes sense to you why technically that could be truth, but at the same time, that's not really what you want. And I don't know if you guys can hear my freaking stomach grumbling. So there's this idea here that's coming through with the stomach rumbling that like, it makes your gut turn the more you try to just enable this or allow this to happen to you. You feel like you're really not being your truth every time you follow this. With the Eight of Swords landing on top sideways, kind of feeding this energy, yeah, you feel very trapped in this situation. Now, clarifying the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, we got the King of Wands and the Page of Swords. So there's arrogance energy here, not from you, but from somebody else that keeps coming through. That's what I'm really picking up on. There's someone here that is affecting this, and I think that's where it's coming from. We're obviously going to get some more clarification on where it's coming from when we look at the next question very shortly, but they keep feeding information to you and you don't know any better. So this is all you've known. So it's kind of like they have the upper hand in the situation by telling you these things, feeding you these things, and just giving you it all. And you're giving them back exactly what they want. But in reality, like, you don't want this anymore. You really want to like separate from it. That's one thing you've been carrying. You've been carrying some form of belief system, some form of tradition, some form of structure that you know isn't your truth, my love. But you're just sticking with it because it feels safer. There's something here that's already established in terms of security for you. So this could be like not wanting to be ostracized by your family. This could be like a fear of like getting kicked out of your family home if you like stand up for how you really feel about something. This is a lot of that. And there's nerves here with my stomach. And it's just like, you've been having to keep this to yourself for such a long time. And that's so exhausting. And you're not supposed to just give up on it either. And the envy here could also be referencing how you want to be like everyone else in terms of stating how you feel. And you can, it's just that you're afraid to. You know, you keep thinking that you're trapped in this when you're not. And it's because they keep trying to make you think that you have to be trapped. So let's keep going and see where it's coming from. So I'm going to get the tarot out of here in case we need the cards again. So let me just reshuffle, reset, reset, reset. All right, so let's just put this back. Okay, so where is it coming from? We have some cards that came here. We had a couple that came out here. I think these two were, yes, these two were significator energies. So they wanted to be paired together. But we also have two back of the deck energies. Let me share those with you first. I'm going to move these out of the way, my love. I still can see it on my end. You just aren't going to be able to see it on yours. Just so we have space to keep moving forward. So for back of the deck, first up, we have suppression with express, don't suppress. And it says authenticity is freeing. Restraint, repression, censorship. Exactly. There's this idea of censoring yourself, but this is the thing that is causing you to stay stuck. Stuck, remember? That came through. It's still coming through again, where it's coming from. This doesn't need to be your reality. It doesn't have to be your forever. You're not fated for anything, my love, at all. You get to choose that. You are so much more powerful than you realize. And here we have creation with the crown chakra coming up as the back of the deck with expansion in the throat chakra. So you have a desire to speak up. You do have a desire to say these things. It's just hard to do it. You know, it's hard to get yourself to do it. There could also be this idea of maybe this has already happened. Maybe you've already shared these things. And the thing that you're carrying with you is the remnants of the feelings of this person, like totally ostracizing you from the situation, now kicking you out, and now you don't know what to do. It's triggered that feeling of you're a lost cause, which is really painful for me to say. I don't even like saying that out loud. But I don't think that's the case. I don't feel like that's the case, but I just felt called to share it if that is, you know. So for the rest, we got joy with the solar plexus chakra, and it's connected to the hedonist archetype with the light attributes being inspires creative energy to embrace the good things in life, celebrates the beauty in yourself. Shadow attributes pursues pleasure to the detriment of health, indulges at the expense of others. Okay, so there's also this idea of trying to fill this empty void in your heart by letting this narcissist, this person, give you things, or like give you things to make you happy. Like they just buy you things. They shower you with gifts or something. Like they give you something to keep filling this void, but it's never enough. And you kept thinking that it has something to do with you. Like there's something here where they keep putting it on you, but they're doing this to feed the illusion. And it's leading you to keep thinking that like you're the bad person, and it's affecting your mental health. It's affecting a lot of different things. Okay, this card wanted to come out next. So we have impasse with the sacral chakra. And we have rejection with the crown chakra. So I find that interesting that these two wanted to come out together. That's what I'm saying. They keep trying to feed. It's coming from this make-believe happy life, but it's just a fantasy. It's not real. They're trying everything in their power for you to make it feel real on your end by showering you with these things. When in reality, it's all, I just cut the deck, it's all trickery. When in reality, it's just a facade that's trying to hide you from getting to your true enlightenment, like your truth. They're using material things, the physical, they're showing you through action to, like, they're not a bad person, this person, but at the same time, they want nothing more than for you to keep adopting their beliefs, their narratives, their values, their way of seeing life, and they want nothing to do with how you really feel, and they don't even ask. Sometimes they don't even ask. And if you try to bring it up, it's like they completely lock it out. They throw it out the window. So there's this fear of that, there's hesitation. So you keep trying to live into this fantasy because that's the thing you're carrying, because you don't know what it's like, a rock in a hard spot, rock in a hard place. I think that's saying. I think I said that for pile number 1 too. For the essential oil card you have here, we have ginger with the keyword will. Trigger statement: I am a victim. True statement: I am powerful beyond measure. You are strong and capable. With gratitude, optimism, and action, manifest the life you desire. And I love that the yellow is here because it's giving me this idea of like an inactive solar plexus chakra. And I do a lot of the work that I do with tarot, and also in my one-on-one work with clients in my business. I do infuse chakra psychology into my work. So that is like the energetics of it, and also the science and the psychology of things. And I like to apply those both things and show how there's wholeness when you look at them both ends of the spectrum. So there's this idea here of like using your solar plexus to continue feeding the fantasy rather than using your solar plexus to get out of this trap, this illusion. But the reason why you don't do it is because you are terrified of the outcomes for it, So it's coming from that. Continuing forward, we have in this section, so these two are together and these are all together. We have distrust. So faith in oneself can rebuild trust in others. With suspicion, doubt, and mistrust. Yeah, you don't trust yourself. You've been taught not to. I feel like, again, if this is something to do with religion, like it's been told it's evil to think of those thoughts, like they're impure. There's something like that as well potentially coming through. But you got to plug in the stuff into your situation as you see fit, my love, because I want you to learn how to listen to those inner nudges and pings and intuitive moments for yourself as well, okay? So keep doing that as you continue listening. Next up, we have fear. Face your darkness. It's the only way to find the guiding light. Anxiety, apprehension, phobia. And then we also have resistance. Go with the flow and be open to life's changes. Opposition, refusal, denial. Yeah. You keep not trying to look at it. Another way that this can show up, this doesn't have to be religion, but this can just be a way of living, a teaching, a structure, something that of higher authority has told you time and time again that you keep believing as like the truth, the end all be all. This could be like someone who has a phobia of germs, and I think that just this example is coming up because I see the term phobia. Like, let's say you were raised by like a parent that is so scared of like dirt or getting dirty, so they do everything in their power to always keep you clean. They raised you to always keep everything clean, to barely go outside when there's an outbreak of the measles or an outbreak of a flu or a cold that's coming, like a common cold or like whatever it is. They do everything in their power to protect you from it. So then you are terrified of germs too. And you believe that to be the truth, that you have to be terrified of germs and that they're actually bad things, when in reality, like the more you get presented to germs, the more your immune system gets stronger and resists it. Like it eventually over time it fights it off more easily and better. It gets stronger. So that's another example we could put here. You know, it's the same thing. You just have to plug it in. It could be you're in a really A-B, that word, relationship. It's very, very, very toxic. And you're being told all these things that you aren't and you're not good at. So you never try. You never think that you can do something else or do life the way you want because they keep saying it's not going to work out. You're going to fail. What else? How else can I apply this? So you keep doubting yourself, right? The family thing, not being accepted for your goals. You know, this could be you go into college and you're only going to college because you want, everyone else wants it for you, and they keep showering you with love and gifts and how proud of you they are, when in reality, you know, you never wanted to go to college and you want to do something for yourself. You don't want a 9 to 5. So many different ways we can apply this. So like I said, use your judgment when you plug in this stuff. Last card we have here for essential oils is Magnolia with the keyword amplify. Trigger statement: I can't get anything right. That's what I'm saying. True statement: I am in divine time. Harness your loving energy and watch as one miracle unfolds after another. But this is what's hard for you, because it's hard to follow your heart right now because it's under some sort of facade and trickery, right? We had that, what is it? I don't even know where it went. It's gone now. We had that dragon, the heart chakra card with trickery come through when I cut the deck. That's not a coincidence, you know? And the next chakra after solar plexus is the heart. So they're kind of right next to each other. But in order to take the action to get to the heart, like, you got to make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. And right now, this has all been, what's the word? Infested with this facade, this story. Okay. So next up, my loves, we're going to now move into the second section. I feel like we're good here. We don't have to keep doing tarot. We're going to move into the second section. We're going to look at the next 2 questions, which is why you took this on. Like, why was it so easy to take on this thing you've been carrying, and how it's affected you so far in your life, okay? So we're going to move these cards out of the way. I'm still going to be able to see them. It's just you that won't be able to. All right? And this is where we're going to be using my Astro Dice. I'm not going to do it in the frame, unfortunately, just because I don't want to hear the really loud sound it's going to make hitting the glass, and I don't want to scratch the glass any more than it's already scratched. So we're going to do that last, but here's the paper where I'm going to write down the placement that comes through with the Astro Dice, and here's my pen. And then this is where I'm actually going to slide this underneath so we don't confuse it with what we're about to explore. Okay, because this is where my past life cards are going to come through. So for back of the decks first, let's look at those. We've got why you took this on. So we have Inventor coming through. Inventor. And what's now intriguing me with the word inventor is the fact that you had creation just earlier, where it's coming from, why you took this on, because it was easy to just follow that belief. You know, it was easy to just believe that to be the end all be all, because that was all you were taught and shown. This is like really just giving me the energy of someone who went to like Catholic school and they don't want to be Catholic, and they were just forced to be a certain mold or thing, image for their whole life. Reputation just mattered so much, and no one actually cared about what they wanted. You know, there's so many different ways to interpret this. So with this part, okay, we do have one more back of the deck. So before I explain, we have challenges. You're being pushed to repeat patterns for the sake of expansion. Reflect on past lessons and integrate by making better choices each day. Know better and do better. Underneath that, we have blind spots. Yeah. So there's this idea here with back of the deck here, inventor, challenge, blind spot with my Heart Truths deck, is that like, there's this energy of you've been stuck on this for a really long time, like taught this. And the reason why this reading found you when it did is because this is where you're going to be shown how much you were partaking and being a part of making this your own reality too. You were doing it just as much. It's just that now you're waking up to the blind spot and realizing how much of your power was being used to keep you trapped in this imprisoned lifestyle and way of being, when all you want to do is be authentically you. and not be afraid to show it, or, you know, own your truth, go follow your dreams. There's something here where you're not being honest with you. And it's like, sometimes I always tell people, whenever you have to choose between the mind and the heart, always go with the heart, because at least that way you'll never regret what you just did. It's kind of aligning with this energy. You have been going with what you were told to do, and you tried everything in your body and soul to make your heart believe that that was the right way. And this reading has found you because it's trying to wake you up now. It's done. This can't keep happening, or you're going to regret it one day so much, so that you might have so much hatred in your heart. And I don't like that word. I don't like to use that word. I was actually raised to believe that hate is one of the worst words you can possibly use, because it's kind of like the opposite of love. And hate doesn't do anything to anybody except the person that says it about something. That's all it does. So I don't want you guys to get there, and I don't think Source wants you guys to get there. So that's why this reading is showing up. Okay, I want to make that clear, because this stuff is hard to hear. You know, it's really hard stuff to hear. So, okay, now that I have all of that out of the way and I shared what came through, there's this idea here of, okay, there's two sections of cards that came through, and I don't know why Source wanted us to do it this way, but that's how Source wanted us to do it. So we have two hard truth cards, and these sets of past life cards came bundled here to explain this part. And then we have a bundle of 3 cards that are going to be in the middle, that are going to connect the second set. I hope this makes sense. And we're only going to be looking at the words that are what's the word? Resonating with me the most. The words that are standing out to me the most. Okay. Why you took this on. And then for the last set, where is it? It's right here. We have a couple for this one. So we have 2 hard truths that came out again. And if you guys are curious to know how I set it up and why I'm doing it this way, you would have to look at the pile preparation portion. We have settler and swindled, indigenous person. And then last set of cards, I'm trying to grab it. We have, okay, all of this. True love with love, androgynous, which is an identity. Pre-earth with time frame. Lesson forgiveness, early middle ages. Okay. Trauma exile, esoteric with faith. Arranged marriage with love. And then sorcerer or sorceress with magic. Sorcerer or sorceress. This is some crazy energy. Wiccan is coming through as well. This is scary. This feels like you think it's evil when it's not. There's just magic. And there's magic in things that we don't understand or explain, but we feel drawn to it. You know, there's reasons for that. Okay. All right. So I hope this makes sense. So this is going to connect all of these 2 things together into the center. And then I'm going to put why you took this on. I'm going to roll the dice now. I'm going to roll it out of the frame, okay, just to remind you. So we can just piece everything together at once, all right? Okay, so I'm going to do it out of the frames just so I don't have to hear it on the table. So why did pile number 3 take this on? Why did pile number 3 take this thing on that was never theirs to carry? Why did pile number 3 take this on? So we have Mercury and Cancer in the 9th house. 9th house is about belief. It could be about religion. It could be about like learning, expansion, knowledge. When I think of that, though, I also think about like spiritual teachings as well, like Hierophant energy. So we have Mercury and Cancer in 9th house. Okay. All right. So we got that. Now let us see what the cards are. So we have, entitlement. Okay, upside down. We have entitlement. You believe the world owes you something and it's blinding you to the growth that comes from earning it. Figuring out on your own will always be worthwhile. And then we have closed door. This path is blocked with needless complications for a reason.
Respect the redirection and focus on something new or forgotten that will lead you into better alignment. Interesting. Don't take this to like serious from at face value, okay? We're looking at why you took this on, okay? And now for the last two we have here, perspective, focusing on small details is causing you to miss the broader context. Step back and consider how it will fit into the overall narrative of your life. And then we have red flag. You're ignoring critical warning signs that indicate trouble ahead. Reassess your choices now to prevent bigger issues later on. That's interesting. Okay. Now the cards. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how I want to read this. Do we want to look at it? Let's go here and then here, how these two come together. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to read it from here, and then we're going to go here, and then we're going to piece it together at the top. Okay, so with this energy, why you took this on, why you took on this load, you always believed and knew that no matter what, if you felt like if you tried or even considered like speaking up, you already knew that there was going to be a closed off energy, that these people were going to say no, or this person was going to throw you. You just felt like it was never an option. And the cards with past life that we had here that were together was perpetrator, victim, model, hobbyist, master, instruction, and teacher. Okay, master, instruction, and teacher, perpetrator, victim. There's this idea here of like, you just feel really trapped. You feel trapped because you know that no matter whether you shared it or not, there is a higher power in this situation or someone of higher authority that could hurt you for it, that could get in the way. And they have a very peculiar way of believing or doing things, living life. And you knew or know that like if you were to do it another way, that something bad could happen. But at the same time, you know, I really want to understand what is this thing, because like some of you guys, this could be a dangerous situation. You know, this doesn't have to be just religious stuff, but there could actually be like threatening energy here. Hold on. Can you give me more clarity on this? Like, what is this? Is this threatening? Yes or no? Is there threatening energy? Is there dangerous, serious energy here? Yes or no, source? Is this threatening or dangerous energy? Okay, so I don't necessarily see that this is something like, well, at the same time, take everything with a grain of salt that I'm going to share, because I don't want you guys, if you guys are actually in a really physical ABUSIVE situation with somebody and you are requesting help, you know, that is very dangerous. I'm probably going to put something in my description for this video for like free resources or something if you feel like you're trapped in a situation like that, my loves. I would want to try to help you in some way. But on top of that, this is showing to me though that there isn't. Okay, this is showing to me with the Nine of Swords coming out with strength that this is more so like a you making it bigger than it actually is in your head. Like, it just requires a lot of courage to share how you feel. Because once you do, it's like the cat's out of the bag and you said what you have to say. But at the same time, I want to make it clear that there is a lot of fears to it, because you know that once you do it, the deed's done. Like you rip the arm hairs off when you rip the band-aid. It's done. The pain's there. Now it's stinging and you're afraid of but that is also the fear is also the very thing that's holding you back and keeping you in this loop from actually doing it and taking leadership and control and action over your life. And once you do that, the weight is going to be lifted off your shoulders. You're going to feel so much more free. Out of everyone that chose this pile, I really do feel like this does have to do with you just being scared to have the courage to share it. And the reason why I said it is because we got the Nine of Swords, and that's someone who is all in their head right now. Like, this is a person that can't sleep because they're paralyzed with fear. They have insomnia because the intrusive thoughts are keeping them up at night. That is sort of like the energy here. With Strength card, that's needing to have the strength to tame these thoughts to just do the thing. But this has gotten a handle on you for so long that it's hard to tame the beast of the fears. And with Mercury and Cancer,
for why you took this on is because it just felt easier to just deal with it than to like leave the bird in the cage than to just open up the cage, because it's been there long enough. Maybe it's going to forget eventually that it's got wings. That's the metaphor here. And it's really, really sad. It's really, really heartbreaking. Now, for the perspective and red flag energy, let me see this. Perspective and red flag. Focusing on small details is causing you to miss the broader context. Step back and consider how it will fit into your overall narrative. And red flag, you're ignoring critical warning signs. Okay. So the past life cards here that are associated with it is swindled, with indigenous person and settler. And then we have here celestial with faith, true love, androgynous, guru or idol, early middle ages, forgiveness. Psychic wounding with trauma is also coming through. We have natural disaster, South or Central America, and then trauma is being exiled. But then here I'm also seeing the lesson being self-expression. So that's something that does still want to come through. But because it's not standing out to me as much as like esoteric and exile and sorcerer and sorceress with magic, it's like this idea of continuing to just shove it down. You've been ignoring these signs. This could also be someone who is finally feeling like they have this intuitive ability. And they have this deep desire to want to like explore it deeper. But they're like terrified of what would happen if they do it, because of what they've been taught to like believe in and see like as evil or something too, see as bad. So you continue to just feel like an outsider in a place where you're actually supposed to feel safe, and continue to just trick yourself and deceiving yourself into believing that to be your truth. When in reality, you have a very deep desire to keep exploring this, but you're trying not to tell yourself that or believe it because you don't want to like shame yourself. There's something here with like a lot of shame. A lot of it. Shame for just having the thoughts you have, having the beliefs you have, seeing life the way you see it. There's so much shame in it. And I feel like you're like tricking yourself into believing that, oh, like this person, they don't actually mean what they say because ba-da-da-da-da. Like, I don't know what the because is. There's something here where you keep coming up for excuses around why someone is the way they are, treating you the way that they've been treating you, because you think it's normal. You think that it's natural. You think that that's what love is. Like, it's not supposed to be perfect, and I'm not supposed to hope for a perfect person. And this love can be in a romantic sense. It can be in a friendship sense. It can be in a familial sense, you know? But this person has so much of an impact over your life that you keep trying to come up with excuses for them, because you don't actually want to see the bigger picture of how they've been treating you all this time and saying to you. Let me see. I just want Source to give me a yes or no on what I'm sharing. Is this a yes or a no on what I'm sharing so far for pile number 3? Okay, so we got the Fool, and we have the Six of Pentacles. And in the back of the deck, we have the Seven of Cups. So yeah. So definitely feeding this illusion that you have everything you want. You're in a good state. You guys are great. This is normal. This is just how it is. With Hiroshima coming through with Allied Invader. Allied Invader. Who was an ally is now an invader. That's reminding me of the dog, right? That weird suspicious energy. And then we have Guru or Idol. And we had that here too, so it's connected to this thing a little bit. And adulthood. Maybe this is happening to you in the middle of something that you thought was what you wanted. And now you realize this isn't what you want anymore. And it never was what you wanted. And you were just fulfilling a fantasy that someone else wanted for you. And you kept feeding it. And it's been easy to just keep feeding it and hate yourself, basically, for feeling differently. So you keep doing this to yourself and telling yourself that this is just the way of life. This is just the way things are supposed to be, because sometimes sin comes through. Sometimes evil thoughts come through. Sometimes evil, messed up desires come through. And I know better. I keep hearing, I know better. Is there anything else here, Source? Six of Pentacles is coming through again. Let me see if there's anything else. Is there anything else here, Source? Yeah, like I know better. I should know better than to let these things like take over my thoughts. It just keeps feeling like you're shaming yourself for being human. Is there anything else here for why pile number 3 took this on? Is there anything else here for why pile number 3 took this on? Back of the deck here is the Queen of Swords. So we have the Nine of Swords and Judgment. Yeah, you're just avoiding the truth. You're avoiding how you really feel by keeping your mouth shut and just dealing with it anyways. Dealing with the punches, dealing with the pain, and shutting it down to avoid how you really feel. Keeping yourself busy too is another thing that you do to keep not let yourself feel this. Okay, now let's see how it's affected you, because this is, wow, pile number 3. This is some heavy stuff. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if this has been something you've been going through. Sorry, I'm just resetting the cards. Okay, so let's keep this here just in case you want to reflect. Sorry, I'm just thinking how I want to do this. Okay, we're going to reuse the dice. I'm putting them on the floor beside me. Okay, I'm going to move these cards out of the way. Yeah, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to move these cards out of the way. You had your opportunity, my love. I hope that you reflected. We're now going to move into the next part. Okay. But I'm going to keep this here just so in case you want to remember, as a little bit of a reminder for both of us, actually. All right, so how it's affected you. Okay, so we have some tarot here. We have some soul lesson cards. And then we have another grouping of them, a couple soul lesson cards that wanted to come through, as well as more emotion cards. So these are paired, and how it's affected you, we're going to roll the dice again. For the back of the deck energy first, so we can explore this, how it's affected you. We have the Seven of Pentacles coming through, and underneath it is the Nine of Swords. So the Nine of Swords has been coming through a lot. A lot. It's like there's this false sense of like building something, building towards something, but you actually know that's not what you want. For the next back of the deck energy, the Dread card wants to come out from underneath. So Dread, one of the most terrifying things about, oh wait, hold on. Unlike fear or panic, which is usually triggered by an immediate threat, dread is the cold unease felt in the approaching shadow of a menace about which we can do little. In its earliest uses, it described a feeling of being rendered speechless and prostrate in the presence of God's awesome power. For this reason, in the age of the internet, mild dread may be a low-level hum for us all. It's harder than ever to remain ignorant each time a new pandemic appears. And since dread can feed off rumor and misinformation, the internet provides the ideal petri dish. Some might panic and start stockpiling drugs while governments conduct health checks at our borders. But for most, there is little option but to sink backwards into a cold helplessness and hope it doesn't come too near. And we have loathing with disappointment, shame, I can't say this word, resentment, guilt, and litost, which I also don't know. But let me look up the meaning for loathing because I forgot what loathing means. And then for the final back of the deck energy, we have health. I will honor the physical vessel that enshrines my soul. This could also be, I didn't even think of that, binge eating. This could be binge eating. This could be, okay, I don't know how you guys are gonna feel, but this is what's coming through. Maybe falling victim to body positivity. Okay, the body positivity movement. There's something here about like forcing yourself to be in some form of narrative that was actually the very thing that was feeding the self-sabotage, carrying this thing that isn't yours to carry. There is, it could resonate with some people, but there's this idea of being like idolizing the wrong thing for a long time, because you just kept fearing the things it would take for you to just be in your truth, or like stand up and actually take action towards the things you want. So you kept doing like a really bad loop, and it was kind of like actually like a clock. You know those clocks that go like this, and it wouldn't stop. You would never stop. You would just keep teetering back and forth. And with health here, you know, that could be a thing. But another thing that's also coming through is, if it's not that, is this was affecting you showing up for you taking care of yourself, you having literal awareness of what was like this situation was actually debilitating your health and how much it actually was. Okay, so for this, we're going to do that. This, we're going to do that. All right. Let's roll the dice first so I can just stay here and I don't have to bend over again. So how has this thing that pile number 3 has been carrying that isn't theirs affected them? How has it affected pile number 3? Mercury in Sagittarius in the 8th house. Oops. Intrusive thoughts, intrusive thinking. Sages love to be the wanderlust sign. Mercury in... So there's this idea here of like, you're really disappointed in yourself. You're ashamed. You don't like who you are. There's so much disgust with yourself. And it breaks my heart because someone kept telling you that, or they kept filling lies up to you, making you think that you were incapable of taking the next growth step for yourself. And it's affected your mental health, your physical health, whichever way you want to put this, so much. So much. It could have even altered your entire brain chemistry. Okay, so for this card, we have love. I commit to the practice of seeing the good in all things. And we have adversity. I accept that challenges are the best way to learn. With the 3 tarot cards here, we have the the King of Swords. We have the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. And we have the 3 of Pentacles. With the other cards we have here, we have fear. I realize that I am testing my resolve to live in the energy of love. So these are together. I want to make that clear. These are separate. I'm actually going to place this on top of the envy, so we have space. Okay. There we go. So we can separate everything. And then we have regret. I know that I cannot change the past. These are lessons, right? How it's affected you. And then also we have self-esteem. I possess gifts of the soul that benefit me and others. There's denial though. And for the emotions here, we have contempt. Contempt can be a form of political protest for the disempowered. When disdain is expressed by those thought to have no business looking down on anyone, cozy privileges can be disrupted and a realignment of power envisaged. Whether smirking, sneering, or turning away in cold indifference, being filled with contempt inflates us with a sense of superiority. Even at its mildest, contempt condescends with amused detachment. Some say contempt is a closed door, spelling the end of our relationship with those we feel it towards. But just as often, it can stir new conversations into life. And then lastly, we have panic. The word panic originates from Greek mythology. It described a sudden and inexplicable terror felt by travelers in wild, uninhabited places after stumbling across the deity Pan. Those who followed Pan's cult celebrated him with ecstatic parties, and panic became linked with the sensation of being taken over by the force of a dangerous collective irrationality. Today, we remain more vulnerable than ever to the panic of the mob. Conspiracy theories and rumors can break loose over Twitter. Security guards still use code words for fire and unattended bag when they speak over public tannoys. But perhaps more dangerous still may be the panic which could spread between smartphones and laptops, bouncing from satellite to satellite and leaving a tangle of chaos and confusion behind it. That's what I'm saying. This is all fear-based, and it's affected you by making you think that how you feel your truth is like bad, is wrong. It's crazy. Like, you're just afraid of your power, though, and it continues to keep you in such a bad loop and cycle, when in reality, all you want more is to actually see where this taboo stuff can take you. And taboo, it doesn't need to be, like, maybe that's the wrong word, but it's just very... You're going to feel like the black sheep. Whatever this is, you feel like you're the black sheep, and you're trying to deny that you are the black sheep. You're trying to be like all these other people or this one person. You're trying to be just like exactly how they want you to be, but... And you're doing this by feeding yourself this fear. You have brainwashed yourself for so long, my love. And it hurts my heart to see that, because literally on this end, with love and adversity, you have continued to tell yourself that this is, or they have continued to tell you this, I'm doing this all out of love. This is all for love for you. I'm doing this because I love you. Can't you see that I love you? There's crazy brainwashing going on here. And on top of that, there's this idea of someone literally trying to control the fate for you. The Wheel of Fortune in reversed is like this idea of giving your power, or this thing, this King of Swords, I feel like is a person. They're trying to control the fate by threading the weaves of your fate and taking it in their hands. And they've done this very strategically for a long time with the three. The number 3 is reminding me of like expansion, but it takes time to expand anything. So there's this idea here that it was slow building. I want to look up the meaning for loathing though. Okay. So give me 1 second. So what does loathing mean? Let's see if my phone dies. Ah, it just died. Okay, so maybe I'm not supposed to know. I had a feeling my phone was gonna die right before. I know loathing has to do with like, I loathe you. I've heard people say it before, or I loathe this situation. There's this idea here where loathing, I feel like, reminds me of like the term envy. That's just what's coming to my mind. But then when you have these subtexts at the bottom, disappointment, shame, resentment, guilt, there's this idea here of like hating on yourself so harshly to the point of thinking that you are incapable of doing anything for yourself or doing anything right, because you have been told that again and again and again, or that you're stuck in some form of like facade thinking that this is just the way it's supposed to be, this is how it's been meant to be, and I just have to accept it for what is and not even consider the possibilities of what could happen if I did something about it. Like, there's just something here where you keep accepting that, and it's affected you by allowing it to just keep happening. And it's so frustrating because you're using this as a way to see like love, or it's like you're trying to just accept yourself for who you are in this situation, but it doesn't work because you're not being honest with yourself about how you really feel about the situation. So you keep going in this loop and you just give up. You don't care anymore. There's so many different ways to look at this, you know? Let me know in the comments down below, my loves, if you guys chose pile number 2. I would love to hear your stories, and, you know, sharing your story, you would be surprised how much it can benefit other people that chose this pile too, because I really feel like there's so many different ways we can interpret this. So I'm very curious to see what you guys share. Okay, my loves. With that being said, let us now move into what's actually yours to carry and what supports you right now, okay? Because there was a lot here, but I really want to see like the positives. Let's see how you actually move forward. So with what's actually yours to carry. Okay. With what's actually yours to carry, we have the wounded heart as the back of the deck energy. Acknowledge and tend to past emotional wounds. Healing begins with self-compassion. That's going to take some time. Now I understand why it was hard. I tried shuffling this deck so many times. It's my Embracing Your Shadows deck, but nothing wanted to come out. So we had back of the deck come out, and rebirth and renewal. You are emerging from this darkness, transformed. The new version of you is waiting. There's something here about right now, you are meant to
give yourself so much love and compassion and hold space for yourself to lick the wounds of this trauma. This is trauma. I'm being honest with you. Like, this is some heavy trauma, regardless of the situation and the examples I gave you, whether it was the trying to do like body positivity of some kind and you were feeding a wound a hole and just making it bigger because everyone says just accept yourself exactly for who you are. But what if who you are in that exact moment is hating yourself? And I don't like that word, but I think loathing is about hate in reality. And there's just, I keep talking about hate, so there's got to be a reason why that keeps coming through in my mind. There's just a genuine idea of like, you have been trying to force a version of you that hates yourself to just, you've been trying to just accept it. Accept the hate you give yourself. Just accept it for what is. And that's not correct. Whatever this thing that's been doing, it's been trying to just feed an illusion that your ego's been trying to reach. And that might be confusing for a lot of you guys that chose this pile, because I feel like that isn't even the best way to explain it. I would really want, if you guys do feel open to it, I would love it if you guys, anyone that feels comfortable, to schedule a free soul clarity call with me in the description box below. There's a link for you to schedule that, because I am accepting one-on-one clients right now, but for those free soul clarity calls, there's absolutely no pressure to commit to anything. The only reason why I'm bringing it up and I'm saying it so fast is because I don't want to take up time talking about it. And also because I do feel like for some of you guys, just sharing this thing, it's like a can of worms that needs to get opened. It would be really, really, really healing, because you have been silencing yourself for so long, pile number 3. And the feelings I have right now internally that I'm like feeling, like, I guess, like, I don't know if I'm picking up on you guys or I'm just feeling what you've gone through. It is so terrible. And I feel so sorry that you've had to go through it. I'm so sorry that you've had to go through it alone. You've been so alone for so long. You felt so alone. Even if you were in a room filled with people, you never felt heard. You never felt seen for how you truly feel. And all you've been told was to keep denying how you truly feel and follow this, follow that. Look at it this way, look at it that way. And all you've been doing is just continuing to shut yourself down. And it's heartbreaking. It is so heartbreaking how much you betrayed yourself and abandoned yourself to stay stuck in this fantasy. And that's the thing you've been carrying. And it's affected you that much. It's affected you so much to the point that you have been stuck in this for so damn long. But what's actually yours to carry is to acknowledge and tend to past emotional wounds. Look at this wound. Acknowledge that your heart's hurting, and it's hurting, and it's been hurting for such a long time, and all it wanted was for you to see it. Wake up. That's what's yours to carry. Acknowledging this pain for what it is. And we're going to get the tarot here to add even more. What is actually pile number 3's to carry? What is actually pile number 3's to carry? Okay, so for back of the deck energy, we have the King of Wands. Underneath it, we have the Page of Swords and the Lovers. So this is interesting because there's this idea here of, oh, you just heard that crack? That was in my hip. Ooh, so there might be a lot of tension. You might need to be moving. Give yourself permission to move a little more. For some reason, I feel like I keep hearing that's evil, but it's not. Movement is not evil, my love. Listening to where your body wants to go and how it wants to move is not evil. What was I saying? Okay, so hold on. Let me just do this first really quick so I don't get overwhelmed or confused. Okay, so back of the deck here, we had the King of Wands with the Page of Swords and the Lovers, and then we had the Seven of Cups. So there's this idea here of what's actually yours to carry, my love, has a lot to do with your truth and how you really feel underneath it all. If you had to shine a flashlight on your heart, what would you see right now? Would it look broken?
Would it have cracks? Stitches? Would it be beating? That's just something I feel called to ask you. If you had to shine a flashlight in your heart at your heart right now, how would you see it in your mind's eye? How does it depict itself to you in this moment? And how does it want to actually feel? Okay? That's something I feel really called to share. I feel like that would be a really beautiful thing to envision for yourself, to understand how far you've gotten in this loop and this stuck pit, and see how you actually want to feel. You got to be so brutally honest with that, because the Lover's card is coming through to show you what you really want. You just can't let the Seven of Cups, the facade, the illusion get to you. What's yours and what's actually yours to carry? We have the Nine of Swords coming through again. We have the Two of Swords. I want to place this here. We got the Knight of Wands in reverse. And then Two of Swords wants to go at the end. We have the Devil. So this is giving me the idea. I'm going to place it like this because I think this has to do with illusion. And I need to cover those images. So this is giving me the idea of like, it is valid to feel like you have been held back. Okay, for all this time. It really feels like you have been held back. I don't know if you've been holding yourself back because someone else was feeding BS to you about something and telling you that they know everything, and you wanted to believe it with all your might. So you kept believing it, and it led you into such a bad cycle of just continuing to believe this thing as evil, you as evil, the thought you have as evil, this desire as evil, and bad. I just keep feeling so much like beating up this energy when all you want is to just get to explore it. But you got to keep looking down instead of moving forward. And what's actually yours to carry is the acknowledgement of how much you've been stuck in this. You need to grieve, okay? Like, you really need to grieve, pile number 3. I can't emphasize that enough. You really need to grieve. This has been something that has been affecting your life for such a long time, such a long time. And the thing that you need to carry forward is this grief, this acknowledgement of it. You need to tell yourself the truth. You need to be brutally honest with yourself. What supports you right now? Let's see with the tarot. Let's get the tarot out of the way. Let's see. We're gonna just keep layering everything. Let me just reset this deck in case we use it again. What supports you right now? We have these cards here. Let's look at the back of the deck energy first. Okay, we're actually gonna move it. I lied. Okay, so what supports you right now? Oh, I just realized I have my mantra in the shot. Sorry. Okay. We have these cards, but before we go there, let's look at the back of the decks. We have the Manipura solar plexus chakra, with courage being the key word here. I move beyond my fears and step forward with courage. Then we have the Musician in reverse. This is my Citadel deck. We're going to be taking the booklet out to read the reverse meanings. And it's the Musician with inspiration and gratitude, but it's in reverse. Underneath that, we got what? The Waker with awareness and reflection in reverse. Yeah. And then final back of the deck, we have share your voice, come out of the cave, persecution, expression. Break the chain, ancestral patterns, healing, rewriting the future. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. You're still in that cave right now, but taking the first step involves you sharing how you feel. This is the first step. That's what supports you right now. Having the courage to move beyond your fears. Step forward with courage. And let's see the meaning with the Musician. So the Musician, let's see if we can find it. 132. This is not, 132, sorry. Reverse, the musician indicates a difficulty finding the positive side of a situation. Setbacks may have chipped away at your optimism, or perhaps you've been too idealistic about something, and the reality of the situation has left you feeling listless and despondent. Take this into account when getting back on track. See, you need to grieve right now. You need to share how you're feeling because this is a big thing to unload, my love. I'm making this very clear. The first step to doing all of this healing for you and this work to support you is literally just opening up the can of worms. That is all you need to do right now. But let's keep going, in case you think I'm BSing it. We also have the Smith with overthinking, taking action, but that's also in reverse. We're going to read that next. And then we have boundaries. Where do you need to establish better boundaries? We have the Svadhisthana sacral chakra with connection. I create healthy, harmonious, and loving connections with myself and others. And lastly, we have the solar plexus chakra, confidence. I expand my inner confidence and walk my path with certainty. Yeah, I know that's going to be something that supports you, of course. Yeah. Let's see what this myth is in reverse. So, sorry, I'm looking for it. 110. Okay. So the Smith in reverse. You're currently stuck in a situation that caused yourself. Oh, sorry, I read it wrong. And this is on 111. So this might be important to listen to right now. You're currently stuck in a situation that you caused yourself by rushing in without suitable preparation beforehand. The consequences of your impulsive actions are starting to catch up with you, but you can't blame others for them. It's time to admit that you're at fault here and learn from this for next time. Okay, so there's this idea of you went too deep with this, even though you knew kind of what was happening. You didn't want to believe it. So you kept sprinkling like this loving talk on it to make it seem better than it actually was. Now I'm understanding why. Like this really needs to, like the thing that's going to support you the most is just grieving, acknowledging what happened, acknowledging what was, acknowledging what is. You really need to give yourself a space to connect with somebody, because there's something here where it needs to be aware. I mean, it needs to be seen, it needs to be validated, it needs to be recognized, and this can't just be something you can journal in your book alone, in your notebook alone. Let me see if there's anything else here. Is there anything else here for pile number 3 in reference to what supports them right now? Oh. Okay. Back of the deck here is the Two of Cups with the Ace of Wands. Yeah. So there's something here about coming into union with somebody that can help you with this. Help you be able to like light up the flame, light up the fire and illuminate things. And this actually confirms even more with the Three of Cups underneath the sun that I am not BSing this, that this is actually something that involves you like talking to somebody. Okay. And now I think I'm just remembering the angel number you're going to have for your final messages from Source. I remember, I think it was 1919. So I'm going to bring that out now because I feel like I meant to. Yeah, look, 19. 19 is the number for the Sun card in the Major Arcana right here, the XIX in Roman numerals. So transformation. It is asked that you take notice that you hold within your hands the power to change your life. Within this realization, you will feel your sense of purpose and your connection to new beginnings. I release what I no longer need to carry, and I open myself to the transformative energy of the divine. So this is trying to come through fast. This idea of what supports you right now, which involves you speaking to somebody and connecting to your truth once and for all. The reason why I think coming together with somebody would be helpful for you, whether it's a therapist, a counselor, whether it's me, whether it's another healer, someone that you trust, someone that has an unbiased opinion on the situation. That's really important. I want to make that clear. It's going to help you be able to further come into, like, when you do that, it's like when you say the words out loud to somebody, it feels like you're literally altering your entire reality in that very moment because you're shifting your frequency when you share those truths. I don't remember the last time you've actually said it out loud to somebody. Have you, pile number 3? That's something to reflect on. If you ever shared this stuff, when was the last time you did? And how would you share it differently? And did you share it with somebody with an unbiased opinion? Because that's really, really important here. With the 8 of Wands coming up, right? This is something that, like, the thing that's meant to support you right now, you're supposed to take care of it now, like, while the momentum's still here. There's an energy of, like, just do it, you know? Like, don't even think, because you have been stuck in this story, this narrative for so ridiculously long that it's going to be very easy for your brain to find something to trigger you enough to pull you back into it. You need to get out of the narrative, and the only way to do that is to take a step and just do it. Don't think about it too much, just do it. It's kind of like when I said there's a link. You just click on the link, sign up, schedule, fill it out, there. Done. It's happened. Now you got to commit. You got to hold yourself accountable. You just do it, you know? Or an example, you schedule a therapy session, you know, just do it. Or you go to, it could even be, I'm going to put in the link in the description box. I'm going to put resources for free mental health crisis hotlines or things like that. So you can even go on one of those websites or whatever one of the resources are, and you can share something to somebody, like message it to them, and then see what they say. It's an unbiased opinion. Something like that is going to support you heavily right now, especially because you need to let this can of worms out to breathe. That's your first step. Next up, we have the 2 of Swords, the Devil card coming through again, and then we have the King of Wands. So these cards have been excessively, consistently coming out. And I feel like doing this. Hold on. So next up, clarifying the 2 of Swords, we have the 3 of Wands. Clarifying the Devil, we have the Queen of Wands. And then clarifying the King of Wands, we have the Hanged Man. And clarifying the 8 of Wands, we have the Tower. Yeah, you just got to do it. You got to rip the Band-Aid off. This is going to be the first step to the beginning of rebuilding your foundation from scratch, your inner world from scratch. Yeah, that's what supports you right now. Just doing it. Where do you need to establish better boundaries? You got to establish better boundaries with yourself and how you've been betraying yourself. You can't let that ever happen again, my love. That's really, really important. Don't give up on yourself anymore. Please, please don't give up on yourself anymore. You are a light to this world, and your authenticity, your uniqueness, the thing that makes you feel like the black sheep, it's there for a reason. Just because some people see it as different and weird doesn't mean that the whole world sees it as weird. There are billions and billions of people in this world. And I do believe that there's aliens out there, but that's a different story for another day. So what I'm trying to say is you are bound to find people that resonate and see you too. And I'm telling you that there is probably millions of people that resonate and see how you feel and can validate that for you, but you need to give them a chance. You can't just stay locked up in this coop of whatever this is. So that's really what supports you right now. Shifting the perspective, doing it, and see a different perspective from someone else that maybe has gone through it too, you know? But you're never going to know who else has gone through this if you don't try to reach out to somebody unbiased, okay? I want to make that clear. Because too many people in your circle are very brainwashed too, and I guess the boundary thing is coming out here because you need to, I like this image here, you need to protect yourself from these people that keep trying to get to you. You know, that's really, really important right now. And the only way to do that is to get an unbiased opinion, get an unbiased view. Share this with somebody who has no bias in the situation at all. All right. Now, for your final messages from Source to finish up your reading, my love. I already shuffled the card Strength, so this wanted to come through with Strength. Yes. Have the courage to take the leap, my love. Transformation, right? For the tarot, you received 2 tarot cards and you got some back of the deck energies as well. So let's look at that together. So we have the 6 of Cups. There was something about your childhood that you had like this feeling in you, in your soul. There was a desire there, but it got rejected. It's like disqualified is what I'm hearing from the race of life. The fool, only fools rush in, holding back, reckless, lack of faith, restless, foolish, impulsive. And then we have the lovers in reverse, misaligned values, discord, disharmony, trust issues, disconnected, imbalance. Yeah, it's feeding into that. You shut something down. And then for the final back of the deck energy for an angel number, we have 888. And I love how the strength shot out, because strength is the number 8 in major arcana. With abundance, angel whispers, blessings are here and more are on the way. Let yourself feel the abundant flow of prosperity that is all around you. As you stand in your highest self, you attract all that you once were seeking. Giving is always a doorway to success. Affirmation, the more good I do in the world, the more abundant my life grows. I radiate an energy of loving kindness. So with this energy, it's kind of reminding me of someone who is meant to do more good for themselves. The more you put that out, the more people treat you as such. But the only way to do that is to start showing it to strangers, showing it to people that don't know you. You know what I mean? Because there's too much history with these people. And for your final message, we have the Ace of Swords in reverse with a lack of ideas. Reevaluate misinformation, blocked communication, clouded judgment, redirect, hostility. And the King of Cups in reverse with emotional immaturity, overly emotional, manipulative, moody, repressed, withdrawn, focused on inner feelings, emotionally unavailable. I know how bad you want to share this to somebody in your circle, but you shouldn't, okay? That's one thing that's coming through. The second thing that's coming through is that I know how easy it is to just let everything I said sweep under the carpet that you, or the rug that you've been trying so hard to hide, just like everything else. And I'm hearing all these years, so I'm gonna go with it. But in reality, my love, this has been a misaligned journey for you since the beginning, and it came into your life to show you since the beginning that this was never the way forward for you. This was always supposed to come to a close and a completion and an end, and you had to take that step for yourself. But it required you going through the karmic cycle to learn it, which kind of gets hard to hear, but that's the truth. Because you were also, without realizing, letting this person shape your reality for you. You didn't take your power back from the situation. You kept giving it away. And you need to understand that this is part of the story for your success. You are taking a stand for the generations to come and for the future generations of your lineage to come. By doing this, you are showing to yourself how capable you've always been. And you are more powerful than you've ever thought or anyone has ever told you you were. So let's now get some sliplets of paper to end your reading, my love, with final messages from your higher self, for the collective higher self for pile number 3. So what is the final messages for pile number 3, source? Final messages for pile number 3. Okay. All right. So first up, every time you try to explain this to someone, the clarity fades. Stop sharing. Let it live unspoken for now. So I feel like this does have to do with someone in your circle. You can't share it with them. Next up, something in your field is unfinished, and you know exactly what it is. This message isn't about starting something new. It's about finally closing what should have ended a long time ago. Next up, this isn't a soul tie. It's an emotional habit. Stop spiritualizing your trauma bond. You know what this is, and you know what it's not. You are not blocked. You're being redirected by the future version of you who already knows better.
I love this. And lastly, we have Chiron in the room. Let me try to make this focus. Chiron in the room. Your healing will never feel finished. Show up anyways. Yes. Okay, my love, so this is everything I see for you in reference to this reading topic, what you've been feeling that was never actually yours or isn't yours. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for showing up for yourself. I am so ridiculously, immensely proud of you if you made it to the very end of this reading, because this reading was intense shit, okay? Like, I don't think I need to say it twice. Like, this was some intense, I'm gonna say it again. This was some very intense stuff, okay? I am so flipping proud of you. Not a lot of people could have made it to the end. And it's crazy. Just think that this reading found you for a reason. There is a divine timing in this. And you don't need to think too much about that. Think about how it's found you now and what you feel driven to do next. Listen to that Eight of Wands. Take the next steps, okay, my love? With that being said, if this reading did resonate, if you can give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. Join this beautiful community of people that are self-growth and deep healing oriented. You know, I'm trying to make this world a better place, but the only way we can make it a better place is if we make a big enough community that can create the ripple effect to help heal this world, because it's only healed people that help heal this world. So that's something that you resonate with, my loves. Feel free to join the community. Every little form of engagement that you do, whether it's a comment, a like, a share to somebody you think that could listen to this pick a card as well, it helps show the algorithm like, hey, this channel has some important stuff. Let's go show it to other people, okay? But I can only do that with my beautiful community and the people that support it, the people that think this stuff is important shit, you know what I mean? So it would mean the world to me if I can get your help and your support. And on top of that, again, do not hesitate if you do feel that call. I am accepting one-on-one clients right now, okay? So I would love nothing more than to have a free soul clarity call with you, connect, understand your situation, hold space for it. And, you know, maybe I can share whether my offerings could be a good fit for where you're at. And, you know, again, there's absolutely no pressure to commit to anything if that's something you feel open to, okay? And don't forget to check, I am going to list out some resources for mental health crisis stuff, hotlines and things you can use to your aid if you need it right now, just to get that unbiased thing where you can express everything that wants to come through. If therapy is something that maybe isn't something you can afford or something like that, you know, I'm trying to make everything as open and accessible as possible for you guys that got this message. And on top of that, I send you all so much white light healing energy and so much unconditional love. I feel so honored that Source allowed me to do this reading for you today. I'm so grateful that I got to connect with the people I did in this reading, because I know that you guys have gone through a lot, and I feel so honored that I got to be the channeler to deliver this to you. So thank you, Source, and thank you, pile number 3, for being open to experiencing this with me. I send you so much unconditional love, and hopefully I'll see you on my other readings to come. Bye.